King Fengyu laughed maniacally. Those who did not know better would think that he was seriously ill. However, Zhuo Tangyishi had other thoughts. Ning Xichun's heart could not prolong her life, but it could greatly increase her power. In the past, she had eaten the hearts of powerful people to increase her strength. Now that there was someone who could increase her cultivation, she was looking forward to it. Ning Xichun's power was not just average. When the time came to devour his heart, would not his power have increased by several times? Zhuo Tangyishi was very happy that she could see herself in charge of the cultivation world in the future. She knew that she should not treat King Fengyu like this, but in the face of such benefits, who was King Fengyu? But what should we do now? King Fengyu was immediately confused. He was worried and hopeless. Ning Qichen was really difficult to deal with. How could he possibly beat Ning Qichen? Zhuo Tangyishi could tell what King Fengyu was thinking. She patted his shoulder and said, "Why are you suddenly so dejected? Are you afraid that you can't defeat Ning Qichen? Don't worry, Ning Qichen is nothing. How can you not be able to defeat one person? We have the royal guards of the palace." King Fengyu felt that what Zhuo Tangyishi said made sense. He then continued. There are two people beside Ning Qichen. I don't know how strong they are. And I don't know if they will call more people. I've already seen it. One of them is a monk from the temple, and the other is the second princess of the Dalian kingdom. They are nothing special. I can defeat them with a single hand, so what are you worried about? When the time comes, I won't even need the royal guards. I alone can beat them all. Zhuo Tangyishi laughed loudly. Her eyes were already shining with the light of victory, and she was even feeling impatient. She really needed Ning Qichen. If she lost this chance, she would not have another chance in the future. No, no, no. You're still my trump card. King Fengyu shook his head. Zhuo Tangyishi thought for a moment and felt that what King Fengyu said made sense. In her opinion, the soldiers of the Fengyu kingdom were all useless. They might not even know who they were fighting, and they would have to rely on her. In the end, she stroked her chin and continued, I think it's better to let the second general go and see if he can kill Ning Qichen directly. If it's possible, we won't waste any effort. I think it's possible. The second general is powerful. I reckon that Ning Qichen and his men will die. King Fengyu's eyes flashed. Previously, he had submitted to Ning Qichen because the second general had not come yet. Now that the second general had returned, what was there to be afraid of? I'll go and tell the second general now. At the thought of this, King Fengyu became even more enthusiastic. He headed directly toward the second general's residence. At this time, Xia Qinjing was drinking tea. Second general, the king is here, a servant hurriedly said. Xia Qinjing suddenly became nervous. He stood up and walked out of the mansion. As he walked over, he happened to run into King Fengyu. King Fengyu smiled. Second general, I haven't seen you for a long time. How have you been? Recently? You won't go to another country this time, right? Xia Qinjing knelt down and said to King Fengyu, Your Majesty, I was negligent this time. I was focused on another kingdom, and I almost forgot about the Fengyu kingdom. Now that I'm back, I definitely won't go to another kingdom again. That's good. This time, I came here to ask you for a favor. Recently, something big has happened in the Fengyu kingdom. The king of the Fengyu kingdom sighed. On the other side, on the lake, Jiang Ming could not help but find it strange that King Fengyu had not returned yet. King Fengyu had not returned for such a long time. It was really rude. However, as the king, how could he be impolite? Was King Fengyu doing something else? Liang Cixi looked at the people around her and secretly said to Jiang Ming. Speaking of which, I feel that there must be something fishy about the king. He hasn't had the best of luck recently, but he's still so confused. Now that we're going for good, leaving us on this lake is really a little strange. Why don't we go and take a look first? Xikong Wuyuan felt that Liang Cixi's words made sense and said to Jiang Ming. I think it's a good idea. Ning Kaichen, let's go together. The people at the banquet are all indulging in wine and music. Jiang Ming thought for a moment and said, all right, we'll leave now. If King Fengyu does anything to us, we'll leave the Fengyu kingdom overnight. If it weren't for the fact that the king was so suspicious, I wouldn't have come to this lake banquet. The three of them reached an agreement. The queen of the Fengyu kingdom walked over and said to the three of them. The king must have something important to attend to, which is why he hasn't returned for so long. Please don't blame me. Let me entertain the three of you. If you have any needs, please feel free to tell me. Xikong Wuyuan did not expect the queen of the Fengyu kingdom to come. He was speechless. Just now, they were just waiting here, but the queen did not come. Now that they were planning to leave, the queen of the Fengyu kingdom came over. The queen of the Fengyu kingdom did not seem to notice Xikong Wuyuan's gaze. She said enthusiastically, the fruits of the Fengyu kingdom are the sweetest. There are also some desserts with fruits. Would the three of you like to try them? When they heard about the food, Jiang Ming and the other two immediately became nervous. They looked at each other and nodded. The food at the lake banquet could not be eaten. When the time came, they would have to secretly throw it away. This way, please. Seeing that the three of them did not speak for a long time, the queen of the Fengyu kingdom thought that the three of them had tacitly agreed. She raised her hand and invited the three of them to walk with her. Jiang Ming and the other two walked after her silently. They originally did not want to eat the desserts, but they had to find an excuse to go out. They would have to feign sickness after eating. The queen of the Fengyu kingdom mocked these three people in her heart. They really had no manners. She did not know why the king had brought three people over. The innermost part of the lake was similar to the layout of the palace. There was a big table in the central hall, and there were some small stools on both sides. Some nobles were already sitting there drinking and having fun. Jiang Ming and the other two took a look and sat in the most remote corner. The queen of the Fengyu kingdom was surprised. Lord Ning Kaichen, you can sit in the middle. All right then, I will listen to you, Lord Ning Kaichen. The queen of the Fengyu kingdom awkwardly rubbed the tip of her nose and glanced at Jiang Ming. Then, she turned around and sat down in the main seat. She found it even stranger. Ning Kaichen was rather strange. He liked to sit in remote corners. Within the mansion, when Xia Qingjing heard that King Fengyu had important matters to attend to, he immediately became serious. He stood up straight and said, Please tell me, Your Majesty. I'm willing to do anything to resolve your issues. King Fengyu was very satisfied with Xia Qingjing's attitude. His eyes were filled with kindness as he patted Xia Qingjing's shoulder and said, My dear General, Ning Kaichen is too arrogant. I hope you can kill him. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I will not shirk my responsibilities. Xia. Qinjing immediately accepted the order. You have always been my most loyal subordinate. Here, take this pill. It will strengthen your body. King Fengyu took out a pill from his pocket. The pill was pitch black. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xia Qinjing's eyes were filled with joy. He took the pill without hesitation and swallowed it carefully. The moment he swallowed it, Xia Qinjing smiled brightly and said, Your Majesty, I feel much better. That's good. King Fengyu still had the same pleasant smile on his face. However, only he knew that this pill was a slow-acting poison. His eyes flashed. Xia Qinjing knew too much and could not be allowed to live. Siko Wu Yuan and Liang Sisi understood and immediately followed Jiang Ming to the outside of the boat. Siko Wu Yuan took a deep breath and said, I'm finally out. The aura inside is really turbid. It's awful for a refined person like me. Don't you like attending banquets? Liang Sisi burst out laughing. Why are you suddenly not used to it? What have the banquets become these days? The banquets I attended in the past were so classy. Siko Wu Yuan helplessly spread his hands, feeling disappointed. Jiang Ming saw through Siko Wu Yuan's thoughts and said, times have changed. Many things are good at the beginning, but after a period of time, they become foul. Siko Wu Yuan pursed his lips. Liang Sisi did not say anything. She narrowed her eyes and looked far away. Her eyes were filled with scrutiny. Seeing Liang Sisi like this, Jiang Ming and Siko Wu Yuan turned their attention to her. What's wrong? Look at how engrossed you are. Siko Wu Yuan could not help but ask. Jiang Ming followed Liang Sisi's gaze and looked away. He saw a familiar face. It was Su Yangyang's sister, Su Xiaxia. At this moment, Su Xiaxia had been chased out by King Fengyu. She was swaying unsteadily. His clothes were torn and tattered. She staggered slowly. Her face was covered in dust, and her mental state seemed to be a little abnormal. She laughed crazily. Liang Sisi and Siko Wu Yuan did not hear it, but Jiang Ming heard it clearly. Evil people will be tortured by evil people, and retribution will eventually come. Jiang Ming felt that Su Xiaxia was referring to King Fengyu. However, he felt that Su Xiaxia was also talking about herself. Su Xiaxia betrayed her sister, Su Yangyang, and wanted to kill her and replace her. In the end, she was chased out by King Fengyu. It was quite laughable. Siko Wu Yuan saw that Liang Sisi did not reply, so he looked over as well. Seeing that it was Su Xiaxia, he was stunned for a moment before he clapped his hands and said, wow. Karma came for her. Jiang Ming felt that it was enough, so he turned around and got off the boat. Seeing this, Siko Wu Yuan and Liang Sisi did not say much and followed Jiang Ming off the boat. However, when the two of them came ashore, Su Xiaxia recognized Jiang Ming and the others and ran toward them frantically. Her eyes were bright, and she almost wanted to pounce on him. She now felt that Ning Kaichen was her savior and someone she should rely on. Seeing Su Xiaxia's actions, Liang Sisi stepped forward and grabbed Su Xiaxia's arm. At this moment, Su Xiaxia no longer had any spiritual energy, so she could only be manhandled by Liang Sisi. Let me go. Let me go. I'm a witch who's second only to one person in the Fengyu kingdom and above all others. Su Xiaxia struggled, but she did not forget to stare at Jiang Ming. She could only gamble now. She might not be able to see Ning Kaichen in the future. This was her only chance. What do you want to do here? Su Xiaxia, Do you remember that you are no longer a witch? Your position as a witch has been taken by someone else. Liang Cixi hit Su Xiaxia with a dose of reality. Yes, my position as a witch is gone. At the mention of the witch, Su Xiaxia was even more agitated. She forgot what she wanted to say to Jiang Ming. She held her head and cried, mumbling to herself. Seeing Su Xiaxia like this, Jiang Ming and the others did not pity her at all, and walked past her. When they arrived at the palace, Jiang Ming and the other two asked the servants and were surprised to learn that King Fengyu was not in the palace. I have a feeling that the king is up to no good. Sikong Wu Yuan was restless, patting his forehead as he paced back and forth. Liang Cixi's sixth sense also flashed faintly. She said to Jiang Ming, Kaichen, I think we should leave now. Seeing that the two of them were already like this, Jiang Ming felt that it was time to leave. He stood up and packed his things. He looked at Sikong Wu Yuan and Liang Cixi and said, let's go. Sikong Wu Yuan and Liang Cixi also started to pack their things. The three of them were almost done packing up, and they just happened to run into Xiao Chenjing. Xiao Chenjing looked at the bags in their hands and said with a faint smile, Lord Ning Kaichen, are you leaving? Are you not having a good time in the Fengyu Kingdom? Jiang Ming realized that Xiao Chenjing had come with ill intentions and replied casually, we remembered that we still had something important to do, so we are leaving first. May I know who you are? Xiao Chenjing still smiled and replied to Jiang Ming, I am the second general of the Fengyu Kingdom, Xiao Chenjing. If you have any problems, you can tell me. I can help you solve them. There's no need for that. Jiang Ming rejected Xiao Chenjing mercilessly. Xiao Chenjing's face instantly darkened. Ning Kaichen was really unpredictable. No wonder King Fengyu was so worried. A small transparent fox appeared in his hand and climbed onto Liang Cixi's body. Liang Cixi instantly felt a weight on her body. Something seems to be crawling all over me. She panicked a little, but she could not see anything. Jiang Ming looked at Liang Cixi and saw the little fox. The little fox thought that no one would find out and was secretly laughing in its heart. Sikong Wu Yuan did not see the little fox, so he asked curiously, I don't see anything. Are you sure? Jiang Ming grabbed the fox's neck and tossed it away. The angle of the throw was aimed at Xiao Chenjing, who was slapped in the face by the fox. In Liang Cixi and Sikong Wu Yuan's eyes, Jiang Ming was just moving erratically. Lord Ning Kaichen, aren't you being rude? Xiao Chenjing was unhappy and shouted at Jiang Ming. He no longer had the amiable attitude he had just now. Jiang Ming had long known that Xiao Chenjing was not a good person. He sneered and said, who is the impolite one? Didn't you put this little fox up there? Sikong Wu Yuan and Liang Cixi were dumbfounded when they heard him mention a little fox. They looked at Jiang Ming and said, what fox? Neither of us saw it. Xiao Chenjing did not expect Jiang Ming to be able to see the little fox. He thought Jiang Ming was being crazy and was stunned for a moment. Then, he quickly reacted and said to Jiang Ming, you have to stay here even if you die. I won't let you go. Upon hearing this, Sikong Wu Yuan and Liang Cixi also realized that Xiao Chenjing was up to no good. What? Sikong Wu Yuan asked first. No one in the Fengyu Kingdom should stop us now, right? Why are you stopping us from leaving? I didn't know that the second general of the Fengyu Kingdom had such awful manners. Liang Cixi sneered, you really know how to offend your superiors. Don't you know that your king is very respectful to Ning Kaichen? Aren't you slapping him in the face by treating him like this? Xia Qinjing raised his hand to brush them away. He said to Jiang Ming disdainfully, a villain like you should be treated like this. If you know what's good for you, stay here and don't cause any trouble. Jiang Ming was so angry that he laughed. This was the first time he had seen such an unreasonable person. He raised his leg and kicked him. Who do you think you are? Don't be a busybody. Besides, there are some things that a king like yours should be beaten up for. He's a terrible man. Xia Qinjing was unhappy when he heard Jiang Ming mention his king. He shot forward to attack Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming saw Xia Qinjing's killing intent and was unwilling to be outdone. He immediately released his divine will. Xia Qinjing's head exploded in pain, and he did not know what to do. Sikong Wu Yuan took the opportunity to step forward and kick Xia Qinjing. This kick landed on Xia Qinjing's abdomen. Xia Qinjing had just returned from the battlefield and there was still a wound on his abdomen. He was instantly drenched in sweat from the pain. However, this pain instantly roused his spirit, and he pushed himself to be 10 times stronger. Countless bolts of lightning struck down. The thunder rumbled, and Liang Cici's heart trembled. She was very afraid. She vaguely remembered that her father had given her a jade pendant. There was a core in the center of the jade pendant that could block all kinds of attacks, but it could only block it once. Her father emphasized that this jade pendant was to be used when she was in a crisis. This seemed like an apt occasion to use it. While she was thinking, Jiang Ming had already rushed out and stopped Xia Qinjing. In his opinion, this power might damage the houses here. The people here were innocent. Seeing Jiang Ming stop his attack made Xia Qinjing admire him a little, but he also knew that he and Jiang Ming were destined to be enemies. He immediately used his spiritual energy to summon a long sword. The long sword went straight for Jiang Ming. The moment it got close to Jiang Ming, the long sword split into various smaller swords and rushed directly at Jiang Ming's vital parts. Jiang Ming quickly kicked the smaller swords away. However, the small swords did not go directly to Xia Qinjing as he thought. Instead, they turned to Jiang Ming again. Jiang Ming suddenly realized that these small swords might have spiritual energy, so he raised his hand and crushed the handle of the smaller swords. The smaller swords instantly turned into ashes. The moment they turned into ashes, the smaller swords suddenly came back to life and rushed toward Jiang Ming. Liang Cici noticed that Jiang Ming did not seem to realize that the smaller swords had been resurrected. She hurriedly threw the jade pendant in her hand to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming noticed the jade pendant that Liang Cici threw at him. He caught it instantly and pinched the smaller swords away. He could tell that the smaller swords could revive, and at the same time, he knew that if he continued like this, he would be consumed by the smaller swords. He took out a few silver needles from his pocket and bound the smaller swords to the wall. Jiang Ming had injected spiritual energy into the silver needles, which fixed the smaller swords firmly to the wall. There was no way for these smaller swords to break free from the shackles of the silver needles. What's going on? Xia Qinjing was unhappy to see that his most powerful moves on the battlefield were easily stopped by Jiang Ming. He shouted at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming originally thought that Xia Qinjing was a capable person, but he suddenly felt that this person was nothing special. He immediately relaxed and tried to negotiate with Xia Qinjing. Let us go. We won't do anything to you. I think you should be reasonable. We came to the Fengyu kingdom as guests, not to be your slaves. Xiao Qinjing did not listen to Jiang Ming at all. Instead, he laughed and said, since you've come to the Fengyu kingdom, you belong to the Fengyu kingdom. You can't be considered guests at all. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Jiang Ming suddenly realized something and stared at Xiao Qinjing. You were sent by King Fengyu, right? Did he leave just now to look for you? Xiao Qinjing did not expect Jiang Ming to realize the truth behind it so quickly. He did not admit it at all. No, I came here on my own accord. Ming Kaichen, you have offended the king and should be punished. I hope you will surrender. Did I commit a crime for you to want to kill me, or did your king order you to kill me? Cut the crap. I'm here to take your life. Xiao Qinjing did not let Jiang Ming off and directly attacked him. He used a set of punches and kicks that he had learned from a great expert. His muscles rippled and expanded at a terrifying rate. Jiang Ming was not afraid at all and directly blocked Xiao Qinjing's attacks. Following Xiao Qinjing's combination of punches and kicks, Jiang Ming followed suit. Xiao Qinjing could not help but be shocked when he saw that Jiang Ming seemed to be a much more accomplished martial artist. Xiao Qinjing was so stunned that he was directly hit to the side by Jiang Ming's attack. Xiao Qinjing originally wanted to counterattack, but when he saw Jiang Ming's fierce appearance, he suddenly felt a little scared. Although he wanted to sacrifice his life for the kingdom, he did not want to die at this juncture. He wanted King Fengyu to do more. Can we go now? Jiang Ming sneered. I won't kill you. I just want you to pass a message to King Fengyu. Don't even think about killing us. Otherwise, I will destroy the Fengyu kingdom's current government. Hearing this, although Xiao Qinjing was not convinced, he had to pretend to agree. He clenched his fists and shouted at Jiang Ming, why are you so disrespectful to the king? The king treats you so well, respects you in everything, and listens to you. You're simply an ingrate. Seeing that he was being called an ingrate, Jiang Ming was instantly rendered speechless. What are you even saying? Your king wanted to kill me. I had no choice but to retaliate against your king. Your king saw that he couldn't even touch me, so he was respectful to me. Otherwise, would he treat me so well? This is impossible. Xiao Qinjing suddenly became angry and shouted at Jiang Ming. My king has never been such a person. My king has always been reasonable. I will not allow anyone to treat my king like this. As he spoke, he rushed toward Jiang Ming without caring about anything else. A red light flashed between his eyebrows. He was also faster than the average person. Liang Cici's heart skipped a beat when she heard Xikong Wuyuan's words. She said, Ning Kaichen, be careful. Xikong Wuyuan hurriedly said, I've never seen this secret technique being used before, but I've seen it in an ancient book. The difficulty of cultivating this secret technique is extremely high, but once you master it, well, it will become a very good spell technique. It's over now. It won't be good if something happens to Ning Kaichen. Hearing Xikong Wuyuan's words, Liang Cici's heart tightened. However, Jiang Ming did not listen to Xikong Wuyuan's words. Instead, he went straight to Xiao Qinjing. Xiao Qinjing did not expect that Jiang Ming would dare to rush over like this. He suddenly felt angry and felt that Jiang Ming was not afraid of death at all. Seeing Jiang Ming's stance, Xikong Wuyuan could not help but shout, Ning Kaichen, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive. Quickly retreat. Liang Sisi also shouted, Ning Kaichen, listen to him. Are we going to die for nothing? However, it was as if Jiang Ming had not heard Liang Sisi and Sikong Wuyuan's words at all. He continued to charge forward. Liang Sisi's expression changed. She looked at Sikong Wuyuan and tears fell down her cheeks. She did not want to see Ning Kaichen die. Sikong Wuyuan went up to stop Jiang Ming, but it was too late. Jiang Ming was already close to Xia Qinjing. However, the moment the two sides approached, red spots started covering Xia Qinjing's body. He fainted and fell to the ground. Sikong Wuyuan and Liang Sisi could not help but be pleasantly surprised. They looked at each other and asked Jiang Ming, Ning Kaichen, are you all right? Jiang Ming stood in place and looked at Xia Qinjing as he said, since you're so reckless, then go die. I'll personally tell King Fengyu this. Xia Qinjing did not expect his secret technique to be countered. The moment he got close to Jiang Ming, he felt a wave of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy completely eroded his entire body and organs and even controlled his movements. He was forced to seal his secret technique in his heart. However, it was precisely because he had sealed his secret technique that he had become like this. Xia Qinjing was unwilling to accept this outcome. He shouted at Jiang Ming. What kind of secret technique did you use to make me like this? At least let me know before I die. There's no secret technique. This is my own power. It's just that your power isn't trained properly. Jiang Ming mocked Xia Qinjing. He felt that Xia Qinjing deserved to be ridiculed. He was loyal to King Fengyu and did not think about other people at all. However, he also instantly understood his current situation. He had to sort this out before Ning Kaichen started attacking him. At the thought of this, King Fengyu's expression changed. He said in surprise, Second General, why are you here? Looking at King Fengyu acting dumb, Jiang Ming sneered and looked at Xia Qinjing. Is this your beloved king? King Fengyu was still playing dumb. What are you talking about? I'm very confused. Xia Qinjing did not expect his king to be like this. Your Majesty, how could you abandon me? I was so loyal to you. I don't think you were loyal to me. I don't know what kind of stupid things you've done on the battlefield. King Fengyu snorted coldly, looking down at Xia Qinjing. Your Majesty, what are you talking about? How could I? I've always been loyal to you. How can you lie like this? He had never thought that King Fengyu would speak to him like this. Since you said all of this, Jiang Ming started coldly. I'll believe you if you kick him. Upon hearing this, King Fengyu kicked Xia Qinjing mercilessly. Xia Qinjing spat out another mouthful of blood. He was already in extreme pain, but there was nothing he could do. He could only hold his chest and say to King Fengyu, from now on, you are no longer my king. We have nothing to do with each other. His heart turned cold. He had been the attendant of King Fengyu since he was 8 years old. He had even stayed by the king's side when he was cultivating forbidden techniques and aging rapidly. He had been searching for medicine for King Fengyu in various ways. He even comforted King Fengyu when he threw all kinds of tantrums. He did not expect such an ending. It was really sad. Jiang Ming could tell that King Fengyu was cold and heartless, and Xia Qinjing was desperate. He immediately smiled and said, Your Majesty, we plan to leave. You should agree to this, right? King Fengyu was unhappy for a moment, but he quickly recovered and said, Of course you can. Lord Ning Kaichen, you can do whatever you want, but I haven't treated you well. I never thought that the second general would be so rude to you. Since that's the case, then give the second general to me. I'm still angry. I can vent my frustrations on him. Jiang Ming had other thoughts as he spoke to King Fengyu. King Fengyu was somewhat hesitant. He felt that Xia Qingjing was still useful. If he put in a good word for him, later, he might change his mind and do anything for him. However, looking at the second general like this, according to his understanding of his personality, he was afraid that he would not be able to change his mind. He was also a little reluctant to let him go. Xia Qingjing did not wait for King Fengyu to answer and said to Jiang Ming directly, I promise to go with you, but you are not allowed to do anything harmful to King Fengyu unless he does something harmful to you first. Xia Qingjing was trying to reason with Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming had always adhered to the principle of not offending others if they did not offend them first. When he heard Xia Qingjing's words, he naturally agreed. King Fengyu was a little puzzled. Jiang Ming also noticed that King Fengyu was still confused, but he could not help but curse in his heart. King Fengyu was really mysterious. Xia Qingjing had done so many things for King Fengyu, but he had been betrayed by King Fengyu. Thinking of this, he said to King Fengyu, Your Majesty, there's no need to send us off. We'll leave now. King Fengyu was reluctant to part with Jiang Ming. He said to Jiang Ming, Why are you leaving so quickly? I haven't even properly entertained you guys at the lake banquet. I've just returned, and you're already leaving. No, we have already been entertained by your queen. There is no need for anything else, Jiang Ming said politely. He added in a threatening tone, If you don't let us go now, I won't let you have peace. Seeing Jiang Ming's threat, King Fengyu remembered what Sui Tangxi had said to him. He straightened his back and said, Ning Kaichen, you should listen to my orders. How can you leave and stay here as you please? Jiang Ming could tell that King Fengyu was not going to let them go. He immediately became angry and said, What's wrong? You sent your second general to attack us, and now we can't leave? Don't think I don't know what you did to us just now. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ming was very direct. King Fengyu was at a loss for what to do. Then, he instantly became angry and shouted at them, Ning Kaichen, I won't let you leave. No matter what you do, I won't let you leave. You sure know how to pester me. I even beat your second general up so badly. Why should I be afraid of others? I advise you to be sensible and let us leave quickly. Jiang Ming was a little impatient. King Fengyu did not expect Jiang Ming to not be afraid of him at all. He suddenly felt that he had lost his dignity and said to his servant, Gather the palace army immediately and surround this place. We must take Ning Kaichen down. Sikong Wu Yuan was speechless. He said to King Fengyu, What right do you have to keep us here? We clearly didn't do anything bad, nor did we do anything to let you down. You just keep interrupting us. Could it be that you're after something on us? The last sentence struck King Fengyu's heart. He hurriedly said, What do you mean? I advise you to be sensible and stay here obediently. Otherwise, I won't let you have an easy time. Liang Sisi felt that King Fengyu should be taught a lesson. She snorted coldly. and said, "Do you know who I am? I am the second princess of the Daliang kingdom. If you dare to imprison us like this, the Daliang kingdom will not let you off. The Daliang kingdom is more than twice the size of the Fengyu kingdom. Do you want to lose your entire kingdom?" As she spoke, Liang Sisi let go of the hairpin. Her long hair cascaded down her neck. She had revealed her true gender. She felt that it was time to reveal her identity. Only by revealing her identity would King Fengyu know how to restrain himself. She felt that King Fengyu had gone too far. Unexpectedly, King Fengyu did not think much of it and directly made bold claims. "I'll send someone to kill your father." Liang Sisi was furious when she heard the insulting words of King Fengyu. She went forward to slap King Fengyu. However, at this moment, all the people gathered by King Fengyu had arrived. Seeing that Liang Sisi was about to slap their king, a soldier hurriedly threw a dagger over. The dagger went straight toward Liang Sisi's head. When Liang Sisi saw the dagger, she was stunned. She did not know what to do and did not come back to her senses at all. Jiang Ming noticed Liang Sisi's frozen state and pulled her to his side. He then crushed the dagger with his bare hands. He could not help but grumble in his heart, "It seems that everyone in the Fengyu kingdom likes to use daggers." Just as he was thinking this, the soldiers had already surrounded Jiang Ming and the other two. Sikong Wuyuan rolled his eyes and said, "The Fengyu kingdom is just a small kingdom. Insulting a big kingdom is one thing, but you still want to surround their princess. You really don't know how to do things as a king." "Thank you for the compliment." King Fengyu looked at Liang Sisi and said, "I think it's not a bad idea for the Daliang kingdom's second princess to die in a foreign land. Moreover, she's as good as dead, so the king of the Daliang kingdom can't do anything about it. If he wants, I'll give him an identical second princess." Upon hearing King Fengyu's words, Jiang Ming suddenly thought of what Liang Sisi said about seeing the exact same person as Liang Xingsheng. Those people were all created by you. Although there was no concrete evidence, Jiang Ming had already confirmed it. Sikong Wuyuan's heart shook. How can a useless king like you make someone who looks exactly the same? This is not something an old man can do. Only a young, strong sorcerer should be able to do this. You should know that. Hearing Sikong Wuyuan's words, King Fengyu was enraged. This has nothing to do with you. Shut up immediately. King Fengyu found it difficult to speak. Sikong Wuyuan's words had hit close to home. His mind was filled with images of him aging quickly. Sikong Wuyuan seemed to have thought of something. He looked at King Fengyu in surprise and said, "Did you cultivate some forbidden technique to become like this?" "Impossible. You're just a king of a small kingdom. People like you shouldn't be able to cultivate forbidden techniques." "Shut up." King Fengyu was about to go crazy. He was like a walking corpse. He did not want others to know the truth. Before Sikong Wuyuan could continue, he raised his hand and ordered the soldiers to attack. Sikong Wuyuan and Jiang Ming joined forces. They protected Liang Sisi in the middle and kicked the soldiers away one by one. Screams and cries of pain spread throughout the palace. King Fengyu thought that he had a good chance of winning and looked at the scene in front of him proudly. However, when he saw his soldiers fall one after another, he could not help but panic. He shouted at Jiang Ming, "Ning Kaichen, what kind of monster are you? Hurry up and show me your true form." When Jiang Ming heard King Fengyu say this, he immediately realized that he Had to capture the king first. He grabbed King Fengyu and held him by his side, pressing his blade against his neck. He shouted at the soldiers, "If you take another step forward, I will make your king die in front of you." Feeling the pain in his neck, King Fengyu immediately panicked. He felt that things were getting worse. If he continued to fight with Ning Kaichen, he would be the one suffering now. "Lord Ning Kaichen, please don't be rash. We can talk things over. This is all a misunderstanding." King Fengyu trembled. His eyes glanced down at the blade pressed against his neck, and his feet trembled uncontrollably. If the blade had moved even an inch closer, he would have died. He still had some time. He could not die before he ate Ning Kaichen's heart to prolong his life. At the thought of this, King Fengyu raised his foot to step on Jiang Ming's foot. However, before he could even step on it, he was bound by Jiang Ming, and the blade went deeper. This time, King Fengyu felt a sharp pain and immediately did not dare to move. He stuttered, "Lord Ning Kaichen, let's talk things out. Don't be like this now." Jiang Ming could tell that King Fengyu was afraid of dying. He asked, "Is there anyone behind you?" King Fengyu's heart skipped a beat. He shook his head resolutely and said, "No one. He would rather die than expose his good friend Suetangshi." "I see." Jiang Ming could tell that there was someone behind King Fengyu, but he did not say it out loud. His expression was calm. Siko Wu Yuan sensed that someone was coming and whispered to Jiang Ming, "Ning Kaichen, someone seems to be coming." Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment. He could faintly feel a menacing aura in the distance and could not help but frown. However, after a while, that person did not come over. He was puzzled. Liang Sisi suggested, "Why don't we leave first? We'll talk about the rest later." Siko Wu Yuan and Jiang Ming felt that Liang Sisi's words made sense and immediately agreed. King Fengyu also heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, Ning Kaichen did not hurt him too badly, so he still had a chance to catch his breath. However, Jiang Ming did not let King Fengyu off. He stuffed something into the king's mouth. King Fengyu's expression fell. "Ning Kaichen, what did you give me?" He panicked. If it was some kind of poison, it would be over for him. "Poison," Jiang Ming replied easily. He had to teach King Fengyu a lesson. King Fengyu was too arrogant. The poison was not very potent, but it was enough to make King Fengyu panic. For the rest of his life, King Fengyu instantly felt hopeless. He tried his best to spit it out, but it was not that easy. The poison had already entered his stomach. He glared at Jiang Ming and said, "Ning Kaichen, if there's a next life, I'll definitely make you suffer." "People have said this to me countless times," Jiang Ming said casually. King Fengyu was dumbfounded. He instantly roared at his soldiers, "Hurry up and kill these people. Can't you see that I'm about to die? Don't you still care about me?" Jiang Ming knew that King Fengyu had gone mad. He conjured a rope in his hand and tied him up. However, since tying him up was not enough, Jiang Ming raised his hand and lifted King Fengyu up. King Fengyu suddenly felt dizzy. He vomited, and his eyes were unfocused. He could not control his soldiers at all. Seeing their king in such a state, the soldiers did not dare to step forward. Although they did not like King Fengyu, he was still their king. They did not want their king to be tortured to death. They would have to save him. "Listen up, if you want your king to live, make way for me. Don't make me say it a second time. If I say it a second time, your king will die. Upon hearing this, King Fengyu tried his best to hold back his urge to vomit, and wanted to continue shouting at the soldiers. He did not want the soldiers to let Ning Kaichen go. In his opinion, he needed Ning Kaichen very much now. As long as he ate Ning Kaichen's heart, he would be able to live longer. At that time, he would not care if he were poisoned. Jiang Ming seemed to have guessed that King Fengyu would continue to speak, so he spun him even more. This time, King Fengyu was completely speechless. He was about to go crazy. But he could not stop. He could only let Jiang Ming manipulate him. When the soldiers heard Jiang Ming's words, they immediately made way for him. Jiang Ming glanced at Sikong Wu Yuan and Liang Sisi before leading them out of the palace. The soldiers could only watch as they left. When Jiang Ming arrived at the entrance of the palace, a soldier could not help but shout, "Can you put the king down now? We've already given way to you." Jiang Ming kept his word and threw King Fengyu down. The soldiers immediately panicked and gathered together, wanting to catch King Fengyu. However, King Fengyu was thrown several meters away by Jiang Ming. He fell heavily to the ground. He was already old, and his body was exhausted. With this, he felt like was dying. All the soldiers surrounded King Fengyu. Due to their haste, they fell directly onto King Fengyu. Sikong Wu Yuan looked back and laughed when he saw the soldiers. He said to Jiang Ming, "Ning Kaichen, look behind you. I'm dying of laughter. This is the first time I've seen such stupid soldiers." Liang Sisi and Jiang Ming both looked back when they heard Sikong Wu Yuan's words. They could not help but laugh as they commented, "The soldiers of the Fengyu kingdom are really idiotic." Recalling the jade pendant that Liang Sisi gave him, Jiang Ming took it out of his pocket and handed it back to Liang Sisi. "You have to keep this kind of thing carefully. Don't give it to others randomly. It can save your life at a critical moment." Liang Sisi knew what Jiang Ming meant. She was also surprised that Jiang Ming could see the power of the jade pendant. She could not help but be puzzled. "How could you tell? I thought you only thought of this as an ordinary jade pendant. I can sense the spiritual energy in this jade pendant, but the spiritual energy is very thin. Still, it should be enough for you to escape from danger. In the future, you still have to train hard," Jiang Ming advised Liang Sisi. At this moment, Xia Qinjing suddenly spoke. "Thank you, Ning Kaichen. I feel very satisfied now." Hearing Xia Qinjing's words, the three of them could not help but be surprised. They asked Xia Qinjing, "Why are you thanking us? We're the ones who took you away." At this moment, before Xia Qinjing could reply, a dart knife with a circular pattern rushed directly in front of Xia Qinjing. However, the dart knife was intercepted by Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming took a closer look and found that the mark was black. There were black spots at all 5 corners. It was obvious that it had been poisoned. He understood. Someone wanted to kill Xia Qinjing. Before he could say anything, a woman appeared in front of the three of them and said with a smile, "I was just about to enter the palace when I saw the 3 of you. You must be Lord Ning Kaichen." The woman's face was unfamiliar. Jiang Ming could tell at a glance that this woman's face was fake. He could not help but feel curious. What was this woman's true identity? However, there was one thing he was sure of. The one who wanted to kill Xia Qinjing should be this woman. "Thank you for your praise. I just don't know what your name is." "Why would you Chat with us? Jiang Ming's eyes were full of vigilance. He could roughly guess what the woman in front of him was thinking. He was not sure of the woman's true purpose, but she either wanted to kill Xia Chenjing or kill them. Sikong Wu Yuan also became vigilant. I don't think I've seen you before. Although Liang Sisi did not say anything, her eyes were filled with wariness. Seeing the three of them treat her like this, the woman could not help but chuckle. Do you think I can kill you? What can a woman like me know? In that case, we'll leave. Jiang Ming turned around and wanted to leave, but he was stopped by the woman. The woman only raised her hand gently, but Jiang Ming felt a heavy pressure. This pressure even made him involuntarily take a step back. He vaguely felt that this woman's power was not inferior to some people in the deity transformation realm. Jiang Ming was the only one who felt the pressure. Sikong Wu Yuan was curious about Jiang Ming's actions and wanted to follow him to see if he could get out. However, he suddenly felt the pressure. He instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Liang Sisi understood something and asked, "Who are you? What is your position? In the Fengyu Kingdom?" "I am not a person of importance. I came here today to invite you to a meal. I have always admired Lord Ning Kaichen. Now that I can meet Lord Ning Kaichen, I am really surprised. If we can have a meal together, that would be the best." Jiang Ming instantly understood the intentions of the woman in front of him. This woman wanted to keep them in the Fengyu Kingdom. She was another lackey of the Fengyu Kingdom. "What if I don't go with you?" he sneered. "I'm leaving the Fengyu Kingdom, so you'd better be smart and let us go." He was already a little angry. Others who came to the Fengyu Kingdom for fun were not troubled like this. However, the people of the Fengyu Kingdom had given them so much trouble. This was too much. Those darts all had black patterns on them, and it was obvious that they were poisonous. Jiang Ming wondered if he was a fortune teller. Everything he thought of had come true. He directly kicked the darts back. Instead, the woman suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Jiang Ming. She reached out her hand, wanting to grip Jiang Ming's neck. Jiang Ming reacted quickly. He jumped down and went behind the woman. He seized the opportunity and grabbed the woman's neck instead. The woman did not expect to be caught. She immediately shouted, "Ning Kaichen. Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this? You will die a horrible death." Jiang Ming felt that this woman was being unreasonable, but he was also curious about her identity. He pulled the woman's mask off and instantly saw her true face. Jiang Ming and the other two did not know this woman, but King Fengyu knew her very well. She was the new witch of the Fengyu Kingdom, Swatang Ishi. Swatang Ishi did not expect that she would be seen through. She quickly wanted to escape. All kinds of lumps appeared on her body. Those lumps grew bigger and bigger as they tried to push Jiang Ming away. However, Jiang Ming saw through her tricks and still held her neck tightly. He could not help but laugh and say, "This is such a fake trick. Why do you even bother?" Swatang Shi was dumbfounded. The lumps she made looked very real. Sikong Wu Yuan and Liang Sisi thought they were real. They wanted to go up and get rid of those lumps, but they were stopped by Jiang Ming. "Didn't you hear what I said just now? They're all fake. Don't be fooled by these things." When Sikong Wu Yuan heard this, he felt that this woman was really terrifying. He took another step back and carefully looked at the woman's face. Logically speaking, only one family can use this spell. "Why do you know it?" he asked incredulously. You don't look like someone from that family at all. Although I forgot the name of that family, I'm sure you're not from that family. You know my identity? Swatangyishi did not answer Sikong Wuyuan's question. Instead, she looked at Liang Sisi and said, not only do I know who you are, I also know who this woman is. She is the second princess of the Daliang kingdom, Liang Sisi. Liang Sisi shrugged and said, my hair is undone, and I've already revealed my original appearance. Who wouldn't recognize me? Woman, don't act stupidly. Here. Jiang Ming suddenly thought of something and asked, are you the new witch of the Fingyu kingdom? Upon hearing this, Sikong Wuyuan and Liang Sisi could not figure it out. They looked at Jiang Ming and said, Ning Kaichen, how did you determine that she might be the witch of the Fingyu kingdom? Only a witch would dress like this and have such a token. Jiang Ming looked at the woman's clothes. Ignoring the woman in front of him, he put his hand into her pocket and took out something inside. It was a shiny token. He did not see it initially, but because of Swatangyishi's actions, he accidentally saw it. At this moment, he could vaguely see the word which carved on it. Thus, he figured out what was going on. Seeing the token, Sikong Wuyuan immediately said, this must be the newly appointed witch of the Fingyu kingdom. I've seen this token with Su Xiaxia before. None of you noticed it, but I did. Swatangyishi did not expect her identity to be exposed. She immediately changed her expression and said, why can't we talk about it properly? Why did it become like this? Why can't we be civil? Come to my place for tea. Seeing that Swatangyishi was still inviting the three of them, Jiang Ming could not help but laugh. You clearly know that the three of us will not accept your invitation, yet you still keep asking. However, Swatangyishi took advantage of this opportunity and went straight for Jiang Ming's nether regions. Jiang Ming saw through her actions and kicked her. Swatangyishi staggered back in pain. However, she was still unwilling to give up. She grabbed Jiang Ming's hair. Jiang Ming kicked again and let go of his hand. This time, Swatangyishi was kicked to the ground. She shouted at Jiang Ming, you're just an ordinary person with no position. Yet you dare to do such a thing to me. Today, I'll take your life no matter what. As she said that, Swatangyishi rose into the air and wanted to step on Jiang Ming's head. Jiang Ming could not allow Swatangyishi to step on his head and immediately became angry. Swatangyishi was different from the others. She directly dodged the barrier and rushed straight toward Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming guessed that Swatangyishi would probably be able to dodge it. He was prepared. While Swatangyishi was not paying attention, he conjured a long sword and aimed it at her heart. However, Swatangyishi was also prepared. She took out a dart knife from her pocket and wanted to cut his throat when he was not paying attention. Jiang Ming noticed the dart knife in her hand first and kicked it away. When Swatangyishi was not paying attention, he directly plunged the sword into her heart. However, Swatangyishi did not show any signs of being stabbed by the sword. She did not even spit out blood. Instead, her eyes were emitting green light. As she bit straight at Jiang Ming, her teeth instantly turned into wolf fangs. They were completely black. It was as if they were soaked in poison. Jiang Ming did not expect Swatangyishi to have such a secret technique. However, his movements were still quite fast, and he immediately dodged Swatangyishi. Swatangyishi used a lot of strength to bite Jiang Ming, but Jiang Ming dodged her attack. Thus, her teeth clashed so hard that they shattered. Broken teeth fell to the ground. Suetanishi was furious and shouted at Jiang Ming, Ning Kaichen, get over here. Seeing Suetangishi's irritable temper, Jiang Ming rolled his eyes and said, You want me to come over just because you asked me to? Are you my mother too? Order me around? Suetangishi rushed over again, and Jiang Ming moved to appear behind her. He fought with Suetangishi, who no longer had any hidden weapons this time, and could only use her bare hands to fight. However, Jiang Ming had a hidden sword. When Suetangishi was not paying attention, he plunged the sword into her abdomen again. This time, Suetangishi's eyes widened and her jaw fell open. She wanted to say something, but she could not make a sound, and she fell to the ground. Seeing that Suetangishi seemed to be dead at last, Sikong Wuyuan and Liang Sisi instantly relaxed. Liang Sisi could not help but complain. This witch is really troublesome. Still, no wonder she's a witch from the Fingyu kingdom. She's quite capable. She's much better than Su Xiaxia. Are you praising her or belittling her? Sikong Wuyuan was amused, but he was also afraid that Suetangishi would suddenly come back to life, so he kicked her. With this kick, Suetangishi woke up, but due to her internal and external injuries, she could not move. Ning Kaichen, I really admire you. I thought I could win, but you still beat me. Suetangishi was convinced that she was already on the verge of death. What's your name? Jiang Ming carefully sized up Suetangishi and felt that she could also be useful. He was toying with the idea of recruiting her. Suetangishi could not guess Jiang Ming's thoughts. She introduced herself to him. I'm Suetangishi. I'm from a special royal bloodline. Although you have defeated me now, a commoner is a commoner. You will never achieve anything big in your lifetime. She spat out these filthy words. Liang Sisi was furious. She stepped on Suetangishi's abdomen and said angrily, You stupid witch, you really have no manners. What do you mean by that? Don't you know that if Ning Kaichen wanted to, he could also become a member of the royal family? It's just that he didn't want to. Suetangishi did not care at all. Instead, she laughed out loud. It's useless for you to step on me. I can't feel pain anymore. I don't care what you do to me. Who cares if Ning Kaichen becomes a member of the royal family? They weren't commoners in the past. He will always have the blood of commoners flowing through his veins. I think the ancestors of King Fingyu were also commoners, right? Does King Fingyu not have the blood of commoners flowing through his veins? Doesn't that make him useless? Is he just a figurehead? Suetangishi did not care at all. She shouted, Only I have the purest noble blood here. I went to great lengths to change my blood. You have the ability to change your blood? Jiang Ming's interest was piqued. He asked Suetangishi, How about we negotiate? I think you want to live, right? Hearing this, although Suetangishi was a little tempted, she was very firm in her stance. I'd rather die. Jiang Ming instantly felt that there was no need to negotiate with Suetang Ishi. He turned around and planned to leave with Xia Qinjing. I think we should go. He did not want to recruit Suetangishi. He gave her a chance out of goodwill, but she did not cherish it. There was no need for him to give Suetangishi anything. Seeing that Jiang Ming was about to leave, Suetangishi could not help but become anxious. She said to Jiang Ming, Ning Kaichen, wait. Jiang Ming did not listen to what Swatangyishi said at all. Instead, he continued walking forward. He felt that he did not need to talk too much with Swatangyishi. Even if she became his servant now, she probably would not be very obedient. He might as well give up on her. Realizing that Jiang Ming seemed to be walking further and further away, Swatangyishi became even more anxious and quickly shouted, "Ning Kaichen, please. Stop. I have something very precious for you." She suddenly realized that she was in a critical situation. If Ning Kaichen did not help her now, she would definitely die. She could not count on King Fengyu because she did not trust him at all. She had come here just to get Ning Kaichen's heart. She could not fail. "What is it?" Jiang Ming stopped beside Swatangyishi. He was not tempted, but he was curious. What could Swatangyishi give him? Swatangyishi made him so angry, he should let her suffer a little. Seeing Jiang Ming come over, Swatangyishi's heart was ignited with hope. She instantly replied, "I can predict the future. You can tell me what you want to know. I can tell you everything. It's absolutely true." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming turned around and left, speechless. What did he need to predict the future for? He could decide his own future. He thought it was something good, but it turned out to be something stupid. Swatangyishi was really bold. He admired her. Seeing that Jiang Ming was about to leave again, Swatangyishi was shocked. Many people wanted to know about their future, but Ning Kaichen was not interested at all. This was a little troublesome. It seemed that there was nothing that could tempt Ning Kaichen, but she wanted to give it a try. Thinking of this, Swatangyishi could not help but shout again, "Jiang Ming, I still have something else. Don't go. We can discuss anything. I can do anything for you." This time, Jiang Ming paused. Her last sentence piqued his interest. He needed a servant right now. Since Swatangyishi could do anything, then she could be his servant. However, there were conditions to being his servant. If she was useless and had to be taught everything, it would not do. He did not have that much time to talk to Swatangyishi. Seeing Jiang Ming stop again and again, Sikong Wu Yuan and Liang Sisi could not help but follow him back to Swatangyishi's side. Swatangyishi was still muttering to herself, "Come over quickly. Come over. Quickly. You definitely won't be disappointed." She did not expect Jiang Ming to ask this question. Swatangyishi was stunned for a moment and then said, "I know several spells and cultivation techniques. Are you good at serving others?" Jiang Ming asked. These words made Swatangyishi realize something. She suppressed her anger and asked, "Ning Kaichen, do you want me to be a servant? Answer my question." Jiang Ming did not want to talk to Swatangyishi anymore, so he continued to ask. He did not have much patience. He still hoped that Swatangyishi knew what was good for her. Swatangyishi knew that she was at a disadvantage and immediately said, "Yes." Jiang Ming looked at the two servants brought by Swatangyishi. The two of them were so scared that their faces were pale. They had not recovered from their shock and had even forgotten to escape. "Bring up your master." Jiang Ming called out to the two servants. The two servants immediately came back to their senses and replied with a trembling voice, "Yes." However, the moment Jiang Ming turned his head, one of the servants suddenly rushed toward Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming felt a chill on his back and turned to look at the servant. Then he said, "You're quite loyal." The servant did not reply. His expression was vicious. However, before he could get close to Jiang Ming, he was sent flying by Jiang Ming. He was sprawled on the ground, his head drooping, and his entire body was letting out black gas. What is this? Jiang Ming noticed the black gas and suddenly felt strange. He wanted to go forward to check, but Xiao Qinjing pulled him back. Jiang Ming cast a puzzled look at Xiao Qinjing. Xiao Qinjing used all his strength and said, "Ning Kaichen, don't go. That black gas will make people lose their minds." Jiang Ming was a little surprised that Xiao Qinjing would save him. Then, he looked at Sikong Wu Yuan. However, before he could look at Sikong Wu Yuan pushed him away. Jiang Ming suddenly understood why Sikong Wu Yuan pushed him. He was touched. And the silver needles in his hand pierced into the person emitting black gas. Layer by layer. With this, the black gas was immediately forced out by the silver needles and scattered in the air. Jiang Ming was afraid that the black gas would taint the others, so he quickly threw a mana ball into the air. The mana ball absorbed all the black gas inside, and the surface of the ball was instantly covered in black. Sikong Wu Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. I was really scared. That person just now looked terrifying. He was baring his teeth. I couldn't bear to see that. Liang Cixi did not say anything and kept staring at the person who was emitting the black gas. Without the black gas, this person had turned into a walking corpse. He face down on the ground. It was impossible to see his current condition. Liang Cixi mustered up her courage and wanted to go forward and turn his body over, but she was stopped by Jiang Ming. Don't touch his body. There might be something there. He might be infected by something. We don't know if this person swallowed some medicine or cultivated some forbidden technique. Sikong Wu Yuan also replied, I agree. I don't know where this thing came from. The Fengyu kingdom is really terrifying. It's full of such strange things. At this moment, Xiao Qinjing used all his strength to get close to the person who seemed to be dead. Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan did not see Xiao Qinjing's actions, only Liang Cixi did. She was so shocked that she was speechless. After a while, she said in surprise, Xiao Qinjing, what do you want? As Liang Cixi spoke, Xiao Chen's actions were also discovered by Sikong Wu Yuan and Jiang Ming. Sikong Wu Yuan and Jiang Ming immediately wanted to stop Xiao Qinjing, but it was too late. Xiao Qinjing felt the person's pulse and pressed forward. That person did not have any reaction at all, which made Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan feel strange. What were you doing just now? They asked Xiao Qinjing. Why did you do that? You may not know this, Xiao Qinjing said seriously. But I know that this person has taken a special substance. If we don't seal the acupuncture points on his neck now, he will still come back to life later. Sui Tangyishi did not expect Xiao Qinjing to help Jiang Ming and the others. She cursed him, saying, Xiao Qinjing, to think that you're the second general of the Fengyu kingdom. I didn't expect you to do such a thing that betrays the king. Xiao Qinjing did not care and questioned Sui Tangyishi instead. King Fengyu is not worthy of such loyalty. Besides, you are not very loyal either. I feel that you did not come here for King Fengyu. These words hit the nail on the head. Sui Tangyishi could not help but feel guilty and said awkwardly, how could I not have come here for King Fengyu? What are you saying? However, that imposing aura did not seem to be any different from that of an ordinary person. The golem frowned and looked at Jiang Ming, muttering to himself, "Are you Ning Kaichen? You look thin and weak, but you're quite bold. You actually dared to leave the palace." Jiang Ming knew that this was another person with ill intentions. He immediately shouted, "Who do you work for? Who sent you? Do you think I'm as stupid as them and will give myself up?" The golem laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not wait for Jiang Ming to reply. He took the lead and attacked Jiang Ming's heart directly. It was obvious that he wanted to dig out his heart. Jiang Ming did not want to be outdone and started fighting with the golem. The golem's entire body was made of stones and was very hard. Jiang Ming was fighting physically. In comparison, he was at a disadvantage. However, in reality, Jiang Ming had the upper hand. Jiang Ming realized that the golem was actually fake. He released a few silver needles. The silver needles were specially stained with Jiang Ming's power. The silver needles were inserted into the golem's body. The large stones on the golem's body immediately fell to the ground. As the stones fell to the ground, the man revealed his original appearance. Xiao Qinjing could not help but be shocked. "Yuyan Shumeng, aren't you dead? Why are you here?" Yuyan Shumeng did not expect Xiao Qinjing to call out his name. He got angry and shouted at Xiao Qinjing, "Xiao Qinjing, do you want to die? You actually said my name. If I had known earlier, I would have killed you." After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Xiao Qinjing's answer, but continued to fight with Jiang Ming. In his opinion, he had to win this time. Jiang Ming should be punished. Jiang Ming did not expect Yuyan Shumeng to be so brave. He became serious. However, he instantly realized that Yuyan Shumeng only knew some martial arts techniques. Soon, Yuyan Shumeng was gradually knocked down by Jiang Ming and pressed onto the ground. Jiang Ming also took the opportunity to release 2 silver needles and directly blinded his eyes. Yuyan Shumeng immediately covered his eyes. His hands were covered in tears of blood. "My eyes," he cried out in pain. "What's going on? How did my eyes become like this?" Jiang Ming did not reply to him. In his opinion, Yuyan Shumeng deserved it. In the end, he tied up Yuyan Shumeng and looked at him. "Where did you come from? Hurry up and say it." Yuyan Shumeng did not answer. He covered his eyes and said in pain, "I can't tell you." Xiao Qinjing answered for Yuyan Shumeng. "He is the 3rd general. He died on the battlefield before, and now, for some reason, he has returned. This is strange." Swatangishi, who was at the side, remained silent, her eyes filled with fear. Yuyan Shumeng's return to life was her handiwork. She did not expect Yuyan Shumeng to be so patriotic. He actually came here immediately and even helped King Fengyu attack Jiang Ming. Due to Jiang Ming's attack, Yuyan Shumeng's life was coming to an end. What is going on? Sikong Wu Yuan looked at Yuyan Shumeng's posture and could not help but take a few steps back. He muttered to himself, "This is really terrifying." Liang Sisi was also a little flustered. She covered her eyes and said to Sikong Wu Yuan, "Tell me what happened so that I can open my eyes. I really can't take it anymore. I don't want to see this bloody scene." Jiang Ming realized something and looked at Yuyan Shumeng. Is he going to die? Wouldn't this be his second death? Who revived you the first time? Liang Sisi suddenly thought of Swatang Ishi and rushed over to her. Swatang Ishi, it was you who did this, right? She had been puzzled as to why there was the position of a witch in the Fengyu kingdom, but now she understood. This witch probably had other extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, there would be no place for this witch in the Fengyu kingdom. Suetanishi seemed to know something strange. Perhaps she was the one who revived Yuyan Shumeng. Now that Yuyan Shumeng was in such a situation, she should also understand. Suetanishi did not expect to be seen through. She panicked for a moment. But she quickly returned to normal. I don't know. Don't ask me. She could not move at all now, so she could only say that the person she needed to be respectful to was Ning Kaichen. She did not care about Liang Sisi. Liang Sisi saw through Suetangishi's thoughts and did not know whether to laugh or cry. So, it was you. We don't want to save Yuyan Shumeng, but you have to tell us how to punish him. I don't want to be messed up by him. When Jiang Ming heard Liang Sisi's words, he also went to Suetangishi. Suetangishi saw Jiang Ming coming over and felt helpless. She could only say, he will mutate into a puppet in a while. No one can defeat that puppet. Even if they defeat it, they will be devoured by it. Suetangishi did not finish what she had to say. In her opinion, she really hoped that Yuyan Shumeng could defeat Ning Kaichen. And the other two. She was about to mention Yuyan Shumeng's weakness. Yuyan Shumeng's weakness was his eyes. As long as he placed his spiritual energy in his eyes, the person who released the spiritual energy would be able to control Yuyan Shumeng. Jiang Ming frowned. If what Suetangishi said was correct, then Yuyan Shumeng was really hard to beat. Yuyan Shumeng was already mutating. His skin had started to turn white and tender. His eyes started to protrude. His hands were covered in stones, and his body had become a real stone. Sikong Wu Yuan had been checking Yuyan Shumeng's condition. Now that he saw Yuyan Shumeng in this state, he immediately said to Jiang Ming, why don't we leave quickly? We're leaving the Fengyu kingdom anyway. In that case, what the Fengyu kingdom looks like has nothing to do with us. Jiang Ming felt that he could not be a coward and immediately said, how do we know if we can't beat him if we don't try? Then, he looked at Suetangishi and said, hurry up and tell us the method to defeat him. Otherwise, you know what we will do to you. At this moment, Suetangishi felt that she was about to win and was unwilling to tell them the solution. She continued to look innocent. I don't know how to defeat him. I can't do anything. I just made it look like this. Seeing Suetangishi like this, Liang Sisi could not help but feel anxious. I think this Suetangishi is useless. It's better to leave her here and let her taste the pain of being beaten up by Yuyan Shumeng. Hearing this, Suetangishi could not help but become nervous. She knew that the puppet was inhumane when it killed people. It did not care if she had royal blood or if she was a witch of the Fengyu kingdom. However, Suetangishi immediately felt relieved. Yuyan Shumeng had awakened, so Ning Kaichen could not leave. Even if he left now, Yuyan Shumeng would catch up to him. From the looks of it, she had taken her revenge. It did not matter if she died or not. Then, she continued to answer innocently, I really don't know. If you guys are still obsessed with me, then there's nothing I can do. Yuyan Shumeng was obviously in a bad state and was unwilling to tell them at all. Liang Sisi was furious, but she did not say anything. Suetangishi was terrified of him earlier, why was she suddenly rebellious now? Suetangishi was really infuriating. At this time, Yuyan Shumeng had already stood up. His entire body was covered in flames, and his figure and face could not be seen. Suetanishi felt Yuyan Shumeng rise and immediately laughed out loud. All of you will become Yuyan Shumeng's sacrificial offerings. Jiang Ming sneered and kicked Suetanishi to Yuyan Shumeng's side. Yuyan Shumeng immediately absorbed Suetangishi's essence. Suetanishi instantly turned into a withered corpse. The speed at which her life essence was absorbed was very fast. It only took a few seconds. Liang Sisi was shocked. She could not even stand steadily. She was in a daze. And almost fell to the ground. Thankfully, Sikong Wuyuan caught her. Be careful, Yuyan Shumeng seems to judge where you are by sound. Don't make any noise. Jiang Ming also noticed that Yuyan Shumeng was looking at objects making sounds, so he also stopped moving. As expected, because the three of them did not move, Yuyan Shumeng could not find their positions at all. He could not help but become anxious and quickly looked around, trying to find out where the three of them were. The moment Jiang Ming shot out a kick, he had exposed his position. Xia Qingjing did not dare move. He wanted to survive. He did not want to be sucked dry by Yuyan Shumeng. He still had a lot of things to do. He had been working for King Fengyu for the first half of his life. Now that he finally had a chance to be free, he could not let Yuyan Shumeng kill him. Yuyan Shumeng started to cause trouble. He raised his hand to shoot the flames. Everywhere. The flames set the houses on fire, and the surroundings were soon engulfed in a sea of fire. The buildings fell down with loud crashes. Yuyan Shumeng quickly rushed toward the buildings, but Jiang Ming happened to be in his path. Seeing Yuyan Shumeng rushing over, he turned around and walked to the side. However, Yuyan Shumeng heard Jiang Ming's movements and changed his direction to appear beside him. Seeing this, Jiang Ming did not bother hiding anymore and wanted to fight directly with Yuyan Shumeng. Liang Sisi, on the other hand, shouted at Yuyan Shumeng fearlessly, "I'm here. Yuyan Shumeng, come and find me." Hearing Liang Sisi's voice, Yuyan Shumeng rushed toward Liang Sisi. When Jiang Ming saw this, he shouted, "Don't look for her. Come and look for me." Because of Jiang Ming's voice, Yuyan Shumeng went to his position again. Liang Sisi was about to continue shouting, but Sikong Wuyuan covered her mouth and even pressed on her acupuncture points to shut her up. He did not want to see Liang Sisi die, but he did not want Ning Kaichen to die either. After settling Liang Sisi's matter, he quickly went to another roof and shouted at Yuyan Shumeng, "Come here. I have what you want." Jiang Ming continued to shout, "The thing is with me. Don't go to him." These two voices kept ringing in Yuyan Shumeng's ears, and he was instantly enraged. With such anger, he activated his vision and immediately saw Jiang Ming and Sikong Wuyuan clearly. Yuyan Shumeng still retained his previous memories. He followed his memories and went to Jiang Ming's position. Those memories told him that the person he needed to kill the most now was Jiang Ming. When Jiang Ming saw Yuyan Shumeng rushing toward him, he was relieved. He did not want Yuyan Shumeng to kill Sikong Wuyuan. In his opinion, compared to Sikong Wuyuan dealing with Yuyan Shumeng, he could deal with him better. Sikong Wuyuan, quickly bring Liang Sisi and the others out of here. The palace is about to turn into a sea of fire. Sikong Wuyuan knew the current situation. Seeing that Yuyan Shumeng had already gone to Jiang Ming's place and would not come to him again, he decided to do the rescue work directly. He quickly brought Liang Sisi and Xia Qingjing out of the palace 300 meters away. When he was done, he let go of Liang Sisi and Xia Qingjing. Xia Qingjing did not expect Sikong Wu Yuan to save him. He could not help but feel touched and sincerely said to Sikong Wu Yuan, "Thank you." He felt that he really should not have followed King Fengyu. King Fengyu seemed to be warm-hearted, but he would not save him at a critical moment. However, Sikong Wu Yuan was clearly his enemy before, but now he had saved him. He really did not know how to judge people. If he could not find a good master, he should ask Lord Ning Kaichen to be his master. "You're welcome. I hope you won't be our enemy in the future. No matter what. On account of me saving you, you can live your life in peace." "No, I won't. I won't be enemies with you. I'm now one of Lord Ning Kaichen's men. Don't worry, I'll take care of Liang Sisi. It's just that I can't move now, so I'll try my best to take care of Liang Sisi." Toward the end, Xia Qingjing suddenly realized his situation, and his tone gradually became a little lonely. Sikong Wu Yuan took out a pill from his pocket and stuffed it into Xia Qingjing's mouth. He said to Xia Qingjing, "Swallow this pill. After that, you won't be unable to move." Xia Qingjing listened to Sikong Wu Yuan and swallowed the pill. As the pill entered his stomach, Xia Qingjing also felt that the internal strength and injuries in his body had recovered. "Thank you, Sikong Wu Yuan," he said in surprise. "You are really good people. I will serve Ning Kaichen with all my heart. I hope you keep your word." Sikong Wu Yuan was still in a hurry to help Jiang Ming, so he turned around and left. At this moment, a furious roar came from the entrance of the palace. The sound was deafening, causing Sikong Wu Yuan and the other two to tremble. Sikong Wu Yuan immediately panicked, and he picked up his pace. Liang Sisi was very worried and also became anxious. She wanted to go up and take a look, but she was stopped by Xia Qingjing. Xia Qingjing said with an understanding look, "Liang Sisi, if you go over now, you'll only cause trouble for them. It's better to stay here." "Xia Qingjing, if I don't go and take a look, I won't be at ease." Liang Sisi's mood was extremely low. She was sad that she could not help, but she still wanted to do her part. Xia Qingjing comforted Liang Sisi. "Don't worry, Liang Sisi. Lord Ning Kaichen is very powerful. He was actually able to attack Yuyan Shumeng." Liang Sisi suddenly thought of something and curiously said, "Yuyan Shumeng seems to be a woman's name, but he is a man. It's really strange." Hearing this, Xia Qingjing could not help but feel embarrassed. Then he sighed and said, "Yuyan Shumeng isn't actually a man, she is a woman. It's just that her family likes boys, so they raised her as a boy. She also became one of the 3 generals of the Fengyu kingdom. Yuyan Shumeng is actually very pitiful. Her life has been terrible from the start." Liang Sisi was stunned for a moment before she said, "Is there no way to save her?" Even though it's said that evil will be rewarded, Yuyan Shumeng had no choice but to do this. "I feel that I should at least save her if I can." "That's a bad way of thinking. Yuyan Shumeng isn't able to change her mind. Like me. No matter what King Fengyu does, she will never betray King Fengyu. Even if we save her now, if King Fengyu wants her to kill us, Yuyan Shumeng will still kill us. She will just give us some time to escape. But what use is just escaping? We need to eliminate all our enemies so that they won't keep coming back to hinder us." Xia Qingjing could not help but feel sad when he recalled the good times he had with Yuyan Shumeng. However, he also knew that he and Yuyan Shumeng could not go back to the past. They were destined to have different lives. Sikong Wu Yuan had already arrived at Jiang Ming and Yuyan Shumeng's side. He was anxiously looking at the situation in front of him. Because Yuyan Shumeng was covered in flames, Jiang Ming did not get close to her. Instead, he attacked her from a distance. Jiang Ming tried to use the mana ball to repel Yuyan Shumeng. Yuyan Shumeng wanted to burn Jiang Ming to death, but she could not achieve her goal. She could not help but become more irritable. She spat out flames at Jiang Ming. These flames burned the spot under Jiang Ming's feet into a layer of ash. Before long, Jiang Ming had no place to stand and could only float in the air. Sikong Wu Yuan, who had just arrived, had the same fate as Jiang Ming. He could not put his feet on the ground and could only rise into the air. King Fengyu finally managed to break free from the soldiers, only to find that his palace had turned into a sea of fire. He could not help but feel upset. He had spent so much money and effort on building his palace. He wanted to cry out, but because his entire body was injured, he could not cry out at all. Everyone in the palace began to flee in panic, and all of them were panicking. However, no one could leave the entrance of the palace. They could not even reach the entrance of the palace. These were all spiritual flames, and there was no way to put them out. Moreover, they burned more destructively and spread extremely quickly, making it too late for those people to escape. Their bodies were completely engulfed in flames. Some of them had even been burned to death, while others had been crippled. King Fengyu wanted to run, but he could not do so in his current state. He wanted the soldiers to help him, but they were already too busy taking care of themselves. They were running around everywhere, so how could they care about King Fengyu? King Fengyu had never thought that he would end up like this. He was really sad. However, his strong desire to live made him crawl forward. There was only one thought in his mind. He had to survive. Jiang Ming was still using the mana ball to repel Yuyan Shumeng, but the flames on her body were getting bigger and bigger. She created a flame barrier out of thin air to trap Jiang Ming. When Jiang Ming was not paying attention, Yuyan Shumeng threw it out. However, Sikong Wu Yuan discovered the barrier. Sikong Wu Yuan rushed to Jiang Ming, wanting to push him away. He was trapped in the flame barrier. Jiang Ming saw what was happening and quickly threw another barrier at Sikong Wu Yuan. Sikong Wu Yuan was trapped by the barrier and could not reach Jiang Ming at all. He tried his best to slap the barrier open and even released all his spiritual energy, but he still could not get to Jiang Ming. He still had no way to escape the barrier. Seeing this, Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but say helplessly, "Ning Kaichen, do you want to die for nothing? Escape." However, in that instant, something shocking happened. Jiang Ming released torrents of water and extinguished all the flames on Yuyan Shumeng's body. Yuyan Shumeng's original appearance appeared in a flash, but her face could no longer be seen. Not only that, but her body was also covered in burn marks. It was obvious that she had to pay the price for using this technique. Yuyan Shumeng looked charred. Sikong Wu Yuan wanted to vomit. Jiang Ming saw his reaction and immediately stepped forward to help Sikong Wu Yuan. Sikong Wu Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, but then he realized that Yuyan Shumeng had already rushed over. Yuyan Shumeng was furious. Jiang Ming raised his hand and released a barrier. It locked Yuyan Shumeng up. Yuyan Shumeng tore open the barrier and shot fireballs at Jiang Ming. However, because Jiang Ming had extinguished the flames had become weaker. It looked like the flames released by a child. Jiang Ming easily extinguished the flames, and Yuyan Shumeng was instantly furious. Si Kong Wu Yuan could not help but laugh. He really could not hold it in anymore. Yuan Shumeng was pitiful. Then, he felt strange again and looked down at the people who were trying to extinguish the flames. They could not extinguish the flames with water. When Si Kong Wu Yuan looked at Jiang Ming again, he saw that the flame was extinguished immediately. It was many times more effective than water. What method did Jiang Ming use? Shouldn't this fire be extinguished with water? The battle between Jiang Ming and Yuan Shumeng also entered the climax. Yuan Shumeng saw that the flames were useless against Jiang Ming, so she simply fought him with her bare hands. However, Jiang Ming did not approach her at all and even took the opportunity to bind her with a spell. This time, Jiang Ming used several times more power in the spell. Yuan Shumeng's face turned ashen. She wanted to struggle free like before, but she could not break free at all. Yuan Shumeng screamed. As she screamed, her entire body turned red, and even her hair stood up. She did not look like a normal person at all. Jiang Ming looked at Yuan Shumeng's body and found that there were no signs of death on her body. He could not help but feel a little strange. Logically speaking, there had to be livor mortis after being dead for so long. Why was there no livor mortis on her body at all? When Si Kong Wu Yuan saw Jiang Ming suddenly quiet down, he felt strange. He looked at Jiang Ming and asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Ming told Si Kong Wu Yuan about his doubts. Si Kong Wu Yuan instantly understood. He looked at Yuan Shumeng's body and found that it was indeed the case. He thought of something and took out an ancient book from his pocket. The moment he flipped open the ancient book, a spiritual pet appeared in the light of the ancient book. The spiritual pet was white and chubby like a bread roll. It had small eyes and pouty lips. It looked very cute. Jiang Ming was stunned. Then, he saw the little bun and said, "What? If you have something to say it quickly. If not, leave." Si Kong Wu Yuan did not get angry. He said to the little bun in a friendly tone, "If someone is already dead, but some methods were used to keep him alive, then why is there no livor mortis on their body? The lost puppet control technique has actually appeared out of nowhere." It was as if an earthquake had occurred. Many people who were running for their lives fell down one by one. It was this roar that made many people's eyes instantly turn blank. It was as if they were controlled by something. They collectively walked in Jiang Ming's direction. Their bodies had also changed. Fangs grew out of their mouths, and their fingers became long and slender. Moreover, their skin became as hard as steel. Their eyes, in particular, had turned gray, as if they had lost their sight. However, according to the debris they had dodged, they seemed to be able to see clearly. Xiao Qinjing felt the movement from the innermost part of the palace and could not help but think of something, and he panicked. Oh no, Yuan Shumeng seems to have used a controlling technique. Now, everyone in the palace will be heading toward Ming Kaichen. Time is of the essence. I have to go in and save Ming Kaichen. Before Liang Sisi could reply, he immediately headed toward Jiang Ming. Liang Sisi also wanted to follow, but she was knocked unconscious by Xiao Qinjing. Jiang Ming and Si Kong Wu Yuan noticed the scene below and were shocked. What's going on? How did it become like this? Si Kong Wu Yuan felt anxious. Jiang Ming comforted Si Kong Wu Yuan and patted his shoulder. If there's anything, we can face it. Don't be like this. Si Kong Wu Yuan also felt that he was being too anxious. However, as more and more people gathered, he really could not control his emotions. Among these people, he saw a familiar figure and immediately shouted, "Why is Xia Qingjing there?" Jiang Ming also noticed Xia Qingjing's figure and suddenly felt strange. Is he also being controlled by Yuyan Shuming's voice? Then, Jiang Ming made his preparations seriously. If Xia Qingjing was controlled, they would have to fight a decisive battle later. No matter what, they had to face the issue head-on this time. They had to leave the Fingyu kingdom. Just as he was thinking, the horde had already arrived in front of them. Those people could not jump. So, they shouted at Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan. Jiang Ming created a huge barrier and trapped these people inside. The inside of the barrier was extremely strong. After Jiang Ming used 30% of his strength, those people could not escape from the enchantment. However, they instantly went crazy and roared at Jiang Ming. They also exerted all their strength, not caring if they were injured or bleeding. A river of blood instantly appeared in the area blocked by the barrier. Many people fell to the ground because they had died. Jiang Ming did not have that much compassion, so he did not care. Sikong Wu Yuan sighed. He had a big heart, but there was indeed no way to save these people now. Xia Qingjing jumped up and went directly to Jiang Ming's side. Jiang Ming was originally vigilant, but when he found that Xia Qingjing's appearance was no different from before, he relaxed. Sure enough, Xia Qingjing took out a secret manual from his hand and handed it to Jiang Ming. There might be a solution here, but I can't open this manual at all. It said that only people with high cultivation can open it. However, I've looked for many big shots, but they could not open it as well. Hearing Xia Qingjing's words, Sikong Wu Yuan suddenly thought of something and said to Xia Qingjing, "Could this be the long-lost secret manual? Why is this secret manual with you? Wasn't it in the hands of an eminent monk? That senior monk was my good friend, but he passed away some time ago. Otherwise, this secret manual would be in his hands. He gave me the secret manual and hoped that I would take good care of it. That's why I have it. The world is unpredictable." Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but sigh with emotion as he did not expect the senior monk to have passed away. He had met this senior monk before. This senior monk was chivalrous and righteous. He had been such a good soul, but he had still died early. Jiang Ming did not listen to Sikong Wu Yuan's words. Instead, he took the secret manual. Jiang Ming tried to open the secret manual, but when he touched it, the secret manual opened by itself, and the contents were displayed in front of him. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but this secret manual went to the page about how to rectify the current situation. Jiang Ming knew the method clearly, but he instantly fell silent. He felt that it was the same whether he had the secret manual or not. Sikong Wu Yuan and Xia Qingjing could not see the contents of the secret manual. They looked at Jiang Ming anxiously and said, "What's inside? Tell us. Quickly. Let us hear it so that we can implement it." Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment and looked at Sikong Wu Yuan and Xia Qingjing in confusion. "Can't you see? The content has already been revealed." Xia Qingjing said helplessly, "The secret manual is enchanted. Only those who open the secret manual can see its content. We can't see it at all." Jiang Ming closed the book and put it in Xia Qingjing's hand. "It's the same whether you've seen it or not." "What do you mean?" Sikong Wu Yuan felt that this was a little strange. Then, he asked, "What exactly is the solution?" Jiang Ming frowned. "The only way out of this is to get rid of all these people. Do we still need to read the secret manual? Any normal person would come to this conclusion. I don't know who came up with this secret manual. It's full of crooked theories. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but laugh. I thought there would be something special in this secret manual. I think we might as well think of a way to get rid of these people ourselves. Let's follow what was said in the manual. Now that the barrier has trapped them, they will kill each other. However, I think the most important thing now is to get to the root of the problem. Jiang Ming turned to look at Yuyan Shumeng. Yuyan Shumeng's mind seemed to be muddled. She was mumbling something. Her voice was soft and gentle, making people shudder. Jiang Ming rushed directly to Yuyan Shumeng and roughly understood what Yuyan Shumeng was saying. She stammered, "No, you can't." "Why not?" "You can do it now." "Then," she said, "absolutely not." Jiang Ming knew that Yuyan Shumeng had her own morals. Then, he thought for a moment and inserted the silver needles into her body. When Yuyan Shumeng realized that someone was attacking her, she immediately ran toward Jiang Ming, opening her mouth wide, wanting to swallow him whole. However, Jiang Ming seized the opportunity and put the silver needles into her stomach. Siko Wu Yuan and Xia Qinjing were dumbfounded when they saw that the silver needles had already entered Yuyan Shumeng's stomach. They never expected Jiang Ming to do that. What was the use of putting them into Yuyan Shumeng's stomach? In the end, she would still attack him. What was Ning Kaichen thinking? However, before they could ask about Jiang Ming's goal, Jiang Ming used his mana to force out the silver needles. Yuyan Shumeng originally wanted to continue attacking Jiang Ming, but because of the silver needles inside her, she could only lie on the ground and roll around in pain. She wanted to take out the silver needles, but she could not stand the pain anymore. She did not even have the strength to take out the silver needles. Jiang Ming also successfully retrieved the silver needles. The moment the silver needles came out, the black gas in Yuyan Shumeng's body also came out and dissipated completely. The black gas spread to the person who had cast the barrier, and the person who was originally controlled immediately showed signs of normalcy. Yuyan Shumeng spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Siko Wu Yuan followed Yuyan Shumeng and landed on the ground. He kicked her along the way. Yuyan Shumeng was already dead. With a kick, she instantly turned into ashes and disappeared. Sikong Wu Yuan did not expect Yuyan Shumeng's body to end up like this. He was shocked. Xia Qinjing stood on the ground and wiped his tears away. Yuyan Shumeng has finally passed away. She was tortured by Zhuo Tangyishi and definitely didn't want to become like this. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes and finally asked Xia Qinjing, "What exactly happened? Do you know what happened? I still can't figure out how the spell worked. Her body is filled with bugs that suck human blood." Yuyan Shumeng's body was controlled by these bugs. But these bugs won't eat her brain, they will only eat a part of her body. They will also keep her conscious. Therefore, when the bugs force her to commit crimes, her mind is actually clear, and she knows what's going on. However, she can't control her body at all. She can only be controlled by these bugs. In the end, Xia Qinjing's face fell. He looked mournful. Mourn in silence. Jiang Ming patted Xia Qinjing's shoulder. Xia Qinjing sighed. "I know. Let's go. We don't need to stay here anymore." "Sure, no problem," Jiang Ming said seriously. He had wanted to leave for a long time. If not for these people obstructing him, he would have already left the Fengyu kingdom. He did not want to stay in the Fengyu kingdom any longer. Seeing Jiang Ming nod, Xiao Jing clapped his hands. Some carriages immediately arrived outside the palace. Seeing these carriages, Jiang Ming was a little surprised and said, "Where did you call these carriages from? I didn't even see you move." Xiao Jing laughed out loud. "I'm the second general of the Fengyu kingdom. This is nothing to me. They are all death servants who are willing to follow me. They all know about the actions of King Fengyu and are willing to leave the Fengyu kingdom with me." Jiang Ming knocked left and right and instantly saw the invisible death servants. He did not say anything else. Sikong Wu Yuan could not see them at all, so he could not help but ask a few more questions. "When are we going to take these death servants away? Why haven't I seen them before?" Xiao Jing smiled faintly. "These death servants are nearby. It's normal that you can't see them. They've already become invisible. They'll protect us in the dark." Xiao Jing helped Liang Sisi into the carriage, and they left the Fengyu kingdom. Xiao Jing also suggested to Jiang Ming, "Ning Kaichen, why don't we go to the neighboring kingdom for a night? The scenery there is beautiful." Jiang Ming was interested again. Liang Sisi had slowly woken up. She looked around the carriage and could not help but panic. "Why am I in the carriage? Jiang Ming, are you all here?" Jiang Ming, who was sitting in front, said to Liang Sisi, "Yes, we are." Liang Sisi instantly calmed down. If she was kidnapped for no reason, then she would really be unlucky. After she settled down, she could not help but look forward to it. She did not know which kingdom Jiang Ming would go to. Soon, she found out which kingdom she was in, and the carriage stopped. The Fengyu kingdom was about 100 meters away from the neighboring kingdom, and they soon arrived. Stone Mud Kingdom? Liang Sisi got out of the car and was stunned. She did not expect Jiang Ming to come to this kingdom. However, the streets of this kingdom were empty, as if something strange had killed everyone. Why is this kingdom so empty? It's really terrifying to look at. Sikong Wu Yuan looked at Liang Sisi and trembled. He had seen a lot of things, but this was the first time he had seen such an empty place. This is the Stone Mud Kingdom. It might be filled with golems. Otherwise, how could it have this name? Xiao Jing livened up the atmosphere with a joke. He felt that something extraordinary might have happened. It was better not to panic. What you said might be the truth. Jiang Ming fell silent and did not continue to say anything. Instead, he stared straight ahead as if he had seen something terrible. His expression also turned ugly. His entire body was on guard, and his muscles were tense. When Xiao Jing heard Jiang Ming's words, he was stunned. He was just joking. He did not expect Jiang Ming to agree with him. When he followed Jiang Ming's gaze, he instantly agreed with Jiang Ming and planned to escape. "I don't think it's suitable for us to stay here. Let's go to another kingdom." However, it was already too late. Liang Sisi was the first to see those things and panicked. "Those people seem to be coming for us." Sikong Wu Yuan also looked at those people. His hands trembled. In fact, his entire body trembled as if he was facing a great enemy. "Isn't this the same as Yuyan Shumeng? Do you think this is the same technique? It's not that simple." Jiang Ming frowned and continued to look at the scene in front of him. There were some golems in the middle of them. They seemed to be controlled by someone as they walked toward Jiang Ming and the other two in an orderly manner. They did not seem to hear Jiang Ming's words at all. They did not roar, but their eyes rolled around and looked extremely terrifying. Their eyes were the color of stone. Their movements were no different from ordinary people, but it was these movements that made Jiang Ming realize that they were completely different from Yuan Shumeng. I think we should find an opportunity to run away. I don't want to be turned into minced meat by these golems. I think this is a good suggestion. Liang Sisi also nodded and said, the Stone Mud Kingdom has the most people. Although their development isn't very good, they have multiple children. If we continue to stay like this, we will be exhausted to death by these golems. We don't even know how many people are behind us. I really regret it. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come here, Xia Qinjing said. Unexpectedly, the golems realized that the three of them were about to leave, and turned around to shout, don't leave. We're not bad people, we're residents of the Stone Mud Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming and the other two looked at each other and immediately stopped. Then, they looked at the golem that came over. Then, Jiang Ming stood there and waited for the golems to come to him. Seeing Jiang Ming stop, the others also stopped. If Ning Kaichen was not afraid, then they had nothing to fear either. When the golem saw Jiang Ming, it knelt down and said ecstatically, finally. Someone is here. Are you here as guests? With that, the golem immediately shed tears. The tears seemed to be made of mud, and they flowed out in thick streaks. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but frown when he saw the mud. What is this thing? Why did it come out and cry mud? Hearing this, the golems immediately began to cry again. We didn't respect the stone statues in the stone temple, so we were cursed. Now, we've all become golems, and our characteristics are the same as golems. Do you still have a stone statue temple? Why don't I remember it? Liang Sisi was stunned. She remembered that she had been to the Stone Mud Kingdom before. The Stone Mud Kingdom was not like this in the past. All the residents lived in peace and were very friendly. There were no temples. The mud man stopped crying and said to Liang Sisi, you should be the second princess of the Daliang Kingdom. I remember you. I even made you some snacks. Do you still remember me? I'm Suwen Jinghuai, you should know. What is it? You're actually Suwen Jinghuai. Liang Sisi was surprised. She could not help but want to touch Suwen Jinghuai's face, but when she remembered that men and women should not touch each other, she gave up. Seeing that Suwen Jinghuai's face was already covered in tears, she could not help but cry as well. Suwen Jinghuai, why did you become like this? I thought you had all left the Fingyu Kingdom. I didn't expect you to still be here. Suwen Jinghuai also started crying. This matter is exactly as I said just now, but the reason is a long story. I'll tell you one by one later. Come in first. Don't let the cultivation priest see you and turn you into golems. It was the cultivation priest who turned you into golems. Jiang Ming pointed out the key observations. Suwen Jinghuai seemed to be trying to hide something as he stammered, now is not the time to talk about this topic. Let's go in first. The other golems also followed Suwen Jinghuai and said, yes, that cultivation priest will be back soon. If we continue talking like this, it will be over. Liang Sisi insisted, then let's go in first. But after we go in, Suwen Jinghuai, you have to tell us. Only then can we save you. Liang Sisi had already made up her mind to save these people, and she felt sad. She remembered that Suwen Jinghuai had once thought of going to other kingdoms. To make a living. But now, because of a cultivation priest, he had become like this. If she saw that cultivation priest, she would make sure that cultivation priest died a horrible death. He could tell that Liang Cixi was sincere towards Su Wenjinghuai. Moreover, Liang Cixi had suffered some hardships with them. He also planned to help Liang Cixi. Liang Cixi was already their good friend. Liang Cixi is right. We can help you, Xikong Wuyuan said. He had the same opinion as Jiang Ming. Xiao Qinjing yawned repeatedly. I haven't had a good night's sleep in a long time. I really want to rest. Do you have a place to rest? Let me lie down for a while. Su Wenjinghuai quickly replied, of course there are. There are many empty rooms here. The cultivation priest doesn't allow us to rest in this room. The house is deserted. If you stay in this house, he won't notice. He usually doesn't come into this house and only walks around outside. Jiang Ming roughly understood the cultivation priest's attitude. He pondered in his heart and followed Su Wenjinghuai to a courtyard. The yard was covered with spiderwebs, and there were some insects and weeds in the garden. Wildflowers were also growing wantonly. It looked like no one had taken care of them for a long time. The house was covered in dust, and some of the seemingly luxurious furniture had been damaged. Su Wenjinghuai felt awkward. He hurriedly called out to the golems and said, quickly clean this place up. It's really difficult to see here. Some of the golems started to move. Since they had become golems, the mud on their bodies could decompose by themselves. They directly dissected their own bodies and used themselves to wipe the dust in the house, tear down the spider webs, and tidy up the furniture. These golems moved very quickly and immediately finished these things. Seeing the clean house, Xikong Wuyuan praised the golems. You guys are really as kind as Liang Cixi said. Now, can you tell us some of the adversities you faced? Jiang Ming sat down and planned to listen patiently. However, at this moment, a horn sounded. The golems panicked and ran toward the door. Liang Cixi saw that Su Wenjinghuai was also running out in a panic and quickly went up to grab Su Wenjinghuai's arm. Su Wenjinghuai, where are you going? You guys should sit here for a while. However, Su Wenjinghuai said in a panic, no, we can't just stay here like this. We have to leave, or we'll be killed by that cultivation priest. I can't expose you. Cixi, don't go out and stay here obediently. If you are the only one who doesn't go, he won't notice anything. However, when Su Wenjinghuai heard the horn getting louder and louder, he directly shook off Liang Cixi's hand and snapped, Liang Cixi, we're not from the same world. You have to stay here, or I'll get angry. Don't stop me anymore. I'll leave now. Liang Cixi wanted to say something, but Jiang Ming squeezed her arm. Jiang Ming shook his head at her, signaling Liang Cixi to stop talking. He realized that Su Wenjinghuai had put in a lot of effort. He could tell that Su Wenjinghuai was treating her like this because he wanted to protect Liang Cixi. Liang Cixi's eyes were filled with tears. She had never thought that Su Wenjinghuai, who had always been especially good to her, would actually snap at her now. However, she understood Su Wenjinghuai. Seeing that Liang Cixi was no longer speaking, Su Wenjinghuai walked out of the door and closed it. In order to prevent Liang Cixi and the others from coming out, he even locked the door. He felt a little sad and thought to himself, Liang Cixi, you must be well. Then, his heart began to feel uncomfortable. Once he went out this time, he did not know if he would be able to see Liang Cixi again. Perhaps he would be turned into a real golem by that cultivation priest. Seeing that Su Wenjinghua had already left, Liang Cixi looked at Jiang Ming in confusion and said, "Ning Kaichen, why did you stop me? If I kept talking, the horn might have stopped and Su Wenjinghua wouldn't have left." Jiang Ming shook his head. "If you don't let Su Wenjinghua go, you'll only harm him. That cultivation priest should know the number of golems there are. At that time, if he comes to find Su Wenjinghua, we will appear very passive. We still don't know how much power that cultivation priest has. Then, if we can't save Su Wenjinghua, we'll be implicated instead. Ultimately, Su Wenjinghua won't be saved at all." Liang Cixi felt that what Jiang Ming said made sense, and then she started crying again. "Ning Kaichen, you must save Su Wenjinghua. Su Wenjinghua is such a good person. He almost gave up his life for me." Xikong Wuyuan understood Liang Cixi's feelings and quickly comforted her. "Liang Cixi, everything will pass. Don't worry, we will definitely take care of that cultivation priest. Su Wenjinghua should come back tonight. I don't know why that cultivation priest summoned these golems. What I'm more curious about now is how he turned these real people into golems. If he turns people into golems so quickly, then we might also be turned into golems by him." Xia Qingjing wanted to sleep, but he could not sleep after seeing the current situation. He analyzed the current situation. "We have to take the initiative to attack," Jiang Ming said thoughtfully. "We have to find the cultivation priest's mansion. We don't know where he lives now. Speaking of which, the Stone Mud Kingdom doesn't seem to have any palaces." Xikong Wuyuan was rather shocked. "No palace? How could there be no palace here? Not even a king?" Liang Cixi also added, "There is indeed no king. This is not actually a kingdom. This is a democracy. There are no countries interfering here, so it's very peaceful. Otherwise, there would be a king here. The atmosphere here is very good, so I came here to have fun." However, as night approached, Jiang Ming and the others did not see Su Wenjinghua. Liang Cixi felt anxious. However, Jiang Ming sensed the presence of someone else and immediately covered Liang Cixi's mouth. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Don't talk yet. Something seems to be coming." Although his voice was low, Xikong Wuyuan and the others heard it. Xikong Wuyuan could not help but become vigilant. Xia Qingjing was ready. He conjured some spiritual energy in his hand and planned to attack the culprit when they broke in. However, after a while, there was no sound. Jiang Ming also said to the others, "That person has already left. We don't know what he's here for, but it might be the cultivation priest who came to check. No matter what, we have to be vigilant. I think we can't afford to waste any time. Now that Su Wenjinghua is gone, we can only go and find him ourselves," Xikong Wuyuan suggested. Jiang Ming felt that Xikong Wuyuan's words made sense. He nodded and said, "We'll do as you say. We can wait until midnight to go out." Liang Cixi could not sit still, but she forced herself to sit down. She knew that this was the only thing she could do in the current situation. In the middle of the night, the moon in the Mud Kingdom was red. When Jiang Ming and the others came out, the red light shone on them. Jiang Ming realized that the red light might harm people's bodies, so he immediately dragged Xikong Wuyuan and the others back into the house. Xia Qingjing saw it clearly and could not help but feel strange. This moon shines on every kingdom, so this red moon should be normal, right? Jiang Ming could tell something was amiss. This is an artificial moon. I don't know who covered up the original moon with a spell. I'm afraid this red moon will be able to see us. Sikong Wuyuan shivered and said, I agree with that. The red moon is fake. I think we should be careful. Jiang Ming continued, if we use an invisibility spell, the red moon shouldn't be able to find us. Jiang Ming immediately used an invisibility spell. Sikong Wuyuan and the others followed suit. The three of them quickly left the house, and Liang Sisi waited for them in the courtyard. After they used the invisibility spell, the red moonlight no longer shone on them. Jiang Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He led Sikong Wuyuan and Xia Qinjing to the eaves of the house and headed toward the more prosperous area. Sikong Wuyuan shouted at Jiang Ming in his heart, why isn't there anyone here? Where did those golems go? Those golems might have arrived at that cultivation priest's courtyard. That cultivation priest is appearing and disappearing like a ghost. At this moment, Xia Qinjing heard the sound of gongs and drums. He immediately became nervous and warned Jiang Ming and Sikong Wuyuan in his heart. Then, they saw the person who was beating the gong. It was not a human. It was a puppet. Its cheeks were painted with a very bright blush, and its eyes were wandering, like the golems they had seen during the day. However, it did not lift its feet. It dragged its feet as it walked. Its head moved around awkwardly. Sikong Wuyuan felt disgusted and said to Jiang Ming in his heart, what is this thing? It can actually move. This must be a trick of that cultivation priest. I want to see what this cultivation priest looks like. He uses such strange tricks. Xia Chen was also curious and thought to himself, I seem to have seen this kind of puppet before, but I forgot where. What a pity. At this moment, the puppet seemed to have discovered them. Its mouth creaked, as if it was being controlled by something. Jiang Ming felt his eardrums hurt. Sikong Wuyuan looked in the direction of the wooden house, only to find that the puppet was gone. When he turned his head again, his head was facing the puppet. It was smiling at him. He was shocked, but he turned around and reacted. He immediately shot out a beam of mana, and his entire body glowed. The light gathered into a fish and swept toward the puppet. This fish looked extremely thin and weak, but it instantly turned into a shark-like big fish. However, unlike sharks, this big fish had saw teeth on both sides. The wooden puppet seemed to be pulled by someone, and its body was very hard. It directly slapped the big fish to death. Sikong Wuyuan looked at the big fish in front of him and immediately went up with his bare hands. He intended to twist the puppet's head off. However, the puppet's head and body seemed to be tightly stuck together. It could not be removed at all. Sikong Wuyuan used all his strength and even added his own spiritual energy. But he still could not break the puppet's head. Instead, the puppet turned its head to face Sikong Wuyuan and looked him in the eye. Sikong Wuyuan saw the puppet's eyes and stopped moving. Sensing that something was wrong with Sikong Wuyuan, Jiang Ming turned Sikong Wuyuan around and kicked the puppet, sending it flying. Xia Qinjing suddenly thought of something and quickly followed Jiang Ming. Don't look into its eyes. Its eyes can control people. Sikong Wuyuan might already be under its control. Before he could finish his sentence, Sikong Wuyuan had already become like a corpse and was charging straight at Jiang Ming. His hand went straight for Jiang Ming's neck. Jiang Ming noticed what Sikong Wu Yuan was doing and knocked Sikong Wu Yuan away. Sikong Wu Yuan's hand had just touched Jiang Ming when he fell to the ground. The puppet did not give up and rushed straight behind Jiang Ming, wanting to strangle him when he was not paying attention. However, Jiang Ming felt a chill run down his back. He immediately turned around and kicked the puppet away. However, after the puppet flew away again, other puppets suddenly surged up and surrounded Jiang Ming and the other two. Jiang Ming and the other two were forced to stick together, but now only Xia Qingjing and Jiang Ming were left standing. Xia Qingjing looked at the unconscious Sikong Wu Yuan and said helplessly, "It will be very troublesome for us to carry another person like this. I think it's better for one of us to lure the puppets away first, and the other two send Sikong Wu Yuan to the courtyard." "These puppets won't let us go," Jiang Ming said. "We can't do this now. We have to defeat these puppets. The number of puppets is increasing. They definitely won't just stop with Sikong Wu Yuan. Ning Kaichen, you have to believe me. My plan will be very good. If Sikong Wu Yuan continues to be unconscious, we will really exhaust our stamina if we drag him out with us to fight." Seeing Xia Qingjing's persistence, Jiang Ming sighed helplessly. He also saw that Xia Qingjing might go ahead regardless of his wishes, so he simply agreed. "All right, I'll let you see if your plan works." Xia Qingjing felt that there was nothing wrong with his plan and immediately became happy. He said to Jiang Ming, "I'll lure these puppets away. I'll leave it to you to take care of Sikong Wu Yuan." He was very confident in escaping from these puppets. He vaguely remembered some knowledge he had learned on the battlefield. As he thought about it, he did not wait for Jiang Ming's reply and rushed forward. The puppets were divided into two groups. One group went to chase Xia Qingjing, while the other group stayed to deal with Jiang Ming. Xia Qingjing was originally full of confidence and felt that his plan would be very successful. However, when he turned around and found that there was a puppet beside Jiang Ming, he could not help but feel nervous. Seeing that things had come to this point, Jiang Ming decided to go all out. He went forward and used his spiritual energy to twist the heads of the puppets off as Sikong Wu Yuan had done earlier. Originally, he thought that he might not succeed like Sikong Wu Yuan, but in the end, its head was directly twisted off. Jiang Ming looked at the puppet's head and was stunned for a moment. After the puppet's head was twisted off, the puppet's head could not move, and its eyes could not move either. Jiang Ming went forward and twisted the other puppets' heads off. In less than a minute, Jiang Ming twisted off all the puppets' heads. The bodies of the puppets could only wander around chaotically. Their hands bared their fangs and claws, trying to find traces of Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing. However, they could only walk around aimlessly like headless chickens. Jiang Ming kicked the puppets onto the street. Xia Qingjing wanted to change his strategy, but when he saw that Jiang Ming had already done so much, he was stunned. He was useless as the second general. He was a little disappointed, but then he felt that he had a lot to learn from Ning Kaichen, so he became motivated again. Xia Qingjing nodded and tied Sikong Wu Yuan up again. He muttered, "Sikong Wu Yuan might still be under control when he wakes up. We have to tie him up first." Jiang Ming did not expect Sikong Wu Yuan to be treated like this. He was a little anxious. Sikong Wu Yuan had been controlled by the puppets. Now that the puppets had become like this, Sikong Wu Yuan could still be controlled. Even using silver needles would not be able to do anything. "I don't know either. We can only find that cultivation priest to ask for the answer. Alright, time is of the essence. Let's set off quickly. Jiang Ming brought Xikong Wuyuan and Xia Qinjing back to the courtyard. Liang Cixi originally thought that Jiang Ming and Xia Qinjing had succeeded. When she saw the unconscious Xikong Wuyuan, she could not help but panic. Then, she saw the ropes around Xikong Wuyuan's body and was suddenly confused. She asked, Ning Kaichen, why did you tie Xikong Wuyuan up? What happened to Xikong Wuyuan? Xikong Wuyuan might have been controlled. Don't believe anything he says. Later, and don't untie him, Jiang Ming said earnestly to Liang Cixi. Liang Cixi nodded. She looked straight at Jiang Ming and Xia Qinjing as they left. Now that there were only two of them, Jiang Ming and Xia Qinjing became more cautious. They walked quickly toward the eaves and looked around. However, when they arrived at the place where they were fighting with the puppets, they found that the puppets had disappeared, as if someone had secretly dealt with them. Jiang Ming and Xia Qinjing looked at each other and suddenly felt that something was wrong. When they were about to continue forward, they were bounced back by a strange barrier. Jiang Ming did not expect that he would be hindered by a barrier. He could not help but feel angry. A long sword appeared in his hand. He raised the long sword and cut the barrier. With just one slash, the barrier instantly broke. It was cut into two halves. One half was still active. Seeing that Jiang Ming had cut the barrier so easily, Xia Qinjing felt that he could get rid of the other half of the barrier, so he immediately took out his sword. He injected spiritual energy into his sword, raised it, and slashed straight at the barrier. The barrier was not broken. Not only that, but it also split Xia Qinjing's sword in half. Seeing that his beloved sword had now become scrap metal, Xia Qinjing felt upset. He immediately picked up the broken blade and slashed at the barrier. However, in less than a second, the broken blade instantly turned into ashes. This time, there was no way to save his sword. Xia Qinjing could not help but kneel on the ground, deeply shocked. All the barriers disappeared, but this hit Xia Qinjing hard. Xia Qinjing muttered to himself, "This sword was given to me by my master. It is said that it can cut through any enemy. However, I can't even break through a barrier. I'm a failure." Did you mishear? Your master might have mentioned some restrictions, but you forgot. Jiang Ming did not know how to comfort Xia Qinjing, so he said this. Xia Qinjing was even more uncomfortable. I don't think there were any restrictions. Is this barrier stronger than that soul formation realm? Cultivator? My master said that barriers above the soul formation realm cannot be cut off. I don't believe that there is a barrier above the soul formation realm in this small country. Xia Qinjing was still lying to himself. Jiang Ming heard him clearly and then followed Xia Qinjing. There's always someone better than you. You can't think like that. Don't be narcissistic. That's true. Why did you change your face? He asked warily. I still don't understand the situation. Xia Qinjing instantly used his spiritual energy to create a mirror. Following the mirror, Jiang Ming found that his face had changed from a man in his 20s to an older man in his 30s. However, his current height was still the same. Jiang Ming touched his face and instantly felt a layer of something stuck to his face. He immediately lifted it up. However, the face could move randomly. Seeing that it could not be on Jiang Ming, it jumped directly onto Xia Qinjing's face. Xia Qinjing was caught off guard, and his face was directly covered by that Face. He tried his best to tear it off his face, but he could not. This was because he did not expect this face to be so difficult to deal with. For a moment, he did not care if he would hurt his face. He immediately clenched his fist and hammered his face. Jiang Ming reacted quickly and blocked his fist. Don't move around. It won't be good if you hurt yourself. Jiang Ming went up directly and peeled off the other face. Xiao Qingjing did not expect Jiang Ming to remove the face directly. He was immersed in a daze and looked at the face in his hand foolishly. Seeing Xiao Qingjing's expression, Jiang Ming could not help but laugh. He teased him, Xiao Qingjing, are you stupid? Why are you staring at the thing in my hand without moving? At this moment, the face suddenly wanted to break free from Jiang Ming's hand. But Jiang Ming grabbed it tightly. It opened its mouth and wanted to bite Jiang Ming's finger, but Jiang Ming hit it instead. Not only that, but he also threw the face to the ground and stepped on it with the soles of his feet. He released the silver needles in his hand and fixed the face to the eaves firmly. It truly just looked like a piece of skin. Are we going to leave this thing here? What if this is someone's face? Jiang Ming was amused by Xiao Qingjing. Have you forgotten? There was no one left in the Stone Mud Kingdom. To be precise, the residents here have already turned into golems and are even controlled by that cultivation priest. Who would casually cut off their face? Jiang Ming glanced at the face and looked around. He felt that someone was secretly watching them, but they could not find that person for the time being. Xiao Qingjing had the same feeling as Jiang Ming. As someone who had experienced many battles, he could not help but be afraid of the person who was secretly monitoring him. This was the first time he had seen someone so strange. Then, he followed Jiang Ming forward, and Jiang Ming looked around. After a while, they saw some more puppets. These puppets stood in front of the door like soldiers, surrounding a luxurious courtyard. The courtyard was shabby in Xiao Qingjing's eyes, but Jiang Ming thought it was luxurious. Xiao Qingjing sighed and said, the courtyard surrounded by these puppets can't be the courtyard where the cultivation priest is, right? This arrangement is really simple and unadorned. He was shocked. Even King Fengyu, who had pretended to be simple to him, would not live in such a plain place. He did not expect that this cultivation priest could live in such a simple place. Hearing Xiao Qingjing's words, Jiang Ming could not help but pause. He glanced at him and then at the gold on the plaque. He felt strange. Are you okay? This courtyard is clearly very luxurious. Was he a peasant to not know what luxury was? He could not believe that Xiao Qingjing actually did not think that this building full of gold was luxurious. However, even if it was all gold, it was still a little rustic. Xiao Qingjing was also confused. I think it's very simple. The sign on it is about to fall off. The same goes for the door. This wall is even worse. The paint has turned gray. It looks like it has not been tidied up for many years. Xiao Qingjing told him everything he saw. Jiang Ming also told him what he saw. I saw that the entire courtyard was made of gold. Even the flowers in the garden looked like they were made of gold. That plaque was even made of gold. Hearing that, Jiang Ming's vision was completely different from what he saw. Xiao Qingjing's eyes widened, and he continued to stare at the courtyard in front of him carefully. However, no matter how he looked at the courtyard, it was still as dilapidated as he had described. Xiao Qingjing felt that he had gained nothing and felt helpless. He felt that he could not keep up with the current spells at all. The attacks on the battlefield were more than enough for him to deal with. Here, he was like a headless chicken. Perhaps this courtyard was a test. Jiang Ming changed the topic. No matter what this courtyard is like, let's go in and take a look first. We have to avoid these puppets first. If these puppets discover us, they will alarm the people in the courtyard. I think you're right. Xiao Qinjing began to focus on dealing with these puppets. However, the puppets suddenly sensed the arrival of the two people and began to patrol. They lined up in a line and walked around the four corners of the courtyard. Their eyes were bright, and they did not look tired at all. Jiang Ming noticed that there was a thin barrier outside the courtyard, but the barrier was transparent. If he did not look carefully, he would not be able to notice it. Xiao Qinjing wanted to rush over at this time, but he suddenly felt odd. He stopped and said to Jiang Ming, I seem to feel something. This feeling makes me afraid to go forward. I'm really afraid that there's some invisible barrier. Jiang Ming kindly told Xiao Qinjing the truth. There is indeed a barrier in front of you. Although I don't know why you can't see it, you must not go over. I don't know if this barrier is used to transmit signals to the people inside or what. These words made Xiao Qinjing take a big step back. He did not want to be affected by this barrier. The puppets suddenly flew up, intending to patrol the courtyard. Jiang Ming also discovered something about the puppets. However, he could not say anything yet. The moment these puppets flew up, they immediately pounced on Xiao Qinjing and stopped him from moving. Xiao Qinjing did not notice the movements of the puppets and was immediately knocked onto the tiles. He wanted to ask Jiang Ming something, but he heard Jiang Ming telling him not to touch the puppets, so he did not get up. Xiao Qinjing, let's continue to use the invisibility spell. With that, Jiang Ming pulled Xiao Qinjing's arm and turned invisible with him. Xiao Qinjing did not expect the puppet to change so quickly. He did not dare to move, but because he was in a panic, he stayed close to the wall. Thus, he could not see the puppet's current movements. He was instantly at a loss and felt extremely annoyed. They had only wanted to get rid of the cultivation priest, but they had already caused so much trouble before they even met the cultivation priest. He wondered if the cultivation priest had discovered them now. The puppets began to jump non-stop. Although they seemed to be jumping with great strength, there was no sound at all. Jiang Ming stayed still and checked the movements of these puppets. Seeing that these puppets were not tired at all, he could not help but frown. From the looks of it, they had to break through the barrier before they could enter, and they had to knock down these puppets. It was impossible to sneak in. These barriers were so tightly sealed that it was impossible to crack them without making a sound. Xiao Qinjing asked Jiang Ming in his heart, Ming Kaichen, what should we do now? I don't think we can sneak in. Although I can't see the situation in front of me, I feel that it isn't optimistic. I'm afraid that no matter how long we wait, it will all be for nothing. Instead of going like this, we might as well just charge in. That way, we won't have to wait. Jiang Ming had other concerns. But there are only two of us now. Not only are there so many puppets, but we also don't know how many people there are with that cultivation priest. When the time comes, we won't be able to get rid of the cultivation priest and the puppets. Instead, we'll get ourselves involved. I don't think we should think too much about it. Although it's a little reckless to do this now, this is the only way we can do it. I reckon that These puppets will still be here when the sun rises. Moreover, it's not convenient for us to attack during the day. Xiao Jing made up his mind and said to Jiang Ming, Ning Kaichen, why don't you hide for now? I'll go in and take a look. If the situation doesn't look right, you can leave first. Wait for the right time to come and save me. If it's possible, come up and fight side by side with me. Jiang Ming did not agree to let Xiao Jing go to his death. However, Xiao Jing did not wait for Jiang Ming's answer this time. He rushed forward rashly again. Alas, before he could break the enchantment, he was directly stuck and trapped by the barrier. Xiao Jing did not expect that he would be controlled by the barrier and quickly struggled. He did not want to be caught before he even entered. However, the puppets suddenly became faster and carried Xiao Jing back to the courtyard. Before Jiang Ming could come back to his senses, he saw that the puppets had already carried Xiao Jing away. Seeing that there was no time to lose, Jiang Ming could not care less about what Xiao Jing had just said. He rushed out in an instant and directly twisted the heads of those puppets off their bodies. However, the puppets this time were different from the previous puppets. After their heads were twisted off, they could still move around randomly. When Jiang Ming took their heads off, they suddenly became hot. Jiang Ming felt the burning heat and threw the heads out. However, they did not roll to another place. Instead, they automatically landed back on their bodies. Jiang Ming tried a few times and found that it was the same. He also realized that it was useless to just take the head. As soon as Xiao Jing knew that Jiang Ming was at a disadvantage, he quickly said to Jiang Ming in his heart, hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me. Don't let the puppets catch you too. If that happens, we'll really be finished. Xikong Wu Yuan still needs to be treated. However, Jiang Ming did not intend to listen to Xiao Jing, nor did he reply to Xiao Jing. Instead, he dismantled the other parts of the puppets with his bare hands. However, those parts automatically returned like the head. This made Jiang Ming feel troubled, but Jiang Ming did not feel defeated. He immediately released his silver needles and fixed one of the puppets in place, just like he did with the face. Then, he fixed the other puppets in place. Jiang Ming looked at the silver needles and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had brought enough silver needles with him. Otherwise, he would not have had enough. The puppets had been stopped by Jiang Ming, but Xiao was still controlled by the barrier. He tried to knock on the barrier, but it could not be broken at all. He could not help but remember the barrier that Jiang Ming had used to trap him. He told Jiang Ming in his heart, this barrier seems to be similar to the one you released. Try and see if you can open it. When Jiang Ming heard this, he immediately made a decision. His eyes moved up and down as he sized up the barrier. He realized that his barrier was exactly the same, but it was a few layers less powerful than his barrier. Jiang Ming shattered the barrier with one palm. At the same time, he realized that he was not stopped by the barrier at all and had gone through it. He thought for a moment and walked to the front of the barrier that surrounded the courtyard. With another palm strike, the barrier shattered again. Jiang Ming could not care less about whether it would shock the people in the courtyard. Anyway, they had already made some noise. The people in the courtyard probably already knew that something was wrong. It was no use sneaking around now. What Jiang Ming thought was correct. Just as Xiao was still tidying up his clothes, a roar suddenly came from the courtyard. Who barged in? The voice was young and powerful. It was completely unlike the voice of an old man. Jiang Ming and Xiaqinjing looked at each other. They knew that the cultivation priest was here. Jiang Ming and Xiaqinjing walked in and saw 3 or 4 coffins. The patterns were densely covered, and in the middle was a red pattern. Jiang Ming leaned closer and found that the pattern was a mandala flower. This flower is quite unique. Jiang Ming muttered to himself as he sized it up. Xiaqinjing stepped forward, touched the lines on it, and said thoughtfully, "I don't know what mechanism this thing is, but it's quite interesting. Should we try to open a coffin?" Jiang Ming was also thinking about it. He headed toward one of the coffins. Xiaqinjing felt that what Jiang Ming said was right, so he directly lifted the coffin's lid. However, he tried very hard, but he could not lift it up. There seems to be something inside the coffin holding the lid tightly. Like Xiaqinjing, Jiang Ming went forward to lift the coffin lid, but the coffin suddenly opened. Jiang Ming did not use much strength at all. Xiaqinjing looked at his hands and then at Jiang Ming. He was somewhat baffled. He stuttered, What's going on?" Jiang Ming also felt a little strange, but he did not have time to think about it. The moment the coffin was opened, it immediately emitted some fine powder gas, which approached Xiaqinjing and Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming opened his fan and looked elsewhere. However, Xiaqinjing still inhaled some of it. Xiaqinjing was dizzy and could hardly stand up. He was about to fall down. Jiang Ming quickly supported Xiaqinjing and then looked around. A person suddenly came out of the coffin. That person was covered in moss, and there was an unknown fragrance on the moss. Before he could look at the person's appearance, he pierced Xiaqinjing's body with silver needles. After wiping the blood away, Xiaqinjing did not feel dizzy anymore. "I think I'm fine." Xiaqinjing was very curious. He thought of something and turned to look at the person that had just come out of the coffin. It was not a person at all. The thing in front of him looked like a zombie. Its face was purple, and its nails were long and thin. Its long hair was a tangled mess. Its eyes were long and narrow, revealing a fierce look. Its pupils were light green. Seeing this zombie-like thing, Jiang Ming suspected that this was not the cultivation world but another world entirely. Xiaqinjing was terrified and stammered, "Ning Kaichen, isn't this a product of the demon race? Why is it here?" He had once seen this kind of thing on the battlefield. It was called a demon. It had endless physical strength and a lot of magic power. At that time, he was almost killed by this demon. He could not believe he was seeing one again. Seeing Xiaqinjing, the demon laughed sinisterly and roared at him. Xiaqinjing did not hear the demon's voice, but he heard the demon's words. "Xiaqinjing, long time no see. Are you here to get yourself killed?" It was the same demon. The demon's words stirred up Xiaqinjing's memories. Xiaqinjing recalled the way the demon had nearly gutted him. He could not help but take a step back. He was terrified and he did not dare to continue attacking. The demon laughed and attacked, intending to dig out Xiaqinjing's heart. Xiaqinjing was stunned and did not dodge the demon at all. "Xiaqinjing, what are you doing?" When Jiang Ming saw Xiaqinjing's fearful expression, he suddenly became nervous and went forward to pull Xiaqinjing away. Xiaqinjing came back to his senses and immediately looked at the demon. Xiaqinjing saw through the demon's thoughts and could not help but retreat. Seeing the demon's movement, Jiang Ming stood in front of Xiaqinjing and kicked the demon. The demon felt a strong force and was thrown aside. It did not expect the kid in front of him to have such great spiritual energy, and it was instantly shocked. Then, it grabbed its hand tightly, stood up instantly, and ran toward Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming clenched his fists and kicked the demon out again. The demon flipped 360 degrees in the air, before landing on the ground. Seeing how powerful Jiang Ming was, the demon glared at him, its eyes glowing. The light of the glow rushed straight at Jiang Ming, but Jiang Ming faced the light without fear. The light turned into a real icicle and shot toward Jiang Ming's eyes. Jiang Ming broke the icicle and looked at the demon. His heart contained spiritual energy as he charged toward the demon. The demon felt extreme pain and held its head tightly, feeling endless despair. Aha! Jiang Ming watched as the demon in front of him shed its skin. The bones had some words that looked like talismans. The words were also emitting a red light, but it was emitted in an orderly manner. Seeing those words, Jiang Ming could not help but go forward to check. However, the moment Jiang Ming approached, the bones shot toward him like a ray of light. Jiang Ming thought that these bones wanted to attack him. His hand emitted a purple-blue light, intending to counterattack. However, the bones stopped when they were 100 meters away from Jiang Ming. They were motionless. Jiang Ming was curious about the bones' movements, but he also felt that he had to take the initiative. He stepped forward and kicked the bones. However, these bones moved the moment Jiang Ming approached and directly hit his head. They knocked Jiang Ming's skull again and again, wanting to break it. Jiang Ming's head hurt a little. His entire body emitted light and directly shook these bones away. These bones scattered all over the ground. The demon suddenly seemed to have changed into a different form. A third eye appeared on its forehead. It rushed toward Jiang Ming. Realizing that the eyeball seemed to want to hurt him, Jiang Ming was calm and did not move. When the demon's third eye was 50 meters away from him, he raised his hand and grabbed the eyeball. In order to prevent the eyeball from jumping around, Jiang Ming crushed it directly. The demon let out another miserable cry, which was continuous and filled with pain and despair. Jiang Ming suddenly felt as if someone had bitten his palm and threw the eyeball away. The eyeball instantly reached the demon and fused into its forehead. After fusing with it, the demon's eyeball malfunctioned. The demon was in even more pain, and blood was already flowing out of its forehead. When he threw the eyeball away, Jiang Ming added silver needles to it. The demon raised its hand and dug out its third eye, wanting to take out the silver needles. However, when the third eye was dug out, Jiang Ming directly controlled the silver needles and sent them into the demon's real eyes. It just happened to hit the demon's left eye. The demon was in despair, and the pain swept through his entire body again. It shouted and wanted to dig out the eyeball as well. Xiao Qingjing was shocked. He did not expect Ming Kaichen to turn this demon into such a mess. He really admired Ming Kaichen. Jiang Ming looked on indifferently. In his opinion, this demon had brought this upon itself. However, just as the demon was about to dig out the eyeball, it stopped. It was as if it were being controlled. Jiang Ming felt a little strange and walked toward the demon. The moment he approached the demon suddenly trembled and rushed toward Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming grabbed the demon's neck, but the demon's nails flew toward him. He used his other hand to grab the nails and crushed them into pieces. They all turned into powder and fell to the ground. The demon looked at its nails that had turned into powder and felt extremely distressed. But now, its situation was not very good. Jiang Ming gripped the demon's neck tightly. He was suffocating it. The demon felt its life slipping away bit by bit as it stomped its feet. Jiang Ming lifted the demon up, making it feel even more suffocated. The demon glared at Jiang Ming. Sparks began to fly out of its eyes. It wanted to burn Jiang Ming. The sparks reached Jiang Ming's body, but they did not burn at all. Instead, they were extinguished automatically. Seeing the sparks turn into this, the demon was dumbfounded. Jiang Ming also did not expect the sparks to disappear, and he gripped the demon's neck tightly. The demon's face turned purple, and its body was covered in spots of all sizes. There was a purple mandala flower in the center of the demon's spot. The mandala flower was still moving by itself and was spreading its branches and leaves. As soon as Xia Qingjing noticed the mandala flower, he immediately went forward and placed his spiritual energy on the demon. Jiang Ming felt a little strange. He looked at Xia Qingjing and said, "What are you doing?" However, when he looked at Xia Qingjing, the demon, which was still being held by Jiang Ming, shrunk and was trying to escape. Xia Qingjing noticed the demon's change in size and immediately said, "Ning Kaichen, take a look." Jiang Ming turned his head to look at the demon. When he realized that the demon wanted to escape, he immediately grabbed the demon again. The demon did not expect to be grabbed so hard. It panicked and wanted to escape, and its body swelled up. Jiang Ming noticed that the demon's body was swelling up. He immediately began to squeeze it again, causing the demon's body to explode. Some unknown gas shot out. This gas was extremely smelly. Jiang Ming's stomach churned, and he wanted to vomit, but he endured it. Xia Qingjing could not stand the stench either. He began to vomit to the side. However, even after vomiting, he could not stop, and he directly spat out some blood. His blood was black. Jiang Ming was surprised to see Xia Qingjing in so much pain. What was wrong with Xia Qingjing? He could not care less about the demon. Jiang Ming released a small barrier and trapped the demon. Seeing that the demon did not struggle at all, Jiang Ming stepped forward and patted Xia Qingjing. "What's wrong?" Xia Qingjing tried his best to hold back and wanted to talk to Jiang Ming. However, just as he opened his mouth, the vomit could not help but gush out. Jiang Ming saw that Xia Qingjing was about to vomit, so he quickly took a step back and avoided the vomit perfectly. Xia Qingjing said to Jiang Ming in his heart, "Ning Kaichen, I feel like something is wrong with my stomach." At this time, Jiang Ming was no longer nauseous. He roughly knew about Xia Qingjing's situation. He directly released his mana and shot it at Xia Qingjing's stomach. Xia Qingjing's stomach suddenly felt much better, and the feeling of nausea was not as intense. The demon was like a hamster, spinning in circles. It used the barrier as a wheel and spun it in front of Jiang Ming. However, it could not release its spiritual energy at all. It could only use the enchantment to hit Jiang Ming's feet. Since the demon had become very small, it could only reach Jiang Ming's feet. The strength of its attack was also insignificant. Jiang Ming noticed the demon. He squatted down and looked at the demon in the barrier. "What do you want?" The demon was afraid that Jiang Ming would do something to it, so it quickly tried to break the barrier. However, Jiang Ming saw through the demon's thoughts and advised it kindly. "Don't struggle anymore. We can talk things out. Give me your heart, and I'll talk to you nicely." Jiang Ming did not expect the demon to want his heart. He could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he realized that the demon might have been controlled by someone else. "Did the cultivation priest control you?" he asked carefully. What kind of person is the cultivation priest? The demon did not answer Jiang Ming at all. Instead, it tried its best to break through the barrier, but Jiang Ming strengthened a few strands of spiritual energy inside. Seeing the silent demon, Jiang Ming looked at Xia Qingjing and said, "Do you have any medicine that can make a demon spit out its thoughts?" Xia Qingjing thought about it and looked at Jiang Ming. "Ning Kaichen, I do have a tool for that, but you need to use some spiritual energy." Jiang Ming opened his right hand and motioned for Xia Qingjing to hand it over. He said to him, "Xia Qingjing, give me the tool." Xia Qingjing hurriedly took out a jade pendant from his pocket. There were a few traces of blood in the jade pendant. Jiang Ming saw that it had formed a strange pattern. That pattern was the appearance of a worm. This worm seemed fake, but it was real and was wriggling. Xia Qingjing said to Jiang Ming in his heart, "Ning Kaichen, gather your spiritual energy into this worm now. When the time comes, this worm will come to life. As long as this worm is alive, it will drill into this barrier by itself." Jiang Ming gathered his spiritual energy and placed his finger on the insect pattern. The worm was surrounded by spiritual energy. The worm went under Jiang Ming's feet and went straight into the demon's head. The demon originally wanted to destroy the worm, but it could not touch the worm in front of it. This worm was transparent and extremely fast. Seeing the agility of this insect, Jiang Ming could not help but be amazed. Then, he praised Xia Qingjing in his heart. "How do you have such a good tool? It works so well." Xia Qingjing was still recovering. When he heard Jiang Ming's words, he smiled shyly. "This is a tool I made myself. It's good that you like it." Jiang Ming said to the demon, "Tell me who the mastermind behind all of this is." However, the demon was a little odd. It did not say anything at all. Its entire body was motionless like a hollow puppet. Jiang Ming was confused when he saw the demon's state. Xia Qingjing walked over and saw the demon's state as well. He could not help but scratch his head in surprise. He stared at the demon in a daze. "Xia Qingjing, what do you think is wrong with this demon?" Jiang Ming looked at Xia Qingjing and asked him. Xia Qingjing came back to his senses and looked at Jiang Ming. "This demon is probably an empty shell. I think we should go in quickly." Jiang Ming felt that it made sense and nodded. He followed Xia Qingjing into the courtyard and took the demon away. The demon was in despair. His shell had been sealed by the worm. The worm did not give him a chance to seize the initiative and clung on tightly. They passed through the coffins. There were some fine threads on the coffins. These lines were connected together and looked like they were made of ordinary thread. Xia Qingjing scoffed and walked toward the thread. However, Jiang Ming stopped Xia Qingjing and threw a stone over. The stone was immediately cut into two by the threads. It was completely cut through, and there were some fine patterns on it. Seeing that the stone was clearly divided, Xia Qingjing immediately panicked and took a big step back. However, just as he was about to take another step back, he was stopped by Jiang Ming. Xia Qingjing was a little desperate and immediately said, "This thread actually wants to take someone's life." Jiang Ming took the initiative to hold Xia Qingjing's arm and said seriously, "Follow me, and you'll be able to avoid these threads." As soon as Xia Qingjing understood what Jiang Ming said, he immediately said, "Ning Kaichen, let's go." Jiang Ming dodged those threads, but they suddenly moved on their own, blocking Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing. Jing quickly dodged the threads and pulled Jiang Ming's arm. At the same time, the thread suddenly moved again, transforming into a huge lion. The lion roared at Jiang Ming and Jing. Jiang Ming and Jing could tell that the lion was an illusion. They split up and attacked the lion in front of them. Jiang Ming released his spiritual energy and tied the lion up. The lion struggled with all its might, trying to break free from this spiritual energy. However, it could not break free. The lion was instantly enraged. It simply jumped at Jiang Ming, wanting to trample him to death. However, Jiang Ming jumped away from the lion. However, the lion was separated, and the threads inside transformed into a new animal. This time, they transformed into a huge elk. Jiang Ming almost burst out laughing. Why did it transform into an elk? How were elks aggressive? The elk seemed to know what Jiang Ming was thinking. It roared at Jiang Ming and ran straight at him. The moment the elk approached Jiang Ming, it immediately conjured illusions of many people who were as tall as Jiang Ming. These people gathered together and finally rushed toward Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming simply took out the long sword that he had brought out before and cut these people in half with one slash. The threads were also cut off. In order to prevent these threads from coming back to life, Jiang Ming opened his hand and took out spirit balls from his palm one after another. These spirit balls attacked the broken threads. After they were attacked, the threads immediately fell to the ground like weeds. Jing was a little surprised that the issue was so easily solved. Jiang Ming strode forward, but after walking through the entire room, he realized he and Jing were the only ones there. Jing could not find the cultivation priest and said anxiously, "What kind of monster is that cultivation priest? Why is he gone?" Jiang Ming walked to the album behind Jing. In the painting, there was a woman riding a horse. She was wearing a military uniform and her eyes were sharp. Jiang Ming was entranced. The background of the Stone Mud Kingdom was drawn on it, and it was also the street where Jiang Ming fought against the puppets for the first time. Seeing Jiang Ming staring at the painting in front of him, Jing could not help but look at the painting as well. The two of them stared deeply at the painting. There was a lot of white fog in the painting. Jiang Ming and Jing could not see the picture clearly. At the same time, they realized that something was wrong. They immediately turned and looked around. Jiang Ming looked around and found that the environment was different. He said to Jing, "We seem to have entered a strange place." Jing thought of the painting and was about to say something. Jiang Ming also thought of something and spoke first. Jing, "We're in the painting." Jiang Ming immediately regretted it. He should not have looked at this painting. However, a woman in a military uniform appeared in front of him. The woman looked a little enthusiastic and said to Jiang Ming and Jing, "Welcome. This is the world in the painting, and there are countless fine wines and delicacies here." As she spoke, she waved her hand. A few tables appeared in front of her, and a group of girls were dancing in the middle. Besides Jiang Ming and Jing, there were no other men there. Jiang Ming was calm as he sized up the woman in front of him. He wanted to know what tricks this woman was up to, and he was also thinking about how to escape later. Jing was still thinking. If the woman in front of them was a good person, she might let them out directly. Thinking of this, he took a step forward and said with emotion and reason, "Miss, if you have any issues, we can talk it out. Now, I really want to know one thing. how can we get out? Unexpectedly, the woman snorted coldly and said, "What's wrong?" It wasn't easy for you to come over to accompany me, and now you want to leave? When Xiao Qinjing saw the woman being unreasonable, he was a little unhappy. He said to the woman, "We were originally attracted by the scene in the painting, but we didn't expect to come inside the painting. You have to be responsible for us." Jiang Ming smiled faintly. If people learned that your painting sucked passers-by into it, they would probably burn it. I don't think you want your painting to be burned, right? The woman laughed out loud. There's no one in the Stone Mud Kingdom now. I'm also pretending to be the cultivation priest. Who will come to save you? Don't tell me you want to rely on that monk I controlled and that weak second princess of the Dalian Kingdom? The woman in the painting spoke clearly. When Jiang Ming and Xiao Qinjing heard her words, they immediately understood everything. It turned out that everything was planned by the woman in the painting. Jiang Ming stepped forward and kicked the woman's neck. The woman disappeared instantly and quickly appeared behind Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming sensed the woman's presence and turned around to attack. The woman raised her hand and waved it forward. A strong wind blew over, and Jiang Ming was directly blown away by the wind. The woman aimed a kick at him. Jiang Ming saw her attack clearly and countered it. The woman seemed to have expected Jiang Ming's actions. She immediately aimed a kick at Jiang Ming's face. Jiang Ming felt strange. The woman in front of him seemed to know his every move. It was as if she could read his mind. Xiao Qinjing was waiting for an opportunity. When the time came, he would go for this woman. Since this woman was so aggressive, he would not let her continue to be so arrogant. In order to test his theory, Jiang Ming stepped on the woman's feet. The woman immediately cried out in pain. Jiang Ming immediately rejected his theory. However, the woman suddenly smiled sinisterly and said to Jiang Ming, "You didn't think I would feel pain, did you?" Jiang Ming was stunned. He looked at the woman and said, "Is this your own dream?" This was the only explanation he could think of. The woman did not expect Jiang Ming to be right. She could not help but feel strange for a moment, but her expression returned to normal in an instant. No, don't talk nonsense. She would not let Ning Kaichen have such thoughts. She wanted to hide this matter. However, Jiang Ming caught the woman's expression and immediately exposed her. It seems that it is indeed as I said. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, the woman could not help but be shocked. Then, she slashed at Jiang Ming. However, Jiang Ming did not look flustered at all. He quietly waited for the woman to come forward. The woman did not dare to go forward. She suddenly could not see through Ning Chen's movements. Ning Kaichen seemed to have a secret. Seeing that the woman did not dare to go forward, Jiang Ming rushed over and immediately headed toward the woman. The woman was at a loss. However, Jiang Ming attacked in a menacing manner and was extremely fast, causing the woman to spin around. The woman wanted to catch Jiang Ming, but she could not. Jiang Ming teased the woman, making her angry. The woman was so angry that she decided to go all out and directly revealed a large sword. She swung the sword in an attempt to cut Jiang Ming's body in half. Jiang Ming, however, was extremely agile and dodged the sword directly. The woman had been trying to catch Jiang Ming, but she could not. She could not help but become a little irritable, and she rushed toward Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming saw through the woman's thoughts and grabbed her neck tightly. The woman did not think that Jiang Ming would grab her neck and rushed forward without any pressure. However, Jiang Ming still grabbed the woman's neck. The woman felt a sharp pain in her throat and remembered that the neck of the demon she controlled was also grabbed by Jiang Ming in the same manner. The woman stammered and wanted to speak, but her throat hurt too much. She could not take it anymore and could not make a sound. Seeing the woman like this, Jiang Ming was very satisfied. He shouted at the woman, "What's your name? Where did you come from? How did you turn the residents into golems?" Xiao Qingjing was also listening. He was really curious. The woman still wanted to keep quiet, but Jiang Ming tightened his grip again, making it so that the woman could not even make a sound. For the first time in her life, the woman felt terrified. It was a deathly fear. All that was left of her was her soul in the painting. If her soul dissipated, she would not be able to reincarnate after death. She was determined not to let her soul dissipate. Thinking of this, the woman struggled with all her might, but she could not struggle against Jiang Ming at all. Her body was still held tightly by Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming didn't want to be outdone. He lifted the woman up like a demon. The woman felt suffocated, and the feeling of death crept up on her. She raised her arm and pointed at Jiang Ming and then herself, indicating that she would speak. Jiang Ming then slightly loosened his grip on the woman's neck. The woman finally had a breath of air and immediately spoke. "I have also forgotten who I am. I am just a ghost here. I made up these golems. Those residents are trapped in this painting. Those golems have the memories of these residents, which is why they look exactly the same. We're also in this painting, so why don't we see the residents?" Xiao Qingjing suddenly realized something. He looked around and found that the three of them were the only ones here. The woman wanted to keep quiet. However, Jiang Ming was not merciful. He tightened his grip. The woman did not want to feel that suffocating feeling again, so she immediately spoke again. "I have absorbed the essence of those residents, and they are all dead now. Only these golems are left. Those golems are now puppets, but they will become golems in the morning. Can't you return their essence to them?" Jiang Ming thought about it and felt that this woman was hiding something else. The woman shook her head. "Even if I could return it, they would have already become dried corpses. If I return their essences to them, they would still be dead. Cut the crap. Return their essence to them now, and bring out their corpses. I want to see what kind of dried corpses they are." Jiang Ming snorted coldly and looked straight at the woman. He felt that this woman was too bold. The woman did not expect Jiang Ming to be so fierce. She could not help but be a little afraid and immediately brought the corpses back. The residents had their eyes closed, and their faces and bodies were purple. The woman intended to put on an act. Wisps of essence appeared in her hands. It seemed that she was returning the essence to the residents, but in fact, she was returning it to herself. The residents did not change at all. Jiang Ming saw the face of the person in front of him clearly. He pretended to be impatient and directly stepped forward, aiming for the woman's heart. When the woman saw Jiang Ming's stance, she suddenly became nervous and trembled. She couldn't help but shout, "I'm going to save these residents. Don't touch me." Jiang Ming rolled his eyes and said, "Why didn't you say that earlier?" The woman smiled and walked to the residents, showing them the padlock pattern. In her hand, a small snake flew out of the padlock and swarmed the residents. The residents immediately opened their eyes. However, they were like puppets, and they rushed straight at Jiang Ming as if they were facing a great enemy. Jiang Ming could tell that these residents were controlled by the woman. He immediately opened his fan and slapped these residents away. With this fan, the residents immediately returned to normal. Their eyes suddenly became confused. They opened their palms and looked at them, feeling strange. Where were they? When they saw the woman, they took a step forward and started chattering. What's wrong with you, merchant? Where's our money? Quickly return it to us. The rest of their words were mixed together, making it impossible to understand. Hearing the residents' words, Jiang Ming was confused. He had no idea what the residents were talking about. Seeing that the residents were backing her into a corner, the woman had no choice but to retreat. She became anxious and explained to the residents, "This is my fault. Later, I will give the corresponding amount of silver to each family." Xiao Chenjing found it funny and could not help but smile. This woman is really amazing. She deceived these residents. Jiang Ming also roughly saw the current situation of the residents and felt that it was quite good. He immediately said to the residents, "Citizens, the Stone Mud Kingdom has been empty for a long time. It's time to return." At this moment, the residents suddenly paused. They remembered that they had chores to attend to at home. Yes, we still have to rush back to cook. I suddenly remembered that I still have some chores to do at home. Let's go quickly. Don't stay here forever. As they spoke, the residents started to draw their own paintings. Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. When the woman saw that her tricks had been exposed, she could not help but get angry. She reached forward to slap Jiang Ming directly. Jiang Ming also saw the woman's thoughts and grabbed the woman's arm tightly. "Looks like I didn't teach you a good enough lesson just now. Do you want to learn it again?" Jiang Ming's words immediately stunned the woman. "I'm just a weak woman without any strength. What else can I do?" the woman cried. "These residents also followed me to the painting. You saw that they can enter and leave the painting as they please." The woman's tears fell. Jiang Ming didn't fall for a woman's trick at all. He directly asked about Sikong Wuyuan's situation. "How can we get Sikong Wuyuan out of your control?" Seeing that Jiang Ming had already asked, the woman said directly, "I have no way to remove the control on Sikong Wuyuan. If I wanted to remove the control on him, I'd have to go to the snowy mountain and pick the snow grass." However, in her heart, the woman had other thoughts. In her opinion, as long as Jiang Ming left this place, these residents would still be under her control. Jiang Ming was careful and secretly sealed the woman's spiritual energy. "Where is the snowy mountain now?" Jiang Ming suddenly became anxious, and his eyes were completely serious. The woman pointed at a corner and said randomly, "Do you see the mountain in this painting? The snowy mountain is exactly the same as this mountain. After leaving the painting, you have to head west and leave the Stone Mud Kingdom." She was very pleased with herself. The snowy mountain was located in the Snowy Kingdom. The entire Snowy Kingdom was covered in ice. The people in the Snowy Kingdom were bossy and antisocial. Ning Kaichen was the most suitable person to go there. When the time came, an arrogant person like Ning Kaichen would definitely be taught a lesson. When Ning Kaichen came back, she would see if he still dared treat her like this. She became happier and happier in her heart. Then, she pretended to be kind and reminded Jiang Ming, "You have to be careful. The snowy mountain has an owner. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If someone does anything to you, don't come looking for me." When Jiang Ming saw this woman's body language, he could not help but find it Funny. Then, he thought of something and said to the woman, "Oh right, I still don't know your name. How did you get trapped in this painting?" Xia Qingjing also asked. This was what he was most curious about. Now that he saw that the only issue left was Sikong Wu Yuan, he could relax a little. My name is Duanli Lishuan. I was originally the most famous celebrity in the Stone Mud Kingdom. In the end, I was framed by my mother and had no choice but to go into this painting. Your mother was the cause of your pain. Why are you hurting innocent people? Jiang Ming immediately understood Duanli Lishuan's thoughts and said to her. Immediately, Duanli Lishuan's heart skipped a beat. She did not expect to be exposed. Duanli Lishuan burst into laughter. She laughed so miserably that tears flowed down her cheeks. I didn't expect you to find out. Ning Kaichen, I think you shouldn't leave this painting. Duanli Lishuan suddenly changed her mind. She did not want her secret to be exposed, so she might as well let Xia Qingjing and Ning Kaichen be destroyed in the painting. What do you want? Jiang Ming saw through Duanli Lishuan's thoughts. Then, he secretly took out a small ball of spiritual energy and planned to throw it out. Duanli Lishuan was extremely fast. She instantly split herself into many clones and moved her hands toward Jiang Ming's acupuncture points. Jiang Ming saw Duanli Lishuan's hands and threw the ball of spiritual energy to her arm. Half of Duanli Lishuan's arm fell to the ground. Seeing that her arm had become like this, Duanli Lishuan was furious. In her madness, her hair grew crazily. Her hair directly attacked Jiang Ming. It was trying to wrap around his neck and suffocate him. Jiang Ming cut off the hair mercilessly. Duanli Lishuan's hair fell off in large clumps. Xia Qingjing did not want to be outdone. He stepped forward and slashed at Duanli Lishuan's back. Duanli Lishuan was so focused on her hair that she did not notice Xia Qingjing's actions. At first glance, Duanli Lishuan's back had a cut on it. The cut was bone deep. As Xia Qingjing's sword had the ability to exorcise evil spirits, Duanli Lishuan's soul was destroyed. She could not even say her last words and immediately disappeared. She never thought that she would die like this. Jiang Ming did not expect Duanli Lishuan to die so quickly. He was stunned. Xia Qingjing had seen too many dead people and could not help but take a deep breath. She's finally dead now. That's good. Otherwise, Duanli Lishuan would still be doing all kinds of evil deeds here. Jiang Ming opened his mouth. Just as he was about to say something, a magic array suddenly appeared. There was a circle drawn in the center of the array, and inside the circle were scratches of all sizes. Upon closer inspection, the scratches were actually similar to the scratches that Xia Qingjing had seen. What kind of strange spell is this? Jiang Ming became vigilant. Those scratches immediately morphed into Duanli Lishuan, and she regained consciousness in an instant. When she saw Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing, she said happily, I'm back. Now, I need to myself. You didn't expect this, did you? In an instant, Duanli Lishuan rushed toward Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing, wishing she could cut Xia Qingjing in half. Xia Qingjing saw Duanli Lishuan's movements clearly and slashed out with his sword. The sword emitted a golden light that shot out in all directions. The blade rushed toward Duanli Lishuan. Duanli Lishuan immediately disintegrated and used the same method to resurrect herself. Jiang Ming was observing the situation. This was the first time he had seen such a method of resurrection. It was quite interesting. However, this made Xia Qingjing very worried. Xia Qingjing did not expect his sword to help Duanli Lishuan instead. He was a little angry and immediately slashed forward several times. However, the results were the same as before. His attacks were completely useless. At this moment, Duanli Lishuan's strength had increased significantly after the repeated slashes. Even her spiritual energy had become much more supple. Now she was no longer bothered with Xia Qingjing. Instead, she went directly to Jiang Ming's side, intending to harass Jiang Ming and make him offer his body to her. Jiang Ming did not know what Duanli Lishuan meant, but he also knew that she was up to no good. He took Xia Qingjing's sword. Jiang Ming mixed a portion of his spiritual energy into the sword and slashed at Duanli Lishuan. Duanli Lishuan laughed and said, "This attack won't work on me." However, this time, her soul was completely destroyed. Before she died, Duanli Lishuan glared at Jiang Ming with the last sliver of her soul and said, "How did you do it? How did you defeat me so fast?" Jiang Ming did not quite understand either, but he still answered Duanli Lishuan's question. "It's probably because this sword takes my spiritual energy well." In the end, Duanli Lishuan left the painting completely and died resentfully. The world in the painting began to collapse, and the ground shook as well. There were also some faint cracks on it. Xia Qingjing was still immersed in his admiration for Jiang Ming just now. When he saw the current situation, he could not help but panic. He instantly said to Jiang Ming, "Ning Kaichen, I'm afraid we're going to be trapped in this painting. We haven't asked Duanli Lishuan how she can get out of this painting." Jiang Ming thought about it and remembered that the residents had jumped out just now. He said to Xia Qingjing, "Let's jump and see if we can get out." "Ning Kaichen, are you sure?" Xia Qingjing asked in confusion. "This is a little ridiculous." Jiang Ming also felt that this method was a little ridiculous. Being trapped in a painting was somewhat normal, but this method of getting out was very strange. However, he felt that he should give it a try. Jiang Ming said to Xia Qingjing, "Let's give it a try. If we can't get out, we'll think of a new plan." At the thought of this, he jumped up and down, and then he actually escaped the painting. When Xia Qingjing realized that Jiang Ming was gone, he jumped out as well. After the two of them came out, the painting instantly turned blank, and the beautiful scenery from before disappeared. It's a pity that such a beautiful painting is gone. But from now on, this painting will never harm anyone again. Jiang Ming looked at the blank canvas in front of him, took it down, and placed it directly on the table. "Let's go. Didn't we say we were going to the snowy mountain? I'm already restless." Xia Qingjing, on the other hand, was surprised by how well things had turned out. As soon as they came out of the room, they saw people coming and going. Xia Qingjing couldn't help but be shocked. That's fast. So many residents have come out so soon. I wonder where those golems are now. Didn't Duanli Lishuan say that those puppets would turn into golems? Jiang Ming thought for a moment and said, "Maybe it's because Duanli Lishuan died, so everything has disappeared." At this moment, they saw Liang Sisi running toward them. Liang Sisi saw that the residents were all here and could not help but worry about Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing. She asked a resident to take care of Xikong Wu Yuan and came out to look for Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing. Seeing Liang Sisi come over, Jiang Ming found it strange. He asked Liang Sisi with some confusion, "Why are you here? What about Xikong Wu Yuan?" Liang Sisi told Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing about the situation. Kong Wuyuan's current situation isn't good. He seems to be under tight control. It's as if he has gone mad. He keeps shouting. Jiang Ming stroked his chin and said, Duanli Lishuan's soul has already scattered. How come Kong Wuyuan has not recovered? Liang Cixi did not understand and asked curiously, who is Duanli Lishuan? Didn't you say you were going to fight the cultivation priest? Was the cultivation priest's name Duanli Lishuan? Xia Qinjing told Liang Cixi everything from the beginning to the end. Liang Cixi suddenly understood. I'm speechless. Duanli Lishuan disguised herself as a cultivation priest and harmed many people. Fortunately, these residents are safe. Otherwise, she would have destroyed the entire Stone Mud Kingdom. Then, you guys go to the snowy mountain first. I'll go back and take care of Kong Wuyuan. Liang Cixi handed the jade pendant to Jiang Ming and said, this jade pendant is useless to me, but it can be of some use to you. No, this thing was given to you by your father. Don't give it to us. Jiang Ming resolutely returned the jade pendant to Liang Cixi. Seeing how persistent Jiang Ming was, Liang Cixi did not say anything else. She only said, Ning Kaichen, Xia Qinjing, have a safe journey. Jiang Ming nodded and took Xia Qinjing to a place where the coachman was. The coachman was taking care of the carriage. When he saw Jiang Ming and Xia Qinjing, he said enthusiastically, are you going to take a carriage? 1 tael of silver will do. Jiang Ming immediately gave the coachman a tael and told him the location. However, the coachman was terrified and uneasy. Then, he said with a troubled expression, my lords, I'm afraid I can't take you there. There's no way to get to the snowy mountain. We can only go to the edge of the snowy kingdom. The residents of the snowy kingdom are tough. I don't want to lose my life. I'm just a small businessman. Seeing the coachman speak like this, Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment. He turned to comfort the coachman and said, don't worry, we won't make things difficult for you. Just take us to the gate of the snowy kingdom. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, the coachman immediately became happy and said, then I'll go prepare the carriage. Then, he pulled a carriage to Jiang Ming's side. Jiang Ming and Xia Qinjing got on the carriage. Xia Qinjing took the opportunity to ask the coachman, Sir, have you seen the residents of the snowy kingdom? Why do you think they're so wicked? The coachman replied while driving the carriage, My lords, we haven't seen the residents of the snowy kingdom, but they are known for their cruelty, so no one dares to go to the snowy kingdom. Since none of you have seen the residents of the snowy kingdom, do you think it's all nonsense? Xia Qinjing asked again, his eyes filled with confusion. However, the coachman looked terrified and said to Xia Qinjing, Sir, we had a resident who once died in the snowy kingdom. He was beaten half to death by the residents of the snowy kingdom. I don't know how long the two of you have been in the Stone Mud Kingdom, but you should know that the residents of the Stone Mud Kingdom are warm and hospitable, kind and honest. If he hadn't been beaten up like that, I would never have said anything about the residents of the Snowy Kingdom. They are really not to be trifled with. And we all saw the miserable state of our fellow resident. He died before he was 30 years old. The residents of the Stone Mud Kingdom took this as a warning and would never cross the border of the Snowy Kingdom. When you two go to the Snowy Kingdom, you should be as careful as possible. I understand. Jiang Ming realized the gravity of the situation and then said seriously, Did the injured resident say anything else? Did they describe the situation in the Snowy Kingdom? The coachman tried hard to recall and then told Jiang Ming, it is said that one should not look into the eyes of the residents. If one looks into the eyes of the residents, the person who looks at them will immediately turn into ice. However, I heard that the ice is time-sensitive. After 2 hours, the ice will thaw. But by then, the person will have already frozen to death. At this point, the coachman could not help but sigh. He then said, I wonder how many more people have frozen to death. The residents of the Snowy Kingdom are cruel. We don't know how many people have been killed. It's better not to go. Hearing this, Jiang Ming fell silent for a moment, and Xia Qingjing could not help but frown. They had to cover their eyes. Otherwise, if they met a resident of the Snowy Kingdom, wouldn't they be frozen? It would take 2 hours to thaw out of the ice. By then, their bodies would not be able to withstand it. Jiang Ming turned to Xia Qingjing as if nothing had happened. It's just a matter of closing my eyes and using my spiritual energy. I can sense the location of the residents of the Snowy Kingdom in advance, and I think I can take them down. He was worried too, but it would be bad if both of them were consumed by worry. The coachman was very fast, and he immediately arrived at the border of the Snowy Kingdom. The coachman said to Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing, my lords, you can get off now. Please be careful and don't let anything happen. It's not worth it. Thank you very much. It's all thanks to you for explaining to us along the way. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been prepared. Jiang Ming gave the coachman more silver. The coachman was overjoyed and left in the carriage. The moment he turned to leave, he said to Jiang Ming, if you need anything, come and find me. Good luck. Then, before Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing could reply, he left. In his opinion, it was risky to come to the border of the Snowy Kingdom, and he could not stay here any longer. If he was targeted by the residents of the Snowy Kingdom, he would lose more than he gained. At this moment, a cloud of smoke shrouded Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing. Jiang Ming realized that the smoke came with ill intentions, so he waved his fan and sent the smoke back. The smoke dissipated, and the scene in front of them shocked Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing. The two of them had never thought that the border would be so obvious. The Snowy Kingdom was covered in ice and snow, while their side was rich and lush. Xia Qingjing could not help but feel afraid. He looked at Jiang Ming and said, are we still going in? I kept feeling an indescribable sense of conflict. I didn't realize how strange this was. Jiang Ming felt Xia Qingjing's fear and said to Xia Qingjing, if you're unwilling, I won't force you. I'll go in alone. Xia Qingjing felt that his self-esteem had been insulted and immediately said, what's there to be afraid of? I'm just a little worried. Then, ignoring Jiang Ming's words, he walked straight into the Snowy Kingdom. Seeing Xia Qingjing like this, Jiang Ming did not say anything and followed him to the Snowy Kingdom. As soon as they stepped into the Snowy Kingdom, they felt the bone-piercing cold. Jiang Ming had some tricks up his sleeve to keep himself warm. He used his spiritual energy to warm up his body. But Xia Qingjing could not do it, and his body could not bear the cold. As soon as it turned cold, he sneezed and curled up into a ball. He had never encountered such a situation on the battlefield, nor had he fought with the residents of the Snowy Kingdom before. He was at a loss. Seeing this, Jiang Ming simply took out a silver needle and directly blocked the acupuncture points on Xia Qingjing's body to maintain the temperature in Xia Qingjing's body. Xia Qingjing suddenly felt much better. He smiled at Jiang Ming and said, "Thank you, Ning Kaichen. Otherwise, I would have frozen to death here. Protect yourself well." Jiang Ming did not say much. Then, he caught a glimpse of a resident of the Snowy Kingdom. He had his back facing Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing. He was about the height of a child and was wearing ordinary coarse linen clothes. The key was that the coarse linen clothes did not seem to be able to keep out the cold. It looked very thin. Jiang Ming suddenly understood. It seemed that the residents of the Snowy Kingdom were not afraid of the cold at all. Otherwise, they would not have remained in the Snowy Kingdom. Xia Qingjing could not help but remember what the coachman had said to them. He instantly became vigilant and said to Jiang Ming, "We can't look into his eyes. Let's leave as soon as possible. If we can avoid meeting the residents of the Snowy Kingdom, we should avoid them. We should try our best to find the Snowy Mountain." Jiang Ming also felt that what Xia Qingjing said made sense. He turned around and wanted to leave. At this moment, the child turned around. Seeing that someone had come to the Snowy Kingdom, he could not help but shout, "Outsiders are invading! Outsiders are invading!" His words completely exposed the location of Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing. They were instantly surrounded by the residents of the Snowy Kingdom. Xia Qingjing and Jiang Ming remembered the words of the coachman and did not look at the residents of the Snowy Kingdom. They just lowered their heads. Jiang Ming was afraid that the residents of the Snowy Kingdom would come over to check, so he immediately covered his eyes. He also tore off another piece of cloth and handed it to Xia Qingjing. Xia Qingjing understood and covered his eyes. Seeing Xia Qingjing and Jiang Ming acting like this, the residents of the Snowy Kingdom laughed one after another and mumbled in a language they did not understand. Jiang Ming felt that they could not just sit there and wait for death, so he said to the residents of the Snowy Kingdom, "We have no ill intentions toward you. We just want to go to the Snowy Mountain. We won't hurt you." The residents of the Snowy Kingdom did not believe it at all. They joined forces and began to attack Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing. As soon as Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing sensed the malice of the residents of the Snowy Kingdom, they immediately joined hands and soared into the sky to avoid them. The actions of Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing made the residents of the Snowy Kingdom panic even more. They thought that Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing would hurt them, so they immediately went forward to tear off the cloth covering their eyes. Jiang Ming felt someone approaching him. He held the folding fan tightly and slapped the person who approached him. With this one slap, that person was instantly turned into ice. Seeing their companion in such a state, the other residents of the Snowy Kingdom were instantly frightened, and none of them dared to step forward. Jiang Ming did not know about the situation of the residents of the Snowy Kingdom and continued to try to talk to them. "We really have no intention of hurting you. Just let us leave. We won't do anything to you." However, the residents of the Snowy Kingdom only thought that Jiang Ming was deceiving and threatening them, and they immediately started to talk amongst themselves. In order to prevent Jiang Ming from hurting them, they left temporarily, but they were monitoring Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing's every move in the nearby area. Hearing the residents of the Snowy Kingdom leaving, Xia Qingjing secretly said to Jiang Ming with uncertainty, "Ming Kaichen, those residents of the Snowy Kingdom seem to have left. Should we take off the cloth on our eyes?" Jiang Ming also sensed the movement of the residents of the Snowy Kingdom and immediately said, "Let's take it off. I also feel that there's no one around." There's only the two of us left. Upon hearing this, Jing pulled off the cloth one by one and found that only he and Jiang Ming were left. He immediately exhaled. They're finally gone. If this continues, I really won't be able to stand it. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, sensed the residents of the Snowy Kingdom hiding behind him. He immediately told Jing, don't look back, and don't look around. I can feel that the residents of the Snowy Kingdom are still watching us from the dark. They probably want to know what we want to do, but it's already good that they don't attack us now. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Jing could not help but feel glad. Then he said nervously, great, now they're making it hard for us to even walk in peace. I don't know why the residents of the Snowy Kingdom are watching us. We don't have anything on us, and we can't attack them. We can only take it one step at a time. As he spoke, Jing directly walked up. However, he did not notice that there was a deep pit underground and immediately sank in. The snow also slid into the pit with him. Jiang Ming hurriedly followed him down. The pit was extremely deep and long. Jing and Jiang Ming had been falling for a long time. When they arrived at the location, Jing felt a chill on the ground and immediately touched it. As he touched it, his hand immediately became sticky. The liquid was green, and Jing could not help but feel a little disgusted. He stood up and rubbed against the wall. After wiping off all the liquid on his body and hands, he looked at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was luckier than Jing. There was no liquid on his body. Then, Jiang Ming smelled the scent of honeydew. He could not help but look at the liquid under his feet. Seeing that Jiang Ming had been looking at the liquid, Jing was curious. He touched his chin and said, Ming Kaichen, is there a problem with the liquid? I'm so curious. Jiang Ming looked at Jing. Do you smell honeydew? I think the smell of honeydew is very obvious. I think it should be from this liquid. Jing sniffed the air and said with a puzzled look, I don't smell anything. Are you sure you smell it? There should not be anything here. Right? Jiang Ming felt strange when he heard Jing's words, but he did not care much. Right now, the most important thing for them was to leave this place as soon as possible. Jiang Ming looked around. There were walls all around him. If he wanted to get out, he could only break the walls or climb up the walls. When he came in, he also realized that the passage was very long. Jiang Ming touched the wall. The wall was very smooth. They would probably fall off before they could climb. Halfway. Jing also thought of this problem. Then he frowned and thought of something. He took out his sword and stabbed it into the wall. Then he said to Jiang Ming Kaichen, let's use our lightness skills and our swords to get out of here. Jiang Ming felt that Jing's words made sense and immediately conjured a long sword from his hand. Jiang Ming directly stabbed the long sword into the wall and stepped on it. Jing, like Jiang Ming, also had his own sword. The two of them went back and forth, and just like that, they reached the middle. However, a huge snowball suddenly came in from outside. The snowball went straight for Jiang Ming and Jing. Jiang Ming and Jing watched as the snowball rolled over. Seeing that the snowball was about to hit them, Jiang Ming raised his hand to block it. The snowball immediately split into two, and the loose snow rushed down. Jing looked at the hole below with lingering fear. The void was endless, and he could not help but tremble. Even though he had been the second general, he still had lingering fears. Just as Xia Qingjing was still thinking, Jiang Ming sped up and immediately surpassed Xia Qingjing. They could not waste time any longer. They had to leave immediately. However, when he was about to reach the opening of the tunnel, Jiang Ming saw a white shadow. He suddenly remembered the back of the child from the Snowy Kingdom. His clothes were white. Jiang Ming suddenly stopped. Xia Qingjing did not pay attention and directly overtook Jiang Ming and was about to reach the well. Seeing Xia Qingjing's actions, Jiang Ming panicked and immediately shouted at him, "Stop! What's wrong?" Xia Qingjing looked at Jiang Ming and was confused. It was too late. The white figure suddenly raised a huge snowball and threw it at Xia Qingjing. The snowball rolled rapidly and directly knocked Xia Qingjing down. As soon as Xia Qingjing was pushed down, Jiang Ming pulled him up. However, one sword could not bear the weight of two people, and the sword's body suddenly tilted a little. Jiang Ming could see that there was something wrong with the sword, but Xia Qingjing's sword had already fallen. Jiang Ming took out a long sword from his hand and handed it to Xia Qingjing. However, as soon as Xia Qingjing took the sword, it was frozen. The moment he took the sword, he looked up and met the eyes of the child in white. In an instant, Jiang Ming was almost frozen too. So, he could only let go of Xia Qingjing temporarily. When Xia Qingjing was completely frozen and was about to fall, he pulled Xia Qingjing over. The piercing ice mixed into his body, and Jiang Ming felt like he was going to freeze to death. At the same time, he knew that the child was looking at him. He felt a curious gaze. Although Xia Qin was frozen in ice, he was conscious. He could not help but complain in his heart. If he had known earlier, he would not have raised his head. Who knew that there would be a child from the Snowy Kingdom there? However, the children of the Snowy Kingdom looked as if they were sick. Their bodies were all snow white. Even their pupils were white. It was as expected of a resident of the Snowy Kingdom. Jiang Ming felt a little helpless. Since Xia Qingjing was already frozen, the other sword was useless. The weight of the ice block increased, and the sword was instantly crushed. Jiang Ming closed his eyes and decided to take a leap of faith. He jumped with force and followed his own instincts and spiritual energy out of the cave. However, he instantly felt something coming toward him and immediately dodged it. Still, he felt someone suddenly fly over and directly jump to his side. Jiang Ming thought of the child from the Snowy Kingdom and kicked him. Jiang Ming heard the sounds of someone vomiting blood. Jiang Ming knew that his guess was right. He immediately tore his sleeve and placed the cloth near the child's eyes. In order to prevent the child from taking off the cloth, Jiang Ming tied it into a dead knot and poured his spiritual energy into the cloth. The residents of the Snowy Kingdom who were watching Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing had dispersed one by one when they saw that Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing had fallen in. Only the child who Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing saw was left. The child from the Snowy Kingdom wanted to go forward with a playful attitude, but his eyes were tied up by Jiang Ming. He pulled at the cloth with all his might, trying to take it off. However, the cloth was tied tightly, and the child could not pull it off at all. The child could not bear it anymore and started to spout nonsense. Jiang Ming could not understand what he was saying. He carefully observed the appearance of the child. The children of the Snowy Kingdom had snow-white skin and round cheeks. They were very cute. Jiang Ming did not know what their eyes looked like, but he felt that the eyes of the children of the Snowy Kingdom were probably quite big. The child found that he could no longer pull the cloth off his eyes, so he turned around and ran forward. Jiang Ming had expected that the child would try to escape, so he had already set up a square barrier around him. The barrier was very sturdy and transparent. The child could not see, and now he had bumped into the barrier. Jiang Ming sized up the child and said with a smile, "You can't get out at all. Now tell me how to thaw Xiaqin Jing." The child swore that he would never obey Jiang Ming. He cursed Jiang Ming in a language that Jiang Ming could not understand. Jiang Ming was confused. He simply ignored the child and walked directly to Xiaqin Jing. Xiaqin Jing happened to meet Jiang Ming's eyes. He pursed his lips and tried to make a sound, but he could not make a sound at all. Jiang Ming shot out a flame from his palm and warmed Xiaqin Jing with it. Xiaqin Jing saw that the ice had melted a little, so he was excited. After the ice melted completely, Jiang Ming stopped the fire to prevent Xiaqin Jing's clothes from burning. He had thought that the ice would be difficult to melt, so he had asked the child for help. He had not expected that the ice would melt so easily. Xiaqin Jing was finally free. He was so happy that he forgot everything and carefully checked if there were any wounds on his body. He really could not stand the feeling of being frozen just now. Seeing the child, Xiaqin Jing curiously approached him. However, the child felt Xiaqin Jing's approach and had a mental breakdown. He hurriedly shouted at Xiaqin Jing. However, he did not know where Xiaqin Jing was at all, so he could only make a scene. Jiang Ming patted Xiaqin Jing's shoulder and said helplessly, "Let's go." He felt that the children of the Snowy Kingdom were too crazy. The most important thing now was to find the snowy mountain. Xiaqin Jing glanced at the barrier and said, "Will he be okay locked up here? He probably doesn't know how to get out." Jiang Ming also glanced at the barrier and said, "The cloth and the barrier will disappear in 2 hours. It's not a problem." Hearing this, Xiaqin Jing followed Jiang Ming and left. The child seemed to have sensed that Jiang Ming and Xiaqin Jing were about to leave, so he shouted at them. However, this roar did not sound like a scream. It was like a dog's bark. Woof! Jiang Ming could not help but laugh when he heard the bark. This was the first time he had seen a child bark like a dog. It was this barking that made the residents of the Snowy Kingdom gather together and rush toward Jiang Ming and Xiaqin Jing. Their movements were very strange. They looked like dogs running on all fours. Jiang Ming found it strange, but he knew that they would come closer soon. When he and Xiaqin Jing saw the eyes of the residents of the Snowy Kingdom, they would be the ones suffering. Xiaqin Jing and Jiang Ming thought of something at the same time. They looked at each other and said to each other in their hearts, "Let's go." Jiang Ming and Xiaqin Jing turned around and ran forward. When the residents of the Snowy Kingdom saw that Xiaqin Jing and Jiang Ming were about to escape, they sped up. Jiang Ming and Xiaqin Jing were faster than them, but Xiaqin Jing started to lag. Alas, he was caught by the residents of the Snowy Kingdom. Xiaqin Jing was frozen again. This time, he could not even move his mouth. He had seen too many residents of the Snowy Kingdom, and that was why he had become like this. Jiang Ming could not look back. He could only ask Xiaqin Jing in his heart, "Are you all right? How do you feel?" Xiaqin Jing took a deep breath and said, "I'm all right. I was just a little unlucky. Be careful. Don't get caught by the residents of the Snowy Kingdom." The residents of the Snowy Kingdom were divided into 2 groups. One group stared at Xiaqin Jing while the other chased after Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming familiarized himself with the path in front of him and immediately covered his eyes with a cloth. However, the residents of the Snowy Kingdom sped up again and were about to reach Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming felt that the residents of the Snowy Kingdom were getting closer and closer behind him. He turned around and turned 90 degrees in the air to appear behind them. The residents of the Snowy Kingdom did not know what Jiang Ming wanted to do. When they saw Jiang Ming coming behind them, they became nervous. They suddenly conjured several icicles, and these icicles rushed straight at Jiang Ming. Although Jiang Ming did not see the icicles, he felt something sharp digging into him painfully. However, Xia Qingjing saw the icicles clearly. He immediately described the situation to Jiang Ming. He also pointed out the locations of the icicles. Jiang Ming dodged the icicles according to Xia Qingjing's words and crushed them. "Tell me where you are, and I'll go save you." Jiang Ming did not want to fight with the residents of the Snowy Kingdom, so he immediately spoke to Xia Qingjing. Xia Qingjing immediately led Jiang Ming over. In order to prevent the residents of the Snowy Kingdom from catching up to him, Jiang Ming sped up. The residents of the Snowy Kingdom hurriedly ran over, but they could not catch up to Jiang Ming. They suddenly became anxious and shouted at Jiang Ming, saying something that Jiang Ming did not understand. When Jiang Ming came across Xia Qingjing, he deliberately slowed down. The residents of the Snowy Kingdom thought that they had caught up to Jiang Ming and hurried toward him. Seeing the opportunity, Xia Qingjing said something to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming lifted Xia Qingjing up and turned 90 degrees in the air like before, and then he appeared behind the residents of the Snowy Kingdom. The residents of the Snowy Kingdom were even more shrewd this time. They soared into the sky and wanted to catch Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was not someone to be trifled with. He directly stepped forward and kicked the residents of the Snowy Kingdom away. In order to prevent himself from being caught by the residents of the Snowy Kingdom, Jiang Ming used a lot of force in his kick. He was a little worried. There were so many residents that they might not be able to escape. The residents of the Snowy Kingdom who were kicked away immediately fell to the ground. Xia Qingjing was nervous and wanted to help Jiang Ming. However, he was powerless and could only watch the scene in front of him. Seeing the residents of the Snowy Kingdom getting kicked away by Jiang Ming. One by one, Xia Qingjing was relieved and told Jiang Ming about the current situation in his heart. Jiang Ming was also relieved. He released a barrier in his hand and directly trapped the residents of the Snowy Kingdom. The residents of the Snowy Kingdom could not accept being put into the same situation as the child. They kept knocking on the barrier. Finally, the residents of the Snowy Kingdom were taken care of. Jiang Ming took Xia Qingjing to a place where there were no residents and thawed Xia Qingjing out. Xia Qingjing patted the ice on his body and frowned. "I really hate being frozen. Take it slow. We have to be careful." Jiang Ming looked around. It was a world of ice and snow. There was no sunlight at all, and the entire sky was dark. He did not understand why the residents had to stay here in such weather. If they went to other places, they could still see the sun. "Help! Help!" At this moment, they heard someone shouting. This made Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing wary. There was no one around. Jiang Ming was confused. There was no one around, so why did they hear a cry for help? Jiang Ming was still looking around, but Xia Qingjing did not move. His mouth was sealed. He called out to Jiang Ming in his heart, "Ning Kaichen, I don't know why I can't move. I can't even make a sound. I don't know what to do." Hearing Xia Qingjing's words, Jiang Ming went forward to check on him. Xia Qingjing wanted to move his eyes, but he found that he could not even move them. Just as he felt powerless, he suddenly saw a blurry figure coming from afar. The figure seemed to be very tall and had some red splashes all over them. Xia Qingjing hurriedly described the figure to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming turned his head and saw the figure. Ning Kaichen, stay in the dark and don't let that person find you. I don't know if that person is a resident of the Snowy Kingdom. I can't move now. He's probably coming for me. Hearing Xia Qingjing's words, Jiang Ming also felt that it made sense, so he hid further away. The figure in the distance gradually approached them and arrived in front of Xia Chen. The figure was a man, and the man was covered in blood. Additionally, the man was as pale as the residents of the Snowy Kingdom, and his eyes were also white. Xia Qingjing had been frozen twice, so he was well aware of what the residents of the Snowy Kingdom looked like. For some reason, he was not frozen this time. For a moment, Xia Qingjing could not help but be puzzled. Why did he not freeze? Jiang Ming also realized this problem. Was it because Xia Qingjing could not move? Then, he vetoed this decision and came up with a bold idea. Would the figure be frozen when they saw them? Thinking of this, Jiang Ming immediately wanted to go out and prepared some flames in his hand. However, before he went out, he heard the figure calling him. You there, come out quickly. Don't worry, you won't be frozen. Jiang Ming did not expect that they would be able to communicate with the residents of the Snowy Kingdom one day. He walked out cautiously. Why did you call me here? He did not expect that they would be found by one of the residents. They had just hurt many of them. The man in front of him was very friendly to Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing. He smiled and said, I've finally met people from other countries. I've been going crazy in the Snowy Kingdom. The blood on your body. Xia Qingjing suddenly realized that he seemed to be able to move and speak. He instantly took a step forward and spoke to the man in front of him in surprise. It's okay, I accidentally made these blood stains. Only by making these blood stains can you see me and not turn me into ice. The man sighed and finally looked at Xia Qingjing and said to Jiang Ming, no matter what, I hope you can do me a favor. As long as you're willing to help me, I'm willing to pay anything. I really can't stay in the Snowy Kingdom any longer. Realizing that the man was in a bad mental state, Jiang Ming said without thinking, we are going to the snowy mountain to get snow grass. Do you know about snow grass? I know, I'm the one who raises snow grass. Now that the only snow grass has been taken away by my brother, it's useless for you to go to the snowy mountain. The man was stunned for a moment, and then he told Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing this. Jiang Ming did not expect to hear this. He could only look at the man and say, where is your brother now? Xia Qingjing became vigilant and said to Jiang Ming in his heart, Ning Kaichen, don't trust the man in front of you too much. You don't know what he wants from us. As he spoke, he directly asked the man in front of him, what do you want us to do? We're just two ordinary people. We can't help you much. When he heard that, Xia Qingjing and Jiang Ming seemed to be willing to help him, the man suddenly became happy. Then, he said to Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing, can you take me away from here? The method is very simple. As long as you hold my arm, I can go out. Xia Qingjing and Jiang Ming did not expect the man to make such a condition. They could not help but be confused. Do the residents of the Snowy Kingdom have no way to get out? The man took a deep breath and said to Jiang Ming, yes, we can't go out. The residents of the Snowy Kingdom are all like this. We are trapped in the Snowy Kingdom. Moreover, our bodies are very fragile. If we're not careful, we'll die. It's because we're forced to stay here. As long as I leave here, I should be able to become stronger. Jiang Ming thought for a moment and then said, we've met your fellow residents before, but we could not understand what they were saying. But why? Can we understand what you're saying? Are you really one of them? Hearing Jiang Ming's question, the man did not hesitate. He took out a knife from his pocket and cut his finger. Maroon blood suddenly came out of his finger. Then, he looked at Jiang Ming quietly and said, can you trust me now? I don't know if you've read the records in the ancient books, but the fingers of the residents of the Snowy Kingdom all have maroon blood. Immediately after, his body swayed and was about to fall to the ground. Jiang Ming saw this and quickly supported the man. However, the man instantly spat out a mouthful of blood and became blind. He cried, I think I'm going to die. I shouldn't have been so ruthless to myself. I can't walk out of here now. Seeing that the despair in the man's eyes did not seem fake, Jiang Ming exposed his right wrist and placed his hand on it to take his pulse. His pulse was disordered, and he felt a strange coldness from within him. Jiang Ming thought for a moment and immediately stuffed some snow into the man's mouth. He said to the man, swallow it. The man found it strange, but he still swallowed it according to Jiang Ming's instructions. In his opinion, he was about to die. It did not matter if he ate the snow or not. However, he was still very happy. At least he had put in a lot of effort to get out of the Snowy Kingdom. If only he could leave the Snowy Kingdom. However, the moment he swallowed the snow, his body immediately recovered, and his eyes instantly lit up. The bloodstains slowly disappeared. Seeing that the bloodstains were about to disappear, Jiang Ming quickly closed his eyes and covered his eyes with a cloth. Xiao Qinjing also quickly covered his eyes. He had already been frozen twice. He did not want to be frozen again. He was not a fool and did not want to be treated like this. When the man saw that he was better, he could not help but be surprised. Then, he was confused. He looked at Jiang Ming and asked, how did you know that the snow would heal my wounds? I didn't know this. Even the residents of the Snowy Kingdom don't know this. In their eyes, as long as you're seriously injured, you're just waiting for death. Do you feel any changes in your body? Instead of answering the man's question, Jiang Ming asked the man. He was just taking a gamble, but he did not expect it to succeed. He felt that since the residents of the Snowy Kingdom could only stay in the Snowy Kingdom, the environment in the Snowy Kingdom should be able to cure them. The man moved his body and found that his body was stronger than before. Then he thought for a while and cut his finger again. However, his finger healed automatically, and he no longer needed to eat the snow of the Snowy Kingdom. He could not help but be surprised, and he described his current situation to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming thought for a moment and said, this might be the physique of the residents of the Snowy Kingdom. Perhaps you can leave the Snowy Kingdom without us now. No, that's impossible. When the man heard this, he shook his head quietly. I've read the records of the Snowy Kingdom. There's only been one person who left the Snowy Kingdom before. I need to follow his methods. Why do you have to leave the Snowy Kingdom? I think if you insist on leaving the snowy kingdom and going to other countries, you might be discriminated against by those people. Nowadays, people discriminate against those who are different. Xiao Jing kindly reminded the man in front of him. Unexpectedly, the man was still persistent. There is no sunlight here. I heard that the outside world is warm. I've been here for too long, and my mood has become more and more irritable. If this continues, even if I don't die of illness, I'll die of depression. Jiang Ming could roughly understand the man's thoughts and felt that what the man said should be the truth. He immediately said, "We promise to help you. But we have to find the snowgrass first. Take us to your brother first. I have broken off relations with my brother. I don't know where he is now. But he must be in the snowy kingdom. I only know his address, but I don't know if he has moved. Let's give it a try." Jiang Ming had a 50% chance of finding the snowgrass. "Alright, then follow me." The man introduced himself as he walked. "My name is Anyu Howie. Nice to meet you. I don't know if you'll turn into ice when you see me now, but one of you can try. I think the snow in the snowy kingdom has changed my constitution. Maybe you won't freeze when you see me. Anyway, even if you do, I will still thaw you out." Anyu Howie treated him honestly. Xiao Jing did not trust Anyu Howie very much, but he also felt that it was inconvenient to wear the cloth strips all the time. He simply tore it off and looked into Anyu Howie's eyes. His attitude now was very indifferent. He had already been frozen twice. He was used to it. Moreover, even if he was frozen again, Ning Kaichen would still help him. Seeing Anyu Howie's eyes, Xiao Jing was not frozen. Instead, he stood there, unharmed. Xiao Jing could not help but get excited. He looked at Jiang Ming and directly tore off the cloth on his face. "We won't be frozen if we see Anyu Howie," he said happily. Jiang Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. Then, he said, "Yes, but what about the other residents of the snowy kingdom? It's better to keep wearing the cloth. That way, there won't be any accidents of being frozen." Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Xiao Jing suddenly became dejected and said, "I didn't think of this just now. Things are not easy." Anyu Howie thought for a moment, and his eyes lit up. He quickly closed his eyes and placed his hand on his heart. 2 bracelets instantly appeared on his hands. The bracelets were connected by leaves and were incomparably green. Anyu Howie handed the bracelets to Xiao Jing and Jiang Ming and said, "If you each wear this bracelet, you shouldn't be frozen. These 2 bracelets are formed by the spiritual energy of my heart." Xiao Jing felt that it was very magical and could not help but be fascinated by it. He took one of the bracelets and looked at it again and again. Then, he looked at Anyu Howie and said, "Your heart can actually produce such spiritual energy. It really surprises me." Jiang Ming, on the other hand, was skeptical. "Where did you learn how to do this?" Anyu Howie thought for a moment and then said, "I read about this method in an ancient book. I'm not sure if it works or not. Why don't you guys just bring a cloth strip? Don't take the risk." With that, he took the bracelets and returned the spiritual energy to his heart. Jiang Ming and Xiao Jing tied the cloth strips together. He took Jiang Ming and Xiao Jing to the house where his brother was. At this moment, there was a banging sound coming from the house, as if someone was knocking on something. It was extremely loud. Jiang Ming covered his ears and tried to keep himself steady. He hated such sounds the most. Anu Hao noticed Jiang Ming's discomfort and said thoughtfully, "You guys stay further away. I'll go in and take a look first. I should be able to ask about the whereabouts of the snow grass. Anyway, the snow grass is of no use to the residents of the snowy kingdom." Xia Qingjing agreed with Anu Hao and took Jiang Ming far away. However, when Anu Hao entered the house, he found his brother lying on the ground. The banging sounds had disappeared for some reason. Although he was having a conflict with his brother, he could not help but feel sad when he saw his brother in such a miserable state. He shouted, "What's wrong?" He stepped forward and shook his brother. His brother's face was ruddy, and his cheeks were round and red. His lips were also pink and tender. However, such features were fatal to the residents of the snowy kingdom. Anu Hao cried and trembled. He was very loud, and Xia Qingjing and Jiang Ming heard him clearly. The two of them did not even need to think to know that something had happened. In the house, they immediately ran into the house and asked with concern, "Anu Hao, what happened? We might be able to help." Xia Qingjing was so anxious that the cloth on his eyes fell off. However, Anu Hao's brother was already dead. Even if they could see his eyes, they would not be frozen. Seeing Anu Hao's brother like this, Jiang Ming asked in confusion, "Why are you crying? Your brother should be asleep. He looks extremely healthy." "That's normal for you people," Anu Hao said with a sob. "But for the residents of the snowy kingdom, it's like death. My brother was inexplicably killed just like that." Anu Hao could not take it anymore and fainted. Seeing that they were both on the ground, Xia Qingjing could not help but say helplessly, "Why did he also fall? What happened to Anu Hao?" Jiang Ming couldn't look at the situation in front of him and asked Xia Qingjing. Xia Qingjing pulled the cloth off his eyes and said to Jiang Ming, "Look at the situation. There's definitely no way to save Anu Hao's brother. Anu Hao must have fainted out of shock. Let's carry him and his brother to the bedroom first." Seeing that there were two beds in the small room, Xia Qingjing stood up and helped Anu Hao up and put him on a bed. Jiang Ming placed Anu Hao's brother on the other bed. At the same time, he realized that Anu Hao's brother could still be saved. Then, Jiang Ming followed Xia Qingjing and said, "No, Anu Hao's brother can still be saved. Go outside and get some snow. Anu Hao's brother died a long time ago. Will this snow be useful?" Xia Qingjing was a little skeptical, but he still went outside to get some snow and handed it to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming stuffed the snow into the mouth of Anu Hao's brother and said, with uncertainty, "I don't know, but I feel that the snow of the snowy kingdom is omnipotent. Let's give it a try first." Anu Hao's brother paled. Then, his eyelashes moved, and he opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, Jiang Ming quickly pulled Xia Qingjing to put a cloth over his eyes. He really felt that it was very troublesome, but he had no choice. Anu Hao slowly woke up. When he saw that his brother had woken up, he was excited and went up to check on him. The two of them were like old friends. After some chatting, their relationship became good again. Anu Hao was very grateful to Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing, so he asked them to stay for dinner. However, Jiang Ming had more important things to do now. Knowing that Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing wanted the snow grass, Anu Hao's brother immediately said to Jiang Ming, "You still have to go to the snowy mountain. The snow grass has been taken away by some bandits living in the snowy mountain. We can't help you." On Yuhao's brother felt helpless, but he did not say anything else. He pointed to Jiang Ming and Xia Qinjing. Xia Qinjing and Jiang Ming did not blame him. They knew the current state of On Yuhao's brother. Looking at the direction On Yuhao's brother pointed at, Xia Qinjing and Jiang Ming headed out. However, after walking for a while, some ice sand swept out from the surroundings. The ice sand, along with the dust, quickly rolled up and gathered into something like a tornado. The tornado went straight for Jiang Ming and Xia Qinjing. Jiang Ming raised his hand and held the fan tightly. As soon as Xia Qinjing lost his sword, he took out a jade pendant from his pocket. This jade pendant was jade green, similar to Liang Xixi's, but it had more attributes than Liang Xixi's jade pendant. His jade pendant could be used indefinitely and could be exchanged for anything. Xia Qinjing immediately used the jade pendant to transform into a sword that was exactly the same as his own. Jiang Ming waved his fan, and Xia Qinjing took the opportunity to wave his sword. The power of the fan and the sword completely fanned the tornado away, and it retreated. However, the tornado still did not give up and continued to move toward Jiang Ming and Xia Qinjing. Xia Qinjing saw that the situation was not good and immediately waved his sword toward the tornado. Although he could not compare it to a natural phenomenon, he still tried his best to stop the tornado. Jiang Ming simply released a barrier to block the tornado. The tornado collided everywhere in the barrier, but the barrier did not show any signs of loosening at all. Seeing this, Jiang Ming and Xia Qinjing were relieved. I didn't expect the weather in the Snowy Kingdom to be so bad. No wonder Anyu. How he wanted to leave the Snowy Kingdom so badly. Xia Qinjing felt the wind direction and clearly understood that it was a tornado. It's not good to wear this cloth. Let's find the snow grass and leave as soon as possible. Jiang Ming also felt that it was very inconvenient. Xia Qinjing immediately followed Jiang Ming to the snowy mountain. However, the road on the snowy mountain was winding, and Jiang Ming and Xia Qinjing could not see anything. It was very difficult to walk. After a while, Jiang Ming could not take it anymore. He tore off the cloth and said to Xia Qinjing, "Let's just leave like this. You can unfreeze me when you see the residents of the Snowy Kingdom." As soon as Xia Qinjing understood Jiang Ming's thoughts, he did not say anything but kept walking forward. However, at this moment, a resident of the Snowy Kingdom came out from the road and headed straight for them. However, Jiang Ming saw that he did not turn into ice. When the resident of the Snowy Kingdom realized that Jiang Ming had not turned into ice, he panicked and turned in the opposite direction. However, he was stopped by Jiang Ming. Their current situation was not good, and they needed someone to lead the way. Now that a resident of the Snowy Kingdom had suddenly appeared, he could not let go of such an opportunity. Just as Jiang Ming was thinking about this, snowflakes suddenly popped out of the mouth of the resident of the Snowy Kingdom one after another. The snowflakes were extremely sharp. In the dark, they revealed a sharp glint. Jiang Ming did not see it, but Xia Qinjing saw it clearly. He was afraid that Jiang Ming would be in danger, so he took off the cloth. Xia Qinjing immediately rushed forward in panic and blocked Jiang Ming. However, the moment the snowflakes touched Jiang Ming, they fell to the ground like pieces of thin paper. This time, except for Jiang Ming, the remaining two people were silent for 3 seconds. The resident of the Snowy Kingdom cursed out of anger. Xia Qinjing quickly turned the jade pendant in his hand into a string of rope and tied up the resident of the Snowy Kingdom. However, the moment the rope tied up the resident of the Snowy Kingdom, Xia Qingjing was frozen. The resident of the Snowy Kingdom was tied up tightly, but it was useless. He instantly struggled free from the rope and wanted to continue escaping, but he was pulled back by Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming grabbed his arm and tied him up again. This time, in order to prevent the resident of the Snowy Kingdom from escaping, Jiang Ming added some spiritual energy. The added spiritual energy made the rope even tighter. The resident of the Snowy Kingdom screamed in pain, but he could not break free at all. He could only watch Jiang Ming melt the ice on Xia Qingjing's body. Xia Qingjing was puzzled. He should have been frozen immediately, but he did not expect it to take a few seconds before he was frozen. What was going on? However, what made him even more puzzled was Jiang Ming. When he saw the resident of the Snowy Kingdom turn him into ice, he thought that Jiang Ming's physique was the same as his. In the end, Jiang Ming did not need to cover himself with a cloth at all, which made him deeply envious. Xia Qingjing also realized that he had to wear the cloth strip now. The moment the ice melted, he hurriedly put on the cloth strip. Jiang Ming looked at Xia Qingjing and could not help but feel lucky. Fortunately, he did not need to bring a cloth strip now. However, the treatment of the residents of the Snowy Kingdom had become a problem. At this moment, the resident of the Snowy Kingdom suddenly closed his eyes and fell down as if he had been injured. The residents of the Snowy Kingdom are acting like they are trying to scam us. Jiang Ming grinned and went forward to check the body of the resident. In the end, he found out that the snowflakes he had thrown over earlier had appeared in the abdomen of the resident. Xia Qingjing did not understand what Jiang Ming said, so he went up to ask about the residents of the Snowy Kingdom. Jiang Ming told Xia Qingjing about this. Xia Qingjing was dumbfounded. Aren't snowflakes made by the residents of the Snowy Kingdom? Why did this one swallow them again? How bizarre. Isn't that so? Jiang Ming could not understand it either, but he still helped the resident. Here, get the snowflakes out. The snowflakes were crushed by Jiang Ming immediately. At that moment, Jiang Ming realized that the snowflakes were different from the snowflakes made by the other residents of the Snowy Kingdom, but he did not think too much about it. They could not understand what he was saying, so they did not need to study the difference between the snowflakes thrown by the residents of the Snowy Kingdom. After the snowflakes were crushed by Jiang Ming, the resident woke up. He belatedly realized that Jiang Ming had cured him. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Jiang Ming. It was the first time he had seen someone like Jiang Ming who repaid evil with good. He was very touched and wanted to say something to repay Jiang Ming. However, Jiang Ming was confused and could not understand. Xia Qingjing felt the same as Jiang Ming. He was about to explode. He felt that it was difficult to speak in the Snowy Kingdom. If this went on, it would be difficult to even listen to the language, let alone find the snow grass. Jiang Ming had another idea. First, he tried to see if this resident of the Snowy Kingdom could understand what he said. We need to find snow grass now. Can you help us? We are very anxious now. The resident seemed to understand what Jiang Ming said and nodded repeatedly. However, he also seemed to understand that Jiang Ming could not understand what H were saying, so he raised his chin and signaled Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing to follow them. Xia Qingjing didn't know the current situation at all. When he heard that the residents of the Snowy Kingdom didn't move at all, he thought that there was something wrong with the residents of the Snowy Kingdom. He immediately said to Jiang Ming, what happened? Tell me quickly. Jiang Ming told Xia Qinjing what the resident had done. Xia Qinjing heaved a sigh of relief and said, "We can finally find the snow grass and leave the snowy kingdom." Jiang Ming held Xia Qinjing's arm and walked forward. With the help of the resident, they soon reached the top of the mountain. On the top of the mountain, the weather was even worse. The wind was about to blow Jiang Ming and Xia Qinjing away. Jiang Ming felt that he had already eaten a lot of wind before he could speak. Xia Qinjing, on the other hand, was in a miserable state. He really could not understand how someone could live here in such bad weather. After the resident brought them here, he spoke louder. Jiang Ming could not understand and could only look at him. After that, the resident left. Jiang Ming was kind enough to untie the ropes. The resident was no longer bound. He bowed to Jiang Ming from a distance and then left. Jiang Ming handed the jade pendant to Xia Qinjing, who put it in his pocket. Jiang Ming looked up and saw another resident on a tree. However, the moment the resident touched Jiang Ming, he immediately disappeared. Jiang Ming did not understand what was going on. He immediately conjured some ropes in his hand. He swung the rope to the resident. The rope automatically tied the resident up. The resident was dressed in luxurious clothes and wore a crown on his head. He looked like a king. However, he was short, and his eyes were filled with innocence. Seeing that he was tied up, the resident was not afraid, panicked, or angry. Instead, he stared at Jiang Ming and Xia Qinjing curiously. He seemed to want to know the identities of Jiang Ming and Xia Qinjing, so he kept asking. Jiang Ming roughly understood what the resident meant. He introduced himself and gestured to the resident, hoping that he could take out the snow grass. However, after the resident understood Jiang Ming's words, he became flustered and shook his head crazily. It was as if he had experienced something terrible. At this moment, a vine suddenly appeared and rushed straight at Jiang Ming and Xia Qinjing. Although Xia Qinjing could not see, he could feel the dangerous atmosphere. He immediately said to Jiang Ming, "Something seems to be coming." Jiang Ming pulled his arm back and replied to Xia Qinjing, "There is indeed something coming, but it seems to be a living plant." Xia Qinjing was stunned for a moment, and then he found it difficult to understand. He looked at Jiang Ming and said, "A living plant? Are you sure? Was I wrong?" Jiang Ming looked at the vine, coming straight at them, and immediately kicked it away. Then, he said, "I'm not mistaken. This is a vine, but I can't see the person controlling it. It should be a living plant. This is really strange. Will you be okay? Why don't I tear off the cloth?" Xia Qinjing felt that the situation was not good and continued to speak to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming felt Xia Qinjing's concern and comforted him. "Don't worry, I can take care of you. You just have to follow my rhythm." The vine became even more irritable after being kicked by Jiang Ming. It was covered in thorns and attacked Jiang Ming and Xia Qinjing. These thorns knew that Jiang Ming was not easy to deal with, so they went directly to Xia Qinjing. Jiang Ming saw that Xia Qinjing was about to be stabbed, so he quickly kicked the thorns one by one. However, these sharp thorns seemed to have a life of their own as they stabbed at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was not attacked by the thorns, but a strange liquid suddenly came out of the thorns. The liquid was completely black and flowed straight down to Jiang Ming. Although Jiang Ming dodged, he was still splashed by some of the liquid and immediately felt dizzy. He knew that there was something wrong with the liquid, but in order to protect himself, he still forced himself to hold on and conjured a long sword. from his hand, cutting off the vines one by one. The vines were cut into dozens of pieces by Jiang Ming. However, they still came back to life and connected together again. Jiang Ming was furious. Jiang Ming was helpless. He could only create another version of himself and let the vine think that the fake version of him was the real him. The vines immediately wrapped around the fake Jiang Ming and tightened their grip, wanting to strangle him to death. Jiang Ming took the opportunity to take out a silver needle and stuck it into his acupuncture point to prevent the liquid from spreading in his body. Then, he pressed on his acupuncture points and forced himself to spit out the liquid. After spitting it out, the liquid turned green. The liquid looked sticky and had some white substance in it. Jiang Ming could not help but be stunned. He never thought that this liquid would change color. He did not know what kind of liquid it was. At this moment, the vines seemed to have realized that this was a fake Jiang Ming, and then they rushed straight at the real Jiang Ming. Seeing that the vines were persistent, Jiang Ming ran over and released fireballs. After the fire burned the vines, he released bolts of lightning to increase the momentum of the flames. The vines were burned by the flames, and they withered and shriveled. Suddenly, the vines released water droplets. The water droplets extinguished the fire. Jiang Ming knew the intention of the vines and immediately shot out more fire. In the end, the fire became stronger than ever. The vines were originally jumping around, but then they stopped moving and fell to the ground. The flames had also died down, and the vines had completely turned into ashes. Xia Qingjing smelled the burned smell and could not help but ask curiously, "Did you burn those vines?" "Yes." Jiang Ming answered Xia Qingjing. Xia Qingjing gave Jiang Ming a thumbs up. His eyes were sparkling as he said, "As expected of you. The vines have finally been taken care of." At this moment, the vines were about to disappear. Jiang Ming looked at the vines in front of him carefully. He felt that the vines might come back to life, so he simply stared at the vines. However, the vines did not revive at all. Instead, an emerald green leaf appeared. The leaf emitted light and looked extremely alluring. Jiang Ming had a feeling that this should be the snow grass. Then, he went forward to take the leaf. However, a figure appeared and took the leaf away first. The figure was extremely fast and disappeared without a trace before Jiang Ming could turn around. Jiang Ming immediately looked around. He did not want the snow grass to disappear just like that. Although Xia Qingjing had been standing, he also felt another person. He closed his eyes and felt the movement of that person. Then, he told Jiang Ming about his movements. Jiang Ming did not expect Xia Qingjing to have such a skill. He did not continue to ask. Instead, he pulled the person back directly. The person did not seem to be a resident of the Snowy Kingdom. His skin color and eyes were exactly the same as theirs. He also knew how to speak Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing's language. Seeing that he was grabbed by Jiang Ming, this person scolded Jiang Ming angrily. "Let me go. What right do you have to hold me back? I am a precious resident of the Snowy Kingdom. Hand over the leaf, and I'll let you go," Jiang Ming said immediately. "That's impossible." The man narrowed his eyes and held the leaf tightly in his hand. "This snow grass belongs to the Snowy Kingdom. How can I give it to you? Don't even think about it. You're not a resident of the Snowy Kingdom, are you?" Jiang Ming looked at the man in front of him and asked meaningfully. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ming saw through him at a glance, but the man denied it. flatly. I am a resident of the Snowy Kingdom. Believe it or not, let go of me, or I won't let you go. Jiang Ming had heard this threat countless times, so he did not think much of it. He immediately said to the man, do whatever you want. What I need is the snow grass. Seeing that there was no way to have a discussion with Jiang Ming, the man took advantage of Jiang Ming's carelessness to launch a sneak attack and directly hurled his spiritual energy at Jiang Ming's face. The spiritual energy was made of fire. Jiang Ming suddenly felt a burning sensation. He immediately understood something and kicked the man in front of him. The man did not expect Jiang Ming to counterattack. He was immediately hit in a vital spot by Jiang Ming. The pain was unbearable, and he screamed for a moment. Just as the man in front of him wanted to save himself, Jiang Ming took the opportunity to step forward and directly flipped the man in front of him to the ground. Before the man in front of him could even take a breath, he felt as if his bones had been broken and began to howl again. He let go of the snow grass, and it fell into Jiang Ming's hand. When Jiang Ming saw the snow grass, he was afraid that the man in front of him would come up and cause trouble again, so he directly set up a barrier for him. This barrier will disappear in 2 hours. Jiang Ming looked at the man in front of him and then followed Xiaqinjing. Let's go, we've already got the snow grass. The matter finally came to an end. Xiaqinjing planned to leave, but the man in front of them was persistent. He shattered the barrier with one palm and quickly rushed toward Jiang Ming. His hand was aimed directly at Jiang Ming's heart. He wanted to dig out Jiang Ming's heart to take revenge for the pain he had just suffered. However, Jiang Ming saw him clearly and immediately threw the spiritual energy ball in his hand at the man in front of him. The moment the man in front of him touched the spiritual energy ball, his entire body began to itch furiously. Even though he was already bleeding, he still scratched himself. He even wanted to take off his clothes and scratch everything. Jiang Ming only scattered some itching powder over him. He did not expect the man in front of him to be so sensitive, but he also felt that the man in front of him deserved it. He immediately grabbed Xiaqinjing's arm and walked toward the foot of the snowy mountain. However, the man was still persistent. He rushed toward Jiang Ming again. Jiang Ming saw him and started fighting with the man. As the man's body was very itchy, he could not beat Jiang Ming at all. He was knocked to the ground by Jiang Ming before he could hit him 2 or 3 times. The man was lying on the ground, exuding a strange aura. Hail immediately fell from the sky, and the hailstones rushed straight at Jiang Ming and Xiaqinjing. As soon as Jiang Ming and Xiaqinjing felt the hail, they immediately dodged. However, Xiaqinjing could not see and was almost hit by the hail. Fortunately, Jiang Ming pulled him back. Xiaqinjing complained in his heart. Wasn't it just a bit of snow grass? The people of the Snowy Kingdom had no use for it, yet they insisted on taking the snow grass. The man saw the opportunity and went forward to grab the snow grass. Jiang Ming held on tightly, not giving the man a chance at all. The man was furious. He put his palms together and wrote a symbol on his palm. Hundreds of bears appeared in front of him. One of the bears rushed straight at Jiang Ming and Xiaqinjing, roaring menacingly. Hearing the bears roar, Xiaqinjing could not stand it anymore and directly tore off the cloth. He charged at the black bear. He really could not stand waiting for death like this. Thinking of this, he took a step forward and grabbed the bear's ear. However, he could not touch the bear's ears at all. The ear slid away from his hand. It was as if it could move. Xiaqinjing glanced at his hand and suspected that it was as if it was coated with grease, but he did not think much about it and wanted to pull off the bear's ears again. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not touch the ears. The bear slapped Xiaqinjing away with one palm, and Xiaqinjing instantly felt blinding pain. He immediately used the clone technique and made several clones of himself. The clones surrounded the bear. However, the other bears were all gathered at Jiang Ming's spot. Jiang Ming could not care less about Xiaqinjing. Seeing that Xiaqinjing did not turn into ice, he focused on dealing with these bears. He tried to use the barrier to trap these bears, but these bears seemed to have no physical form as they directly passed through the barrier. They were not injured at all. He could not help but find it strange. Then, Jiang Ming used the barrier again, but the result was the same. Jiang Ming could not figure it out, but he knew that the barrier was useless. Now, he continued to use the long sword that he had conjured to slash at the bears. However, in his opinion, he had clearly cut through these bears. Still, these bears were safe and sound. As Jiang Ming used a lot of strength, he could hardly swing his sword anymore. Jiang Ming was even more confused. He tried to attack the bears with fire, but the flames did not touch them at all. The flames touched the ground and started burning. The black bear stood on the flames, seemingly unharmed. By doing so, Jiang Ming also let these flames surround him. Seeing this, he had no choice but to extinguish the flames, but he felt even more strange. He said to Xiaqinjing in his heart, "These bears seem to be all an illusion. How should we stop them?" Xiaqinjing's situation was not good either. He was in the same situation as Jiang Ming. No matter how his clones or he attacked these bears, the bears were not injured at all. Xiaqinjing also lost his patience and said to Jiang Ming in his heart, "Ning Kaichen, since we've already gotten the snow grass, we might as well find a chance to leave." Jiang Ming also felt that Xiaqinjing's idea was not bad, so he said, "Alright, let's find a chance to leave." The bears seemed to know what Xiaqinjing was talking about with Jiang Ming. And they attacked Jiang Ming and Xiaqinjing again and again. Jiang Ming and Xiaqinjing's attacks were useless against the bears. They had no choice but to retreat. The two of them were pressed tightly together and forced under a tree. The man laughed out loud. "Surrender and hand over the snow grass. We'll spare your life. Don't even think about escaping." Xiaqinjing was annoyed and said to the man, "Impossible, we must take this snow grass away. Dream on." Unexpectedly, these words angered the man. The man immediately made a gesture to kill Jiang Ming and Xiaqinjing. The bears immediately turned to Jiang Ming and Xiaqinjing. Jiang Ming and Xiaqinjing quickly blocked them, but there were too many bears. They were completely surrounded by these bears. No matter how hard they tried, they could not hide. Jiang Ming was okay and did not suffer any injuries. Xiaqinjing felt that his limbs were about to fall apart, and his clothes were tattered. Seeing Xiaqinjing's tragic state, Jiang Ming realized that if they dragged it on, things would go south. He immediately conjured another Xiaqinjing and let him go under the tree on the other side. Those bears were not smart. They immediately treated the fake Xiaqinjing as the real Xiaqinjing and surrounded Jiang Ming and the fake Xiaqinjing in a very small circle. Jiang Ming pretended to stand down. Those bears thought that Jiang Ming was stupid, so they directly charged at Jiang Ming. At that moment, Jiang Ming rose into the air. The bears crashed into each other and fell to the ground. Seeing so many bears on the ground, the man was instantly furious. When Jiang Ming was not paying attention, he leaped into the air and went to Jiang Ming's side, wanting to snatch the snow grass. However, Jiang Ming noticed the man's actions. He secretly conjured a fake stalk of snow grass in his hand and threw it at the bears. The man did not realize that the snow grass was fake and immediately went forward to snatch it away. At this moment, Jiang Ming released a clone and made it follow the man closely. The beard had just woken up and thought that the fake Jiang Ming was Jiang Ming. They immediately rushed forward and pounced on the fake Jiang Ming. However, the fake Jiang Ming was not hit by the bears. Instead, they pounced on their owner. The man did not expect that the beard he made would pounce on him. He was immediately pushed down, and his body was covered in injuries. The man's body was originally very weak, but after the bears pounced on him, it became even weaker. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and the bears all disappeared, while the man fainted. Xia Qingjing looked at the scene in front of him and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. It's finally settled. If this continues, our stamina will really be exhausted. Let's go. This matter has finally been completely resolved. Jiang Ming stretched and felt a little sleepy. He had to have a good rest when he went back. However, after Jiang Ming landed on the ground, the man suddenly came to life and became full of strength. His entire body became stronger, and his speed increased. Countless vines grew out of his entire body. These vines had sharp red thorns on them. The red thorns were moving on their own as if they were alive. The man controlled the vines, and the vines extended to Jiang Ming's body. Jiang Ming felt a chill and directly raised his hand to grab the vine. The red thorn stabbed into Jiang Ming's palm, and red blood immediately flowed out of Jiang Ming's hand. Blood flowed endlessly, as if his arteries had been ruptured. Xia Qingjing was dumbfounded and quickly went forward to help Jiang Ming. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ming pushed him away directly. Xia Qingjing did not expect it and swung back, almost falling to the ground. Just as he was about to ask Jiang Ming, he saw the red thorns suddenly appear one by one and stab at Jiang Ming. If Jiang Ming had not pushed him away just now, the red thorns would have stabbed him. Xia Qingjing was touched. Worried that Jiang Ming would die, he quickly stepped forward to block the red thorns. However, the red thorns passed through the spiritual energy he released and directly attacked his body. Xia Qingjing did not notice that his whole body was red. The blood was the same as Jiang Ming's. It was as if it had been cut through his arteries. His entire body was bleeding non-stop as he fell backward. Seeing Xia Qingjing like this, Jiang Ming realized that there was no time to delay. He immediately went forward to save Xia Qingjing and directly released the long sword to block these red thorns. These red thorns were beaten down by Jiang Ming and came back to life again. They quickly rushed toward Jiang Ming and Xia Qingjing. Seeing that these red thorns were persistent, Jiang Ming simply went forward and crushed them one by one. The man did not expect the thorns on his body to be crushed so easily. He could not help but be furious. New red thorns grew out of the vines, and they were still heading straight for Jiang Ming. When Jiang Ming saw the red thorns coming over persistently, he immediately thought of capturing the man first. At the thought of this, he rushed forward and took advantage of the man's surprise to cut off his head. The man's head fell to the ground with gurgling sounds. His eyes were wide open. He did not know why his head had fallen off even before he died. The man's matter had been resolved, and the only thing left was Xiaoqinjing's matter. Xiaoqinjing had already closed his eyes in fear. Seeing him like this, Jiang Ming pulled out all the embedded red thorns and crushed them. Then, he used his silver needles to stop the bleeding. After the bleeding stopped, Xiaoqinjing slowly woke up. Seeing Jiang Ming, Xiaoqinjing opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But his voice was hoarse. He really did not expect that he would end up like this after being stabbed by the red thorns. Jiang Ming could tell what Xiaoqinjing wanted to say, so he slowly gestured to him, "If you can't say it out loud, you can say it in your heart." Xiaoqinjing thought about it and wanted to talk to Jiang Ming. However, his pupils suddenly dilated, and the words in his heart were stuck in his throat. "What's wrong?" Jiang Ming did not know what Xiaoqinjing wanted to say, and looked up at him. Xiaoqinjing did not say anything. Instead, he raised his hand weakly and pointed behind Jiang Ming. His fingers trembled as if he had seen something terrifying. Jiang Ming realized something and turned his head. He could not help but be stunned. In front of him, a big, snow-white man appeared in front of him. The big guy's hair was peppered with streaks of white. His clothes did not cover his body, and a pile of white hair could be seen on his chest. His body was extremely burly, like a gorilla. Seeing the pile of white hair, Jiang Ming sized up the big guy. The big guy did not seem to have any hostility. He stood there without moving. His eyes were purplish red. It was as if he had seen someone shocked. Then, the residents of the Snowy Kingdom who appeared before also appeared in front of Jiang Ming and Xiaoqinjing. Seeing that the big guy did not move, Jiang Ming and Xiaoqinjing did not move either. The residents of the Snowy Kingdom were chattering, obviously talking about something. However, Jiang Ming and Xiaoqinjing could not understand at all. They waved their hands repeatedly to let the residents of the Snowy Kingdom know. However, the residents of the Snowy Kingdom did not seem to know, but their eyes noticed the wounds on Xiaoqinjing's body. The resident stepped forward and took out some strange-looking grass from his pocket. There was some white powder on the grass. Xiaoqinjing and Jiang Ming were confused. They did not know what the residents of the Snowy Kingdom wanted to do. However, the residents of the Snowy Kingdom took the initiative to crush the grass and put it on Xiaoqinjing's wound. A moment later, Xiaoqinjing's wound immediately recovered as if he had never been injured. Jiang Ming also pulled out the silver needles from Xiaoqinjing's body in an instant. Xiaoqinjing felt that his body was as energetic as before and immediately stood up to move his hands and feet. Jiang Ming could tell that Xiaoqinjing had completely recovered. He stepped forward and said to the residents of the Snowy Kingdom, "Thank you, Xiaoqinjing has completely recovered." The residents understood what Jiang Ming said and grinned. The big guy stammered something to the residents of the Snowy Kingdom, while the residents of the Snowy Kingdom gestured at him. Xiaoqinjing also came forward to explain, and then he followed the residents of the Snowy Kingdom and said, "We have to go." The residents of the Snowy Kingdom nodded. Xiaoqinjing followed Jiang Ming down the snowy mountain, but the big guy followed them and rushed straight at Xiaoqinjing and Jiang Ming. Xiaoqinjing and Jiang Ming did not understand what the big guy wanted to do. But they also felt that the big guy was coming at them menacingly, so they immediately separated and dodged the big guy. The big guy did not hit them and slid forward. The snow under his feet slid out and formed two small piles. However, the big guy suddenly jumped up and rushed toward Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. He immediately dodged the big guy and soared into the sky. However, the big guy also rose into the air and slapped Jiang Ming. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming did not know when he had offended this big guy, but he would not let this big guy succeed. He took out the silver needles and inserted them into the big guy's palm. The big guy saw through Jiang Ming's thoughts and wanted to dodge the silver needles in his hand, but the silver needles could not be dodged at all. Not only that, but he also felt an intense pain. The piercing pain swept through the big guy's entire body. The big guy could hardly hold on any longer and immediately fell heavily to the ground, stirring up waves of snow. The snow that splashed out was especially heavy, and it directly fell on Xia Qingjing's body. Xia Qingjing patted the snow off his body. Jiang Ming came to his side and looked at the big guy who was covered in wounds. We didn't even bother this big guy, but this big guy turned around and attacked us. Xia Qingjing could not help but complain. Immediately after, the big guy launched a second attack. He found that Jiang Ming was not easy to fight, so he started attacking Xia Qingjing. Xia Qingjing was smart enough to raise his leg to block the big guy's attack. However, the big guy became smarter. He grabbed Xia Qingjing's foot with one hand and picked up some snow with the other hand to throw it at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming knew the big guy's intentions and rushed toward him with the snow. The big guy wanted to drag Xia Qingjing out, but Xia Qingjing was struggling desperately, and the spiritual energy in his hand rushed toward the big guy. However, Xia Qingjing's attack was nothing to the big guy. The big guy sneered and then went forward to hit Xia Qingjing with his hand. Seeing that the big guy's hand was coming over, Xia Qingjing had no way to escape. He could not help but feel afraid. He had never been this close to death before. He closed his eyes and felt that he was going to die. However, things did not turn out as he expected. Instead, a scream came from the big guy. Xia Qingjing felt strange. He opened his eyes and saw the big guy's neck being cut by Jiang Ming. Blood flowed out of the wound. The big guy stepped back and let go of Xia Qingjing. He then used his left hand to stop the bleeding. The big guy felt like he was going crazy. He could not stop the bleeding at all. When Jiang Ming saw this, he immediately went forward to stab him. The big guy fell heavily to the ground with his eyes wide open. Jiang Ming did not know if the big guy was actually dead, so he went forward to test the big guy's breathing. When he realized that his breathing had weakened, he stopped attacking. They would leave the Snowy Kingdom soon and would not have any contact with the big guy again. Moreover, he was also related to the residents of the Snowy Kingdom. For the sake of the residents of the Snowy Kingdom, he decided to spare the big guy's life. Xia Qingjing patted his chest in fear. Seeing that Jiang Ming seemed to want to keep the big guy alive, he could not help but be puzzled. Ning Kaichen, if we let this guy go like this, won't it leave behind trouble for us in the future? Jiang Ming knew what Xia Qingjing was thinking. He looked at the big guy and said, "That guy is with the residents of the Snowy Kingdom. Let's spare him." Xia Qingjing was silent for a minute, then nodded and said, "All right." Then, he turned around and limped away. His body was sore from being dragged around by the big guy just now, and his legs had become wobbly. It would probably take some time for him to recover. He had also injured one of his legs. Seeing Xia Qingjing's physical condition, Jiang Ming went forward and said to Xia Qingjing, "Wait a minute. I'll see if I can treat your leg. Xiao Qingjing thought that Jiang Ming was thinking about something and told him, Ning Kaichen, I'm fine. Don't worry. Jiang Ming had already checked Xiao Qingjing's leg. He told Xiao Qingjing to squat down, and he checked the wound on his leg. Xiao Qingjing looked at the deep gash on his leg. Blood flowed down into the snow, leaving a pool of red. Jiang Ming simply bandaged the wound and straightened out the broken bones. Inside, Xiao Qingjing groaned in pain, but he also felt that his leg was in much better shape. He could walk much easier now. He was pleasantly surprised and wanted to jump up and down to test his mobility. Seeing Xiao Qingjing's expression, Jiang Ming feared that he might become injured again, so he simply stepped forward to stop Xiao Qingjing. You can't jump around now. Just walk forward, slowly. Xiao Qingjing sighed and nodded. He followed Jiang Ming's instructions and took small steps forward. Jiang Ming felt that he was too slow, so he simply conjured a cloud and said to Xiao Qingjing, if you stand on this cloud, we can leave the snowy kingdom directly. Xiao Qingjing was fascinated by the cloud and kept touching it. The cloud seemed to be alive. Seeing Xiao Qingjing touch it so much, the cloud seemed a little bashful. It moved away from his hand. Xiao Qingjing could not help but laugh. This cloud is quite fun. All right, let's go up first. Seeing Xiao Qingjing dragging his feet, Jiang Ming urged him to hurry. When Xiao Qingjing got onto the cloud, Jiang Ming jumped onto the cloud as well and controlled it to fly into the air. However, when the residents of the Snowy Kingdom saw the cloud that Jiang Ming and Xiao Qingjing were sitting on, they thought it was an attack and immediately threw huge snowballs at them. When the cloud saw the snowballs, it was so scared that it almost dropped Xiao Qingjing and Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming sat down and touched the cloud, signaling it to calm down. Only then did the cloud continue to move forward steadily. However, the residents of the Snowy Kingdom were still unwilling to give up. They grouped together and stood in the shape of a pyramid, leaping toward the cloud with all their might. Although the person did not reach them, their snowballs hit the cloud. The cloud immediately fell, and Xiao Qingjing and Jiang Ming also fell. Jiang Ming did not pay much attention to the cloud, but to Xiao Qingjing. Xiao Qingjing was still injured and could not fall to the ground. When the residents of the Snowy Kingdom saw Jiang Ming and Xiao Qingjing fall, they cheered and even danced happily. Seeing the residents of the Snowy Kingdom like this, Xiao Qingjing could not help but feel angry. They did not mean any harm to the residents of the Snowy Kingdom, but the residents of the Snowy Kingdom had shown their evil intentions to them time and time again. However, he froze again in the next second. This time, the ice was very dense and hard. It could not be thawed at all. Xiao Qingjing wanted to curse in his heart. Why was it so difficult to leave the Snowy Kingdom? This was awful. They could not leave at all. When Jiang Ming saw Xiao Qingjing turn into ice, he relaxed. The attacks of the residents of the Snowy Kingdom became fiercer and fiercer. They threw more and more snowballs. Jiang Ming felt that the residents of the Snowy Kingdom were going too far. He conjured a barrier in his hand and sealed the residents of the Snowy Kingdom, like he did before. However, a few smart ones among the residents of the Snowy Kingdom ran to the side and avoided the barrier. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, saw this clearly and quickly released one barrier after another. Those barriers trapped the remaining residents of the Snowy Kingdom. The residents of the Snowy Kingdom knocked on the barrier while shouting at Jiang Ming and Xiao Qingjing. Xiao Qingjing saw it clearly and cursed in his heart. What was going on with these residents of the Snowy Kingdom? Jiang Ming was also a little angry, but he did not want to kill anyone. Xiaqinjing understood what Jiang Ming was thinking and wanted to say something, but because he was frozen, he could not say anything at all. Jiang Ming noticed that Xiaqinjing wanted to speak, so he melted the ice on his body with flames. Xiaqinjing relaxed. I'm finally out. This ice is really going to kill me. Just as he was stretching his limbs, he found a person standing in front of them and was about to come up to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, had his back to that person and did not know that someone had come up to him. Xiaqinjing clearly saw the man holding a knife in his hand and charging straight at Jiang Ming. Seeing that the man was getting closer and closer, Xiaqinjing immediately pushed Jiang Ming away. Jiang Ming knew that someone was going to attack him and was waiting for that person, but he was pushed by Xiaqinjing. He had no choice but to turn 90 degrees toward Xiaqinjing. The moment Xiaqinjing pushed Jiang Ming away, he saw the person who wanted to kill Jiang Ming. The person was tall and thin. His eyes were dark green, and his lips were cherry red. His eyes were very fierce, and Xiaqinjing was not used to such fierceness. Seeing that he did not succeed, the man rushed toward Jiang Ming again. Jiang Ming found that there seemed to be something behind his head, so he opened his hand and took it. There was a wet feeling on his hand. Jiang Ming was confused and looked at the thing in his hand carefully. There was a worm in his palm, wriggling and writhing. The worm's entire body was covered in purple patterns and thorns. He felt that his palm was still stinging, so he immediately squeezed the worm to death. Maroon blood flowed out of the insect's body. The man immediately shouted, "You actually killed my beloved pet. I'll make you pay with your life." The man threw the worm up when Jiang Ming was not paying attention. In the end, it was caught so quickly and killed. He was very angry. Jiang Ming felt that the man was being unreasonable. He said to the man, "You're the one who wanted to hurt me. Can't I hide?" The man did not listen to what Jiang Ming said. A flame appeared in his hand and gathered into the shape of a person. The flame figure rushed straight at Jiang Ming and Xiaqinjing. Xiaqinjing threw the sword he had conjured at the flame figure, but the sword was burned to ashes by the flames. Seeing that the man was so unreasonable, Jiang Ming decided to do as he had thought. He wanted to kill the man. However, the man seemed to be able to come back to life, splitting himself up multiple times. He combined himself with the flame figure and floated directly toward Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was very angry. However, he suppressed rage and threw the snow from the Snowy Kingdom onto the man. The man laughed out loud. He felt that Jiang Ming was using some self-righteous little trick and went straight for Jiang Ming. His clones also followed his actions and wanted to kill Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming secretly prepared his own clones. When the flame figure and the man rushed toward him, he stepped on them and appeared behind them. They did not expect Jiang Ming to step on their heads. Jiang Ming was still worried that he would be affected by the flame figure. But that did not happen. Not only that, but there were no traces of flames on his body. Jiang Ming could tell that these flames were not offensive to him at all. He could not help but perk up and clench his fists. He aimed his fist at the flame figure and hit his chest. The flame figure was instantly destroyed by Jiang Ming. The man immediately panicked and shouted at Jiang Ming, "No, don't." Once these flames were destroyed, they would be useless. Sensing this, Jiang Ming showed no mercy and directly split the flames in half. The man quickly went forward to stop Jiang Ming, but he was punched away by Jiang Ming. He originally wanted to use his clones to stop Jiang Ming, but they were all locked away. Jiang Ming even found his real body and beat him up. His face suddenly swelled up. Jiang Ming took out a silver needle and stuck it in. The silver needles were mixed with poison, and the man's face instantly swelled up. Although the man did not care about his appearance, he was extremely sensitive to pain. His face instantly swelled to the point of unbearable pain, as if his entire face was about to explode. Additionally, the parts of his face, which had swelled up, suddenly turned black. Ah! The man was in unbearable pain. He was on the verge of despair. He covered his face and wanted to cut it off. However, he also knew that once his face was cut off, the matter would become more intense. What did you do to me? The man rolled on the ground, and his entire body began to be covered in lice. The lice crawled all over his body, sucking his flesh and leaving small bites on his body. Jiang Ming did not expect the man to have lice on his body. He was stunned. Xiao Qinjing did not expect it either. He could not stand it anymore and directly vomited on the spot. The lice had bitten holes of various sizes on his skin. It was looking extremely disgusting. Oh no, my pets! The man seemed to have realized something and quickly wanted to scratch the lice on his body. However, the lice were extremely agile. Not only did they not get caught by the man, but they even crawled on his hand. The man's hand was instantly riddled with holes. The back of his hand was filled with holes of all sizes. Xiao Qinjing grinned and said to Jiang Ming, I've seen this thing in the Fengyu Kingdom before. It grows in damp and dark places. I didn't expect this skinny guy to raise this thing. He even raised it to such a terrifying state. I almost vomited. Jiang Ming could not help but sympathize with the man when he saw his miserable appearance. But now, the most important thing was to find out the identity and purpose of this man. Who sent you? Asking this was a bit of a gamble. He felt that these things in the Snowy Kingdom were not accidental. He was afraid that someone was manipulating them secretly. What are you talking about? I don't understand. The man was already in a lot of pain, but he still had some rationality and continued to play dumb. Jiang Ming could tell that the man would not say anything, so he pulled out the silver needles without hesitation. The man screamed, but Jiang Ming stabbed his throat again. His throat turned blue and purple, and the man immediately felt a burning pain. The pain was so intense that it engulfed the man's entire body. The man started coughing heavily, as if he was cursed. The situation became more and more intense, causing the man to bite his tongue off. Xiao Qinjing felt uncomfortable when he saw that. Xiao Qinjing did not expect the man to bite his tongue off because of the pain. He could not help but tremble. The man stammered and shouted at Jiang Ming. However, his tongue was gone, and his vocal cords were also damaged. He could not make any sound at all. Seeing the man, Xiao Qinjing could not help but shout, "You really don't deserve kindness. You need to shut up." The man knew that Jiang Ming was almost crippled now. He sneered and attacked Jiang Ming recklessly. Jiang Ming took a step back, and the man fell to the ground because he used too much strength and walked too fast. His face collided with the snow, and he took a bite of it. The snow woke the man up. He deliberately stayed still, wanting Jiang Ming to come over. Jiang Ming saw through the man's tricks and did not go over. Xiao Jing thought that the man was really dead and walked toward him. However, the man suddenly stood up and grabbed Xiao Jing's leg. Xiao Jing noticed the man's actions and took a step back, trying to avoid him. However, he could not avoid him anymore. The man pulled Xiao Jing down as if he did not care about his life. Xiao Jing was caught off guard and fell heavily to the ground, his head hitting a big rock. His head hurt so much, and a lot of blood came out. When Jiang Ming saw this situation, he immediately helped Xiao Jing up. Xiao Jing's head injury was not serious, and the wound was not particularly deep. Jiang Ming simply bandaged it. Xiao Jing let out a sigh of relief, then ran up to Jiang Ming when he was not paying attention, wanting to strangle the man in front of him. The man did not expect Xiao Jing to come up to him directly. He only cared about the pain and did not care about Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing felt an excruciating pain in the back of his head. He started to strangle the man with all his might. The man could not even breathe. He kept trying to struggle, but he was pressed down by Xiao Jing and could not move at all. Jiang Ming could see Xiao Jing's thoughts and did not stop him. In his opinion, the man deserved it. They clearly did not cause any harm to the man, but the man insisted on attacking them. He deserved it. Seeing a stone next to him, the man tried his best to pick it up. He planned to hit Xiao Jing's head, but he was discovered by Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming kicked the stone away and looked at the man's pitiful expression carefully. He smiled and said, "Are you still unwilling to tell us who's behind this?" The man realized that his life was about to end. He quickly raised his hand, indicating that he would tell them everything. Xiao Jing knew what the best situation was now, so he immediately released his grip on the man's neck. The man finally had some space to breathe. He immediately exhaled and quickly told Xiao Jing and Jiang Ming, "It's the monster king of the Snowy Kingdom. He asked me to deal with you." "Monster king? Who is that?" Jiang Ming found it strange. He paid attention to Xiao Jing's injury again, afraid that Xiao Jing would faint. Jiang Ming glanced at the snow on the ground and immediately grabbed a handful of snow and stuffed it into Xiao Jing's mouth. He felt that the snow might be useful and might be able to heal Xiao Jing's wound. That was how Anu Haoi's brother's injuries healed. Xiao Jing did not expect Jiang Ming to give him snow. He was stunned for a moment and looked at Jiang Ming in confusion. It was the first time he saw Jiang Ming treat him like this. Jiang Ming knew Xiao Chen's thoughts and told him, "Try swallowing it." Xiao Jing did not think that Jiang Ming would hurt him, so he swallowed the snow immediately. Something magical happened in an instant. The wound on the back of his head disappeared instantly. Xiao Chen felt that his body had recovered a lot and could not help but raise his hand. His eyes lit up. "I think I've really recovered. The back of my head doesn't hurt anymore." The man suddenly discovered a new world. He wanted to dig a handful of snow and stuff it into his mouth, but his hand was stepped on by Jiang Ming. His hand could no longer move. Jiang Ming continued to smile and said to the man, "Now tell us where the Monster King is. Is he a human or a ghost? Tell us everything." The man knew that if he did not tell Jiang Ming, he would die, so he immediately told them everything. "I don't know the exact situation of the Monster King, but I'm sure he's human. He seems to be a monk from the outside. He has a lot of magic power. He is called the Monster King by the people of the Snowy Kingdom. But we don't know whether he has a master or not. Xiao Jing was still angry after hearing that. He said to Jiang Ming, Kaichen, why don't we kill the Monster King? I think the dangers we encountered along the way were all planned by the Monster King. I won't be satisfied if we don't settle the score. Jiang Ming felt that what Xiao Jing said made sense, so he immediately said to Xiao Jing, I agree. Xiao looked at the man and said, now, I'll give you your only chance. If you want to live, you have to tell us the location of your master. The man suddenly broke out in sweat. He wanted to tell Xiao Jing, but he could not understand. Jiang Ming lost his patience and conjured a long rope. He handed the long rope to Xiao Jing and said, Xiao Jing, tie this man up, and let him take us there. As soon as Xiao Jing heard Jiang Ming's words, he immediately tied the man tightly. The man was immediately tied. He said with a pitiful expression, I'll take you there now. Can you loosen the ropes a little? Xiao Jing rolled his eyes. Jiang Ming was amused when he saw the man like this. He immediately laughed. The man accompanied him with a fake smile. He felt that he was just a prisoner of war now. Just as he was thinking about this, the man started to lead the way. He knew that his life was in the hands of the two of them. He did not dare to be negligent and immediately crossed the border of the snowy mountain to another place. This place was like an oasis in the Snowy Kingdom. The green and clear scenery appeared in front of Jiang Ming and Xiao Jing. Sunlight shone on the scenery, making it warm and comfortable. Xiao Jing never thought that there would be such a beautiful place and felt happy. This is a paradise. I did not expect that there would be such a beautiful place in the Snowy Kingdom. He could not help but praise this place. Jiang Ming touched his chin and looked at the man suspiciously. Are you sure this is where the Monster King lives? The man's legs trembled. Then, he said earnestly, how could it not be? This is the place. The Monster King would definitely choose a comfortable place to live in. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Ming felt that what the man said made sense. Then, he looked at the man and said, then continue to lead the way. The man had a lingering fear. He felt that Jiang Ming was like a demon, but he also felt strange. The kid in front of him was thin and weak. Why did he look like he wanted to eat him up for no reason? It was just a single sentence, but he was so scared that he felt like he was going to wet himself. Just as they were thinking about this, they had already arrived at the cave where the Monster King was. It was like a cave inside, but it looked like a palace from the outside. It was magnificent and decorated with purple feathers. Those who did not know better would think that this place housed many birds. The man paced left and right at the door, not knowing if he should go in or not. The Monster King was his master. If he brought Jiang Ming and Xiao Jing in now, the Monster King would definitely feel that he had betrayed him. However, he did not want the Monster King to think that he had betrayed him. Instead, he wanted the Monster King to know that he was still loyal. Seeing the man hesitating, Xiao Jing was a little unhappy and told the man, why are you pacing around here? Hurry up and go in. Could it be that you're going back on your word? The man forced a smile and said, why don't I stay here? You can go in on your own. I have other things to do. Why don't you want to go in? Could it be that this is not the place where the Monster King is? Xiao Jing stepped closer and stared at the man carefully. The man did not know how to answer. He was dumbstruck and wanted to cry. How did he get caught by these two people out of nowhere? If only he was a little smarter and had left earlier. Jiang Ming did not think so much about this man. He said to him directly, "Are we going in or not?" He did not have much patience, and his tone became rather irritated. This man was dragging his feet. No one knew what he was doing, and it really made people annoyed. The man could not help but tremble again. He looked around as if he was facing a great enemy. The surroundings were empty. It was perfect for escaping. Great King! He thought for a moment and immediately shouted into the air, his eyes filled with surprise. Xia Qinjing hurriedly looked over but found nothing. He could not help but feel angry. He turned his head again and saw Jiang Ming pulling the man's ear. The man cried out. He raised his hand and wanted Jiang Ming to let him go. However, it was all for naught. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. After a while, he could not take it anymore and kept wailing. You wanted to lie to us, and now you want us to let you go? Jiang Ming smiled faintly. Keep dreaming. If he had not been careful, he would have been deceived by this man. Once Xia Qinjing understood the current situation, he pulled the other ear of the man. The man could not take it anymore, and his expression became ferocious. Xia Qinjing was very satisfied to see the man like this. Just as he was about to say something, a lightning strike suddenly rushed toward Jiang Ming and Xia Qinjing. Jiang Ming saw it clearly and left the man with Xia Qinjing. Without the pain of pulling his ears, the man let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Ming realized that there was another person at the scene and turned to look in that direction. In that direction, Jiang Ming saw the new person. The person in front of him was wearing a set of robes with purple flowers on them. There was also a small purple flower growing on the man's head. The flower was surrounded by a white patch, shining brightly under the sun. The man was bald. Looking at the bald man in front of him, Jiang Ming asked tentatively, Are you the Monster King? The Monster King? When the bald man heard this, he could not help but become furious. You evil mortal! What the hell are you talking about? Mortal? When Jiang Ming heard this, he could not help but get angry. This bald man was really arrogant. No one would recognize him as the Monster King outside the Snowy Kingdom. At this moment, the Monster King was already restless. He moved toward Jiang Ming, his fingers pulling on thin threads one after another. The thread did not look like strings on a zither, but more like a spider web. Jiang Ming saw the thread on the Monster King's finger and immediately pulled it over, wanting to break it. However, the thread was very long and could move flexibly on its own. It wanted to tie Jiang Ming up directly. Seeing this situation, Xia Qinjing took a step forward and turned the jade pendant into a sword. He wanted to use the sword to cut the thread on Jiang Ming's body. However, the thread was unable to be cut. It was very elastic. Not only that, but the sword was also stuck to the thread. Xia Qinjing tried hard to pull the sword off, but he could not. He used all his strength, but he still could not pull it off. He could not help but feel strange, but the Monster King smiled sinisterly and said to Xia Qinjing, I think I've seen you somewhere before. You're the second general of the Fengyu Kingdom, right? This evil tone made Xia Qinjing feel very uncomfortable, but he admitted it openly. Yes, do you know me? Not only do I know you, but I was even defeated by you. The Monster King's expression changed drastically, and he grabbed Xiao Qinjing's throat with one hand. Xiao Qinjing was caught off guard and was immediately strangled by the monster king. The monster king was very strong and came very quickly. Xiao Qinjing suddenly felt a sharp pain in his throat. He wanted to call for help, but he could not make any sound at all. He could not even scream. Go to hell. The monster king smiled wantonly and stared at Xiao Qinjing. However, these spider webs took the initiative to attack Jiang Ming and went around his arm. Seeing that Xiao Qinjing was about to be strangled to death by the monster king, Jiang Ming could not sit still anymore. In his anxiety, he actually tore the spider webs in his hand. This was very beneficial to Jiang Ming's current situation. Jiang Ming thought about it and immediately used the spider webs to bind the monster king's body. The monster king felt the dense spider webs and immediately struggled. However, these spider webs shrank even tighter. They could not understand what the monster king was saying at all. The monster king did not expect this at all. He was stunned and forgot to struggle for a moment. In any case, the spider webs were tighter. Jiang Ming did not expect that the spider webs would listen to him. He was delighted. Then, he released a silver needle and inserted it into the monster king's hand. The monster king felt the pain and immediately retracted his hand. Xiao Qinjing was also treated and immediately let out a breath. There were already very deep strangulation marks on his neck. If he took another step forward, he would be strangled to death immediately. Xiao Qinjing felt a lingering fear. He patted his chest and could not cough anymore. He breathed heavily. When he came back to his senses, he looked at the monster king. He looked unfamiliar. The monster king said that he knew him and had even been defeated by him before, but he never remembered fighting the monster king before. Xiao Qinjing became suspicious. Seeing that the monster king had been blowing on his hand, he immediately went forward and tore off the mask on the monster king's face. After tearing off the mask, the monster king's originally thick flesh suddenly fell off his body in a heap around his ankles. Xiao Qinjing immediately took a few steps back, feeling that this monster king was a weirdo. Then, he looked at Jiang Ming and Xiao Qinjing and cried, "I died a horrible death. I died a horrible death. Since you have seen my face, you will die with me." Jiang Ming could not help but laugh when he saw how terrifying it was. He felt that this monster king was quite interesting. Then, he took off the disguise on the monster king. It was the skin of a bald man. As Jiang Ming took off the skin of the body, the monster king revealed his original appearance. He was actually a 3-year-old child. However, his intelligence was much higher than that of an ordinary toddler. He probably had lived for a long time. Jiang Ming thought for a while and sized up the 3-year-old monster king. He was puzzled and said, "With your height, how can you still go to the battlefield? Are you from another country?" The monster king was very angry and said angrily to Jiang Ming, "What's wrong with my height? This is a genetic condition." However, Xiao Qinjing had a deep impression of this 3-year-old monster king. He could not help but take a step back and say in surprise, "Didn't I already kill you? Why are you still here, Qinanqing?" Qinanqing scoffed and said, "How could I let you kill me so easily? The last time I fought you, I just faked my death. If you hadn't come here so aggressively, I wouldn't have done this." As he spoke, he went forward and wanted to kill Xiao Qinjing, but this time he was stopped by Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming grabbed the back of his neck and immediately swung him around. Chu Nanqing immediately grew dizzy. He spat out something that looked like white foam from his mouth. He was about to go crazy. He kept shouting, "Put me down! Put me down!" Jiang Ming felt that he had to teach the Monster King a lesson, so he did not let him go. Not only that, but his speed also increased. Chu Nanqing felt dizzy and could not speak at all. Then, Jiang Ming felt that Chu Nanqing could not take it anymore, so he threw him aside. There was a large rock, and Chu Nanqing crashed into it. He struggled to open his eyes, trying to regain some consciousness, but his mind was already muddled. He stood up and patted his face, facing Xia Qinjing, who came to see him. Xia Qinjing sneered. "Even if it's the second time, you'll still be defeated by us. How did you come here to be the Monster King? Didn't you already become a general? What are you doing in the Snowy Kingdom instead of being a general in another country?" Jiang Ming noticed Chu Nanqing's actions. He stepped forward and kicked Chu Nanqing. He grabbed Chu Nanqing's mouth with his hand and pulled out Chu Nanqing's fangs. Chu Nanqing did not expect Jiang Ming to be so aggressive. He was so frightened that he forgot to close his mouth. The sharp teeth in his mouth were pulled out. Jiang Ming was afraid that the fangs in his mouth would move again, so he crushed them. Seeing the sharp teeth that he had painstakingly grown crushed, Chu Nanqing almost collapsed. He never thought that these fangs would be crushed by Jiang Ming. He went forward and wanted to fight with Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming did not want to spoil Chu Nanqing. He took a step forward and kicked Chu Nanqing up. Chu Nanqing felt his body suddenly rise into the air. He quickly wanted to get down, but he was kicked away by Jiang Ming again like a ball. Jiang Ming rose into the air and began to flip over again, kicking Chu Nanqing into the wall. Chu Nanqing's body slammed heavily into the wall. Without the protection of the disguise, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was on the verge of collapse, and he could not even stand steadily. His internal organs had all come out from the impact. Now, he could not take it anymore. Jiang Ming went forward and slapped Chu Nanqing's abdomen. Chu Nanqing was completely out of breath and fainted. "Is Chu Nanqing dead?" Xia Qinjing took a step forward and felt like he was venting his anger. At this moment, Chu Nanqing opened his eyes and smiled at Jiang Ming and Xia Qinjing. "Don't tell me you think I'm dead? I will never die." Then, he got up and spat out a mouthful of shattered inner core from the corner of his mouth. That looked familiar. Jiang Ming only remembered where he had seen it before. But he knew that the effects of these two essence cores were different. Could it be that you relied on this thing to come brick to life after buying? Xia Qinjing was stunned when he saw Chu Nanqing stand up. Then, he continued, "It seems that you've discovered me. You should know that I'm immortal. This time, I won't let you succeed again." At this point, Chu Nanqing's body emitted a purple-red light. The light turned into a black dragon and rushed straight to Jiang Ming and Xia Qinjing. Jiang Ming felt that the black dragon might be difficult to deal with. In order to prevent the two of them from being injured, he simply released the barrier to try to block the black dragon. He was a little worried. The black dragon was majestic, and it would probably be difficult to stop it. However, the enchantment blocked the black dragon directly. Jiang Ming never expected the enchantment to be so versatile and useful. When Chu Nanqing saw that the barrier had stopped the black dragon, he could not help but become angry. He released many black dragons in a row. These black dragons completely surrounded Jiang Ming and Xia Qinjing, not giving them a chance to escape. Xia Qinjing wanted to escape, but Jiang Ming did not. In his opinion, Chu Nanxing was persistent and had an aura that would not let go until he killed someone. Then, he might as well do the same. Otherwise, Chu Nanxing would continue to pursue this matter. Xia Qinjing said to Jiang Ming in his heart, I don't think these black dragons can be scattered even if we attack. We can only block them. However, if we only use the barrier to block them, it will consume too much spiritual energy. We might as well find a gap and leave. No, I plan to stay. I want to fight with Chu Nanxing to the end. Jiang Ming had other thoughts and expressed his opinion. Xia Qinjing was dumbfounded and said to Jiang Ming in his heart, don't be impulsive, Ming Kaichen. You'll die easily if you're so impulsive. As he spoke, the black dragon had already attacked Jiang Ming and Xia Qinjing. Jiang Ming and Xia Qinjing stepped back. Two swords appeared in Jiang Ming's hands. He handed one of them to Xia Qinjing. Seeing this, Xia Qinjing simply followed Jiang Ming and said, all right. Let's go together. Even if we die in the end, we can die without regrets. Jiang Ming did not expect Xia Qinjing to make such a decision with him. When he made that decision, not many people supported him. Now that he saw Xia Qinjing like this, he could not help but admire him. Xia Qinjing also used his true ability. His sword waved in his hand, as agile as his arm. His sword was also used to its greatest effect, spinning directly at the black dragons from both sides. Seeing that the black dragons were about to be scattered by Xia Qinjing, Chu Nanxing quickly summoned more black dragons. These black dragons merged together to form a large black dragon. Seeing the black dragon become like this, Jiang Ming realized that the black dragon was not easy to fight. He immediately went forward and said to Xia Qinjing in his heart, come with me and destroy this black dragon. With that, he raised his sword like Xia Qinjing and attacked the big black dragon. The big black dragon was destroyed by the two swords in just a few moves, turning into a few smaller black dragons. The little black dragons were terrified when they saw Jiang Ming and Xia Qinjing. They hid behind Chu Nanxing. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Chu Nanxing was furious and took out his jade pendant. He bit his finger and clenched it. A drop of blood fell on the jade pendant, and it gave off a jade-green light. With a powerful suction force, the jade pendant went straight for Jiang Ming and Xia Qinjing, but Chu Nanxing remained motionless in front of it. Xia Qinjing felt that he was out of control and headed straight for the jade pendant. However, Jiang Ming did not feel anything. He just stood there. Jiang Ming was still confused. Looking at Xia Qinjing's actions, he did not understand what Xia Qinjing wanted to do. He took a step forward to stop Xia Qinjing, but he was pushed away by Xia Qinjing. Xia Qinjing's eyes were empty and soulless. He walked faster toward the jade pendant. Seeing Xia Qinjing's expression, Jiang Ming realized something. He went forward and released a barrier to block Xia Qinjing. However, Xia Qinjing's eyes were red at this time. He used all the spiritual energy in his body to fight against the barrier, ignoring everything in front of him and his life. His entire body was covered in blood. Seeing this scene, Chu Nanxing felt amused. He looked at Jiang Ming mockingly and said, "Are you going to save Xia Qinjing now, or are you going to let Xia Qinjing kill you?" Jiang Ming knew what Chu Nanxing meant. He looked at Chu Nanxing and said, I only know that if I want to save Xia Qingjing, I should kill you. Jiang Ming rushed forward and slashed at Chu Nanqing. Chu Nanqing took a step back and disappeared. Jiang Ming could not understand what was going on. He shouted into the air. Chu Nanqing, where are you? Hurry up and come out. He was very anxious in his heart. Seeing that Xia Qingjing was already on the verge of death, he could not help but become nervous. He simply conjured some ropes in his hand and tied Xia Qingjing up. However, when Jiang Ming tied him up, Xia Qingjing went crazy. He even used his mouth to bite Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming carefully avoided his attacks, but Xia Qingjing's movements were so fierce that he was still injured. For Jiang Ming, this small injury was completely harmless. After tying Xia Qingjing up, he began to search for Chu Nanqing. Meanwhile, Chu Nanqing seemed to have disappeared. He was nowhere to be seen. He could not help but feel a headache coming on. Xikong Wu Yuan had not been treated yet. However, there was an issue with Xia Qingjing. However, there was only one stalk of snow grass, so it could only treat one person. Wasn't this giving him a cruel choice? He did not want to choose only one of them. If he wanted to save them, he had to save them both. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming looked at the wall at the side and hammered it. Chu Nanqing immediately came out from the wall and fell straight down. Chu Nanqing did not expect Jiang Ming to notice him hiding in the wall. Caught off guard, his body fell heavily. Sensing that Chu Nanqing had fallen, Jiang Ming was afraid that Chu Nanqing would continue to hide, so he immediately went forward to restrain Chu Nanqing. He grabbed Chu Nanqing's hands tightly. Seeing this, Chu Nanqing hurriedly kicked his legs. However, this was restrained by Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming sneered and said to Chu Nanqing, now tell me the treatment method for Xia Qingjing. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. As he spoke, Jiang Ming took out a silver needle and inserted it into one of Chu Nanqing's acupuncture points. Chu Nanqing immediately gasped. He felt like his entire body was about to explode, but he could not escape the pain. He bared his teeth and said to Jiang Ming, you can't save Xia Qingjing. Even if you kill me, it's useless. Moreover, the longer you waste time, the faster he will die. As he spoke, he could not help but laugh. If you tie him up now, he won't be able to struggle or touch you. Even if you save him, he'll still be a cripple. As a general, how can he afford to be crippled? Do you think he'll still thank you for saving him? He would wish that he'd rather have died. Jiang Ming could not help but come back to his senses. Jiang Ming simply searched for the jade pendant on Chu Nanqing's body before tying him up with a rope. After finding the jade pendant, he walked to Xia Qingjing's side. Xia Qingjing was about to be crippled as Chu Nanqing said, but when he saw the jade pendant in Jiang Ming's hand, he could not help but stop flailing. Jiang Ming noticed Xia Qingjing's expression and probably understood that Xia Qingjing only listened to this jade pendant. He then waved the jade pendant in front of Xia Qingjing and said to Xia Qingjing, I am your master now. Xia Qingjing's eyes suddenly became cloudy again. He said to Jiang Ming obediently, yes, you are my master. You are not allowed to cripple yourself. Just stay here obediently. Jiang Ming instructed Xia Qingjing. Yes, I'll listen to your orders, Xia Qingjing quickly replied. Jiang Ming was very satisfied with Xia Qingjing's words and said to Chu Nanqing, now that everything is settled, I think you should hand over the antidote obediently. That way, I can still leave your corpse intact. Chu Nanqing gritted his teeth and said, at most, I'll just die. Anyway, I won't die alone. I'm not afraid of anything. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Chu Nanqing to be so disobedient. He simply inserted another needle into his neck. Chu Nanqing immediately felt itchy and uncomfortable all over and could not help but scream. Even when he shouted until his throat went hoarse, it did not relieve the itching. Are you sure you want to keep being like this? Do you want to be tortured too? Death? Jiang Ming's voice echoed in the sky above Chu Nanqing. Chu Nanqing's eyelids felt heavy. Then, he had no choice but to say to Jiang Ming, okay, you have the final say. I'll tell you how to save Xia Qinjing now, but you have to let me go. Otherwise, even if you save him, he'll still be paralyzed. I want you to tell me everything. Jiang Ming smiled and inserted another needle into Chu Nanqing's neck. The needle pierced Chu Nanqing's vital spot. Chu Nanqing immediately started crying. His entire body trembled as if he had gone mad. Seeing Chu Nanqing like this, Jiang Ming followed him and said, if you dare cripple Xia Qinjing, I'll cripple you first. I know you're in unbearable pain right now. I can make you suffer like that for a lifetime if you don't cooperate. Chu Nanqing still gritted his teeth and said, if that's the case, then I might as well die from the pain. I don't care anyway. I don't have any family. Seeing Chu Nanqing being so persistent, Jiang Ming decided to search his body. Chu Nanqing was extremely nervous. Jiang Ming found a pill. That pill was the same as the one he saw earlier. I heard that this pill is able to bring people back from the dead. Jiang Ming thought for a moment and said to Chu Nanqing, if I give this pill to Xia Qinjing and kill him, wouldn't Xia Qinjing be given a new life? Jiang Ming had made a lucky guess. He never expected his deductions to be correct. Chu Nanqing also knew that he had completely failed. Then, he said, can you let me go? I will be a good person in the future. I will also cure Xia Qinjing completely. Tell me first, why did you send people to hunt me down? Jiang Ming directly asked what he wanted to know. Chu Nanqing pursed his lips and finally admitted something he did not want to admit. I'm jealous of you. I'm in contact with the residents of the Snowy Kingdom. Some of the residents you met at the beginning are still alive. Someone came to inform me, and I heard about your existence. I was afraid that you would steal my position, and I didn't expect your abilities to be so outstanding. I wanted to kill you or use you as my puppet. Who knew that you would not be affected at all by the jade pendant or the eyes of the residents? This is the first time I've seen someone like you. Although Chu Nanqing hated Jiang Ming very much, he had to admit that Jiang Ming was very strong. He could not help but feel envious. Jiang Ming was also curious about how he had such an ability, but he felt that it was a good thing. He said, evil will be rewarded with evil, and good will be rewarded with good. You've done all kinds of bad things, so you were punished in this manner. Now tell me how to save Xia Qinjing. Jiang Ming's eyes were fixed on Xia Qinjing. He was afraid that Xia Qinjing would commit suicide. Who knew what would happen to the jade pendant then? Chu Nanqing completely admitted defeat. He sighed deeply and said to Jiang Ming, if Xia Qinjing consumes my blood, it can heal him, and he can recover. Is that so? Jiang Ming didn't believe Chu Nanqing and asked again. He felt that Chu Nanqing was very cunning. Chu Nanqing laughed bitterly. I've already become like this. Do you still think I'll lie to you? Jiang Ming thought about it and felt that it made sense. Then, he took out a silver needle. Blood immediately gushed out of Chu Nanqing's body. Jiang Ming took out some blood and gave it to Xia Qingjing. Xia Qingjing's eyes suddenly became clear. He looked at Jiang Ming blankly and said, "What happened to me? You were being controlled. How do you feel now?" Jiang Ming untied the rope. Xia Qingjing patted his forehead and said, "I feel like I've lost my memory. I don't even know what I've done." "It's good that you don't remember." Jiang Ming walked up to Chu Nanqing. Right now, the most important thing was to punish Chu Nanqing. Seeing that Xia Qingjing had recovered, Chu Nanqing immediately tried to negotiate with Jiang Ming. "Now that everything is settled, you should give me what I want, right?" "It depends on my mood." Jiang Ming smiled. "Ning Kaichen." Chu Nanqing shouted angrily at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming smiled. "I didn't say that I would agree to it. You can reflect on it here." After saying that, he turned around and left, completely ignoring Chu Nanqing. Xia Qingjing made a face at Chu Nanqing and said, "Go face the wall and reflect on your mistakes." Chu Nanqing screamed from behind. "Ah! Don't let me find you. I'll get my revenge." Xia Qingjing clicked his tongue and shrugged. "You're all bark and no bite." "He's acting like he's about to die, but he still wants to threaten us," Jiang Ming added. Xia Qingjing was delighted and said to Jiang Ming happily, "After we leave the Snowy Kingdom, where will Sikong Wu Yuan go after he is healed?" Jiang Ming rubbed his chin and thought of Zhu Aci. He smiled. "That is a secret." Xia Qingjing scratched his head but did not say anything. He said firmly, "I'll follow you wherever you want to go." The two of them left the Snowy Kingdom. Sikong Wu Yuan was still relatively stable. He just wanted to bite Liang Sisi. But he could not. Therefore, he roared at Liang Sisi. Liang Sisi was already used to Sikong Wu Yuan's behavior, so she simply drank some tea and comforted Sikong Wu Yuan. "You won't be able to bite me or hurt me. No matter what. I think you should save your energy." Sikong Wu Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "Let go of the rope. I'll definitely bite you. Do you think I'm stupid?" Liang Sisi ate the pastries slowly. Jiang Ming opened the door to this scene. He could not help but laugh. "What are you guys doing?" When Liang Sisi saw Jiang Ming, her tears immediately flowed down. "I've been worried about you. Fortunately, you're safe." Xia Qingjing teased Liang Sisi. "You can't cry over such a small matter." "What? If you become ugly from crying?" Liang Sisi coughed and asked, "Have you found the cure for Sikong Wu Yuan's illness?" Upon hearing his name, Sikong Wu Yuan seemed to be conscious as he shouted at Jiang Ming and the other two, "Don't try to play any tricks on me. I will always be loyal to my master. Now, you should return to your original self." Sikong Wu Yuan opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Jiang Ming took this opportunity to stuff the snowgrass into his mouth and pinched his throat, forcing him to swallow. Sikong Wu Yuan had no choice but to swallow it down, and the redness in his eyes slowly dissipated. The vicious words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. Jiang Ming looked at Sikong Wu Yuan carefully and said, "Can you return to your original self now?" Sikong Wu Yuan was still confused. When he heard Jiang Ming's words, he suddenly recalled everything and said angrily, "I'm sorry, Ning Kaichen. I'm the one who made you suffer." "It's fine." Jiang Ming did not care at all. Upon hearing Jiang Ming's words, Sikong Wu Yuan put down his hands calmly. He then looked at the ropes around his body and said, "These ropes saved my life." Jiang Ming was amused again. He untied the ropes and gave them to Sikong Wu Yuan. "Maybe we can keep them as a memento. This might be the only time you'll ever be held hostage by us." "Yes. I definitely won't be like that again. The feeling of being controlled by others is really awful." Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but tremble when he thought about how he was being controlled. If it was not for Ning Kaichen, wouldn't he have hurt his companion? At this moment, someone barged in with a doctor's medicine box in his hand. Jiang Ming was slightly stunned and frowned. "Who are you? Why did you come here?" That person knelt down and said, "Please save me. I know you saved the people of the Stone Mud Kingdom, so can you save me too?" This person's pleading made Xia Qingjing feel that the other party was a little entitled, so he immediately said, "Why should we help you? We've just returned, and you're looking for us already." The man took out 1,000-year-old ginseng from the medicine box and presented it to Jiang Ming and the other two. "This is a gem that has evolved from a merman, but it looks like 1,000-year-old ginseng. This gem can summon many mermen. If you encounter danger, these mermen will protect you." As he spoke, he patted the gem and shouted at it, "Save me." Some mermen immediately appeared in front of Jiang Ming and the others. These mermen were beautiful and had handsome figures. They immediately said to the person who had been summoned, "Dear Pavilion Master, is there anything you need?" "It's nothing. I just called you out of the blue. You can leave now." The man smiled and looked at Jiang Ming and the others. Jiang Ming knew what the person in front of him was saying. When the merman walked away, he slowly said to the person in front of him, "What do you need us to do for you?" "Help me save my wife. My wife was kidnapped by some extremely evil mermen. Our baby at home and I both need my wife." As this person spoke, he was already sobbing uncontrollably. It was as if he had fallen into hell as he sat on the ground. Seeing the man crying like this, Jiang Ming felt he was being sincere. "What's your name? Since you have this gem, why don't you ask the merman for help?" Xia Qingjing was used to such a scene. He walked forward and looked at the man in front of him carefully. The man in front of him had a beard and looked to be middle-aged. He was dressed in a doctor's uniform. "My name is Ling Yunxiao, and I came here at my wife's request." The man let out a breath. It was as if he were lost in his memories. "My wife is actually a merman. We like each other, and she gave me this gem. Who knew that someone with ulterior motives would kidnap her?" "How did you know we were here? How did you know we could save you?" "Liang." Cece raised her eyebrows. "What was your wife's request?" She was wary. Ning Kaichen was extremely low-key when he did things. How could he possibly attract people to come to ask for help? Hearing this question, Ling Yunxiao stammered and then said, "My wife asked me to come to you. She has the ability to predict the future. Before she was kidnapped, she told me that a great disaster would happen in the Stone Mud Kingdom and that she would have to hide when the time came. After the great calamity left, she asked me to come here to find you." "What else did she say?" Jiang Ming found it strange and asked in detail. "I don't know." Ling Yunxiao bit his lips and asked tentatively, "She only told me that one of them was called Ning Kaichen." "What do you mean by that?" Jiang Ming felt that it was even more interesting. He took a pen and paper from the side and handed them to Ling Yunxiao. Ling Yunxiao immediately wrote the same 3 words as Jiang Ming. Liang Sisi was dumbfounded when she saw the exact same thing. Then, she said to Jiang Ming in her heart, Ning Kaichen, his wife is really capable, but it's really strange. Then, she said out loud, since you have so many abilities, why did you call us? Isn't it a little strange? Ling Yunxiao seemed to have seen through Liang Sisi's expression and immediately said, my wife must have her reasons for making such a decision. I hope you won't blame her. The rest of his words were unclear. Jiang Ming could tell that Ling Yunxiao loved his family, so he immediately said to Ling Yunxiao in front of him, do you know where your wife is now? However, Ling Yunxiao's eyes became blank. Before my wife was kidnapped, she only told me that she would be locked up in the hell of the deep sea nearby, but I don't know what that means. As for when my wife was kidnapped, although I followed her all the way, I found that my wife was missing when I reached the seaside. Therefore, I don't know where my wife is. I can only look for her according to what she told me. You don't even know where your wife is? Xia Qinjing did not know whether to laugh or cry. He sat down and poured himself some tea. He was exhausted. After taking a closer look, he suddenly realized that the old tea had been replaced with fresh tea. He could not help but look at Liang Sisi and say, Liang Sisi, you're amazing. You made fresh tea. Liang Sisi was stunned for a moment. She looked at the steaming hot tea and said in confusion, I didn't make tea at all. I just took some pastries. Where did this tea come from? Although the tea looked hot, it did not give off much steam. Xia Qinjing's hands trembled as he listened to them, and he almost dropped the cup. Then, he said to Liang Sisi sincerely, are you sure? Don't scare me. I thought this place was haunted. I really don't know. Liang Sisi shrugged. The tea in the Stone Mud Kingdom can be produced by itself, replied Ling Yunxiao. As long as you place the teacup on the table, it will automatically produce tea. This is a tradition here. This tradition is interesting. Xia Qinjing could not help but take a sip. The fragrance of the tea was rich. His eyes lit up and he drank a few more mouthfuls. This automatically generated tea is not bad. Why did you bring up the issue of tea? Jiang Ming also sat down. Although he said that, he also drank his tea. He looked at Ling Yunxiao and said, this area might be the deepest part of the sea. When we enter the deep sea, we might be able to find some clues about your wife. But if you can't find the place, we won't be able to do anything. Are you sure it even exists? No, my wife is so powerful. What she said should be true. Ling Yunxiao did not give up, his eyes full of determination. No matter what, I won't blame you. Helping me is a favor. It is your right to refuse me. Seeing that Ling Yunxiao was so reasonable, Jiang Ming patted his chest and said, sure, I'll help you. You're quite straightforward. Ling Yunxiao heaved a sigh of relief. When can we set off? I'm really panicking now. I'm afraid that my wife will die soon. After drinking our tea, we'll go help. Xia Qinjing poured all the tea into the cup and stood up. We can go now. Amazing. Siko Wu Yuan couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Then, he also finished the other pot of tea like Xia Qinjing. Finally, he burped and said, I'm still young. Jiang Ming glanced at it and said to Liang Sisi, it's dangerous. You should stay here. Liang Sisi stood up firmly and said, "No, I have to go. I can help now. Although my skills are not as great as yours, it's not to the extent that I can't protect myself." Jiang Ming and the other two looked at each other and said straightforwardly, "All right then." They knew Liang Sisi's personality. She was very stubborn. They had no choice but to agree to let her come. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming said, "If there's anything, leave." Liang Sisi agreed, but she did not think so. If she really abandoned Jiang Ming, then she would be heartless. She did not want to be such a heartless person. Then, Jiang Ming and the others followed Ling Yunxiao to the deep sea. The deep sea was gray. Before they could enter the deep sea, a huge monster jumped out of the water. This monster had a strange appearance and sharp teeth. It did not open its mouth, but it spoke. "I know you want to take the princess away. I won't let you in." Jiang Ming was still wondering why there was no one near such a deep sea. There were no fishermen who wanted to fish. Then, when he saw the monster, he immediately understood. It was probably a monster that prevented the residents from staying there. However, Ling Yunxiao became angry and said with a red face, "My wife is indeed your princess, but I have never stopped my wife from going to the deep sea. Why did you kidnap my wife?" The monster laughed out loud and said, "A human like you still wants to be worthy of the princess? What a joke. You'd better leave quickly. For the sake of the princess, I won't do anything to you." However, Ling Yunxiao charged straight at the monster. "Today, I must save my wife. No one can stop me." However, the monster immediately swung its tail and slapped Ling Yunxiao down. Ling Yunxiao was on the verge of death. Jiang Ming patted him on the head. He sighed. What a reckless idiot. Now he was injured. Xiao Qinjing had the same thoughts as Jiang Ming. He looked at the monster and said, "If there's nothing else, just leave. We don't want to hurt the innocent." Editor's note. Dear readers, we have currently caught up with the ROS for this book and will now be following the author's uploading schedule of 2 chapters a day. Thank you so much for your continued support on this book. The monster was instantly enraged. Its tail stirred the seawater and transformed into tornadoes. How rude. It aimed the tornadoes at Jiang Ming and the others. Jiang Ming did not want to let the monster succeed, so he immediately kicked the tornadoes back one by one. He did not think that he could really kick the tornadoes, and he thought that he might be swept up by them. However, he did not expect to succeed. He kicked them all away one by one. Not long after, all the tornadoes were kicked away by Jiang Ming. Seeing that Jiang Ming had the ability to kick away the tornadoes, the monster simply secretly transformed into a prosthetic. He used a prosthetic body to replace himself while his real body turned into a mosquito to bite Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was wondering why there was a mosquito buzzing around him. Seeing that the mosquito was coming toward him menacingly, he slapped it directly. The monster dodged left and right. However, Jiang Ming saw the monster's movements clearly. He immediately stood up and slapped it with both hands at the same time. Xiao Qinjing, Xikong Wu Yuan, and Liang Sisi saw this and collectively dealt with the monster's prosthetic body. They did not know that this body was just a decoy. However, they felt that the mosquito was sent by the monster. They might as well deal with the monster while Jiang Ming dealt with the mosquito. At this moment, the mosquito suddenly grew a meter-long stinger and stabbed it toward Jiang Ming. When Jiang Ming saw the mutated mosquito, he suddenly felt strange, but he did not hold back and directly pulled out the stinger. The stinger fell to the ground with a clang. But the mosquito did not care. It could grow countless stingers. Thinking of this, the stinger on its body grew out again. Jiang Ming knew that it was useless to break the stinger, so he simply went for the mosquito's head. The mosquito's head began to grow larger, and its entire body became monstrous. Seeing such a big mosquito, Jiang Ming and the others could not help but be vigilant. Even though Liang Sisi was afraid, she still stood brave. This was the first time she had seen such a big mosquito. There seemed to be quite a few strange things in the sea. Xiao Qinjing could not help but sigh. It's such a big mosquito. I don't think it will be satisfied drinking the blood of just one person. Thinking of this, he rushed over, put his hands together, and threw out a thunderbolt in the air. However, the big mosquito released many small mosquitoes. The small mosquitoes turned into clouds of black fog and rushed straight at Jiang Ming and the others. Seeing that there were so many mosquitoes, Jiang Ming knew that he could not get close to them, so he released a spiritual energy ball and wrapped the mosquitoes one by one. He added some mucus to the spiritual energy ball, and this mucus made many mosquitoes stick together. Seeing that the mosquitoes it released were all killed by Jiang Ming, the monster became even more arrogant. It said to Jiang Ming, "Don't tell me you think you're very powerful, just because you've dealt with such a small trick." At this point, the monster used its tail to raise a huge water ball. There were many mosquitoes inside the water ball. Jiang Ming had already expected that if the water ball hit them, the mosquitoes would also pounce on them and suck their blood dry. He directly went forward and wrapped a barrier into a ball and hit that water ball. The two did not collide. The barrier directly fused the water ball into it. Xiao Qinjing was dumbfounded and exclaimed. Jiang Ming was like a savior with such outstanding abilities. When Liang Sisi saw that they had nothing else to do, she could not help but observe Jiang Ming from the side. She felt that it was a blessing from his previous life that she could follow Jiang Ming. The monster was not angry at all. Instead, it thought that Jiang Ming was just lucky. Then, it released countless water balls with its tail. It felt smug. With this many water balls, how could the other party cope? However, when it saw that its water balls were all wrapped up by Jiang Ming's barrier, it was instantly furious. It emitted its spiritual energy and activated those water balls. It wanted these water balls to break through the barrier. Alas, no matter what it did, those water balls could not break through. Jiang Ming took the opportunity to clench his fists and aimed at the monster's eyes. However, he did not see that the monster was using a prosthetic body and went straight for it. Jiang Ming dug out the eye of the prosthetic with one hand. It let out a roar and disappeared on the spot. Jiang Ming glanced at the eyeball in his hand. Although the eyeball was huge, there was no blood flowing out. He immediately realized that the monster in front of him was not the real monster. Then, he looked at the mosquito and headed toward it. The monster also knew that its prosthetic body had been discovered, so it hurriedly hid to the side. While dodging, it released some snowflakes. The snowflakes seemed to be useless, but when they touched people, they could burn them to ashes. Jiang Ming did not dare to touch the snowflakes. He felt that there might be something wrong with the snowflakes, but he was afraid that the snowflakes would touch others. He simply attracted the attention of the snowflakes and let them all rush toward him. When Xiao Qinjing saw that the snowflakes were blue-green, he immediately remembered the blue-green snowflakes he had seen before. At that time, his soldiers had lost their lives because of the snowflakes. "Don't touch the snowflakes," he shouted at Jiang Ming. "The snowflakes will burn your body." Unexpectedly, even this plan was seen through. The monster vented its anger on Xiaoqinjing. When Xiaoqinjing was not paying attention, it secretly swung its tail at Xiaoqinjing. Xiaoqinjing was only focused on checking Jiang Ming and did not notice the monster's actions. He was slapped by the monster. However, his physical strength was not bad. In addition, he had eaten the snow of the snowy kingdom, which made his body stronger. Not only was he fine, but he also grabbed the monster's tail directly. Purple flames burst out from his body, and he placed the flames on the tail. The monster hurriedly tried to shake Xiaoqinjing off, but it could not. Xiaoqinjing grabbed the tail tightly, wishing he could burn it to ashes. The monster felt the burning pain and became anxious. It threw many snowballs at Xiaoqinjing. These snowballs had similar effects as snowflakes, but they were more powerful than snowflakes. Seeing that the snowballs were about to follow, Liang Sisi quickly took out her jade pendant and used it to block the attack. The jade pendant emitted a ray of light in the air. The light shot out in all directions and broke into two. Many cracks appeared on the jade pendant. Liang Sisi felt a pain in her heart and fainted. When the monster saw that someone had fainted, it seized the opportunity and swung its tail at Liang Sisi. However, when Xiaoqinjing grabbed the tail, he noticed the monster's intentions and used brute force to directly throw the monster's tail to the ground. Jiang Ming also noticed the situation here. He ignored everything and went straight to Xiaoqinjing. In his opinion, nothing was more important than the lives of these people. Jiang Ming shot out a huge fist made out of spiritual energy. The fist turned into a phantom and rushed straight at the monster's tail. The monster felt that this fist was nothing and planned to kill Xiaoqinjing. Xiaoqinjing understood what the monster was thinking. When the monster lifted him to the side, he quickly moved to the side. The monster underestimated Xiaoqinjing's intelligence and was immediately punched down. Xiaoqinjing took the opportunity to run forward, gathering all the spiritual energy in his hand. The monster had also underestimated Jiang Ming's strength. It had been punched down and was curled up on the ground. Coupled with Xiaoqinjing's attack, it was instantly cut in half. The monster was still alive. It was moving its upper body, and its lower body was squirming like a worm. It looked extremely terrifying. Yet, it still shouted in front of everyone, "Don't even think about finding the princess. I will never tell you where she is." Jiang Ming was not angry. He stepped forward and stood in front of the monster. "You've already been made into this state by me, and now you're so arrogant. Aren't you afraid that I'll do something to you?" The monster trembled. It was unwilling to give up and wanted to continue fighting. However, Jiang Ming had already guessed what the monster was thinking. He immediately cut off another part of the monster's body. Seeing that its body had become like this, the monster almost went crazy. It immediately controlled the other parts of its body and made them move toward Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming did not hesitate and directly cut those parts of the body into several pieces. However, even though it had already become like this, these parts of the body were still heading toward Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming saw that these body parts were persistent, so he simply used silver needles to pierce the tendons of these parts. The monster could feel the pain and immediately started crying. Because of Jiang Ming, it had fallen into this state. A sense of resentment rose from the depths of its heart, and the monster became even more deranged. Its entire body emitted a black, demonic gas. The demonic gas seemed to have a target as it rushed straight at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming sensed that the gas was malicious. He took out the fan in his pocket and fanned it at the gas. Although the black gas was fanned away, it was not too far away from Jiang Ming. It circled around Jiang Ming and the others, forming a black circle. Seeing the black gas become like this, Xiao Qingjing's eyes were full of vigilance. He picked up his jade pendant, turned it into a sword, and directly slashed at the monster. However, the black gas seemed to have intelligence and directly blocked Xiao Qingjing's way, preventing him from moving forward. Xiao Qingjing felt that the black gas was annoying, so he took a step forward and dispersed it. The black gas merged into a huge beast and rushed towards Xiao Qingjing. Jiang Ming wanted to stop him, but he could not. He still had a ball of black gas here. Although the black gas had split into 2 balls, each ball was just as powerful as the original. Why can't I get rid of this black gas? Xiao Qingjing was furious and cut off several layers of black gas. However, not only did the black gas fuse again like before, but its power became even stronger. Don't cut off this black gas. This black gas seems to be able to absorb spiritual energy. Ling Yunxiao realized something and quickly shouted at Xiao Qingjing. However, Xiao Qingjing was now forced into a corner by the black gas. There was no way to not cut off the black gas, so he immediately explained his situation to Ling Yunxiao. However, Ling Yunxiao could not do anything about it. He only knew a little about it. In the end, he was just an ordinary person and could not help Xiao Qingjing at all. Seeing that Xiao Qingjing was getting more and more exhausted, Jiang Ming suddenly rose and entered the black gas. However, at this moment, the black gas discovered a change. The black gas split into 2. However, the moment it split, it was accompanied by the horrified wails of some people. These people's wails varied in length, but it was painful to hear. Jiang Ming did not react at all, but Xiao Qingjing was different. He covered his ears tightly and had to squat down. However, these voices seemed to be pestering him. Xiao Qingjing couldn't stand it at all. Not only that, but he also heard some ringing in his ears. The ringing in his ears engulfed his entire body, and he felt uncomfortable. Jiang Ming could see Xiao Qingjing's situation at this time, and he also knew that Xiao Qingjing's situation could not be delayed. The black gas in front of Xiao Qingjing quickly found an opportunity to step forward and take Xiao Qingjing's body for itself. However, it was stopped by Jiang Ming's silver needles. Jiang Ming saw through the intentions of the black gas and released silver needles one after another. The black gas was clearly in the form of smoke, but it was nailed to the wall by the silver needles. The black gas screamed in pain. Xiao Qingjing fainted from the pain. Ling Yunxiao was in the same situation. He grimaced and closed his eyes again. His condition seemed to be more serious, and blood even came out of his ears. Jiang Ming was furious when he saw the blood. He hurt the black gas even more. He then conjured spirit energy balls in his palm one after another and directly sucked in the black gas. The moment the black gas was sucked in, the howls completely disappeared, without a trace. However, Xiao Qingjing and Ling Yunxiao's situation was not optimistic. The source was cut off, but the damage was still there. The monster was already satisfied. It mocked Jiang Ming. Now that the people around you have become like this, what can you do even if you go and find the Princess? I'm afraid she won't be able to return. And can you really abandon the people around you? If you have the heart to do so, then I really have to hand it to you. Now that it had been beaten up by Jiang Ming, it could not use its magic power anymore, but it still did not want to let Jiang Ming have it easy. I won't abandon these people, but it's not your place to argue with me. Jiang Ming took a step forward and stepped on the half of the monster's body, crushing it. The monster stared as the back half of its body disappeared into thin air. Before it disappeared, the lower half of the monster's body was still jumping around, but in the end, it was gone. Ah! The monster roared angrily, but it was useless. Just like that, it was left with only half of his body. It could not help but shed some tears. Human, what do you want? It asked Jiang Ming while trembling. You've already seen that I've lost half of my body. I'm afraid I can lose the other half. Jiang Ming sized up the monster's body with a hint of interest in his eyes. The monster seemed to have predicted what Jiang Ming wanted to do. It immediately trembled even more and shouted at Jiang Ming, "If you kill me now, the consequences will be extremely serious. There is poison in my main body. Don't you want to save these people? Or do you want to throw your life in and die with them?" The monster weighed the pros and cons in its heart. If Jiang Ming was fooled by it this time, it could escape smoothly and report the situation to the Lord in the deep sea. If that was not possible, it would send a signal to the deep sea and ask the Lord to save it first. Jiang Ming's tone was calm and a little hoarse. I have to cut your body open to know if there's any poison. Who knows if what you said is true? Jiang Ming shrugged slightly. He seemed nonchalant. It was as if he were talking about the weather. The monster was shocked and secretly threw a round object into the deep sea. Jiang Ming noticed it and said, "It seems like you sent a signal to some people in the deep sea. But it doesn't matter. You're indeed going to die. It's good to inform them that they'll need to collect your corpse." He clenched his fists and smashed the monster's main body into pieces. The monster did not even have time to howl before it collapsed to the ground and disappeared from its spot. Seeing that the monster had been dealt with, he went to Xia Qingjing's side. He first checked Xia Qingjing, Liang Sisi, and Ling Yunxiao's bodies. He felt that two of them had fainted from the shock, and the other had been confused by the force. He started to treat them. Jiang Ming let the three of them lie flat on the ground and then bandaged Xia Qingjing's ear. Ling Yunxiao's ear still had some debris. He carefully took out the debris and bandaged his ear as well. As for Liang Sisi, Jiang Ming opened up her internal organs and made sure to heal them. Liang Sisi was in better condition than Xia Qingjing and Ling Yunxiao, and she had already woken up. After seeing the scene in front of her, Liang Sisi widened her eyes and stammered, "What's going on?" She took a step back and looked at Xia Qingjing and Ling Yunxiao in disbelief. Her eyes wide. "They're unconscious, but it's not a big problem." Jiang Ming carefully examined Xia Qingjing and Ling Yunxiao's bodies again, checking their minor internal injuries. Xia Qingjing slowly woke up at this time. When he saw Liang Sisi and Jiang Ming looking at him carefully, he patted his face and felt that his head was rather scrambled. "I feel like I've lost a part of my memory." Jiang Ming paused and looked at Xia Qingjing's head. He said thoughtfully, "There is indeed a lump inside." Xia Qingjing was shocked. Then he patted his head and said, "Ming Kaichen, are you serious? Is there really a lump inside?" As he spoke, he was still a little confused. Si Kong Wu Yuan rubbed his head and looked at his body. I saw that you were all lying on the ground, but I was safe and sound. How strange. I thought that I would be affected by that sound. However, I couldn't move or speak. Jiang Ming smiled. If you were affected by the sound, then your stay in the temple would have been in vain. As for you being unable to move, that monster probably didn't want you to get close. Why do you say that? What does this have to do with the temple? Si Kong Wu Yuan did not understand. Jiang Ming took out the prayer beads that he had taken from the monster, but the prayer beads had been surrounded by a barrier. However, the barrier was transparent, so it was still obvious that these were prayer beads. The prayer beads are in some sort of barrier. This means that the monster is most likely afraid of something similar to the prayer beads. Things that are similar to prayer beads should also scare the monster. Si Kong Wu Yuan immediately understood. Then, he said, that's good. At this moment, the waves suddenly rushed up. They also hit Ling Yunxiao. Ling Yunxiao woke up immediately after being hit by the waves, but his eyes were still unclear. Like Xiaoqun Jing, his mind was a little scrambled, and he kept mumbling. I just had a dream about eating cake. I was eating cake, and now it's gone. Jiang Ming immediately hit Ling Yunxiao on the head, and he sobered up. Then he said helplessly, that monster was really strange, and its voice was also strange. Fortunately, it's no longer here. However, just as he said this, a bird appeared. The bird was about the size of a monster, and it let out a low cry. The bird also rushed straight at Jiang Ming. It was clearly trying to take him away. Jiang Ming saw it and immediately rushed over. His entire body turned into a ray of light. When the bird saw this, it immediately opened its mouth and rushed toward Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was directly swallowed by it. Seeing such a thing, everyone was stunned. After a while, Si Kong Wu Yuan pointed at the bird and said with a trembling voice, was Ning Kaichen swallowed by this bird just now? Yes. Liang Sisi reacted and immediately exhaled. She went forward to save Jiang Ming, but her jade pendant was useless. She wanted to take to the air, but she was taken away by the bird. The bird was holding Liang Sisi's collar in its mouth and screaming in glee. Oh no, we have to stop this bird. Si Kong Wu Yuan rushed to the ground and gathered some water. Then, he controlled the water to rush straight at the bird. The bird easily dodged. Seeing this, Si Kong Wu Yuan simply soared into the sky and struck at the bird. However, the bird still dodged it. Not only that, Si Kong Wu Yuan was directly pecked by the bird.